Okay, I sent everybody to you.
All right, Sister Mo, you there? Can you guys hear me?
I'm here. I sent everybody to you.
Okay. You know what? Zoom is different than StreamYard. So
Yeah.
as soon as you hit the go live thing, because I've been trying to get this thing right for like the past 3 or 4 days. That's why I got frustrated. I just like, I'm gonna lock myself in in my office for 3 or 4 days. And I was like, man, trying to figure this thing out, man, dealing with the support desk and all this foolishness. I was like, you know what? I said the day I start demanding to get a refund, up and magically it starts working. I mean, it literally started working tonight. After all those days I kept trying, I said, okay, and see, this is some foolishness, right? This is foolishness. But anyway, peace, power, and profit. Again, I'm having to go kind of spaz the link out to all my little sites or whatever. Make sure anybody that want to jump on they can. So again, unlike StreamYard, when you set it up, you can put all your stuff into your description box, all that. With Zoom, it just take you straight live. You have to go put it on yourself later within the description box what you may want to have as far as content for those who may want to pay attention to that. So uh, I guess I'm gonna have to get used to that and plan ahead so I can just drop that stuff in there quickly. But beyond that, I do thank you guys for being patient. Pretty sure y'all saw I was trying to mess with this thing all uh, throughout the afternoon, obviously this evening a little bit, I should say, trying to get it right, and it just went live without me even knowing. I was like, okay, this thing is live. I came back and saw the thing on YouTube. I was like, man, what's going on, man? I could have been in here, put some hand sanitizer on and lotion and looking crazy. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Peace, power, profit to everyone. Thank you, Sister Mo, as always, Eva Mo, for being, again, just phenomenal in what you do in terms of uplifting people from, urban economic empowerment, just economic empowerment, period. I know we say urban economic empowerment, from which we do out of the show through the Dagger Squad over Garfield over there, holding it down as always, edifying the people. We all do obviously come together like like Voltron, so to speak, do our part to kind of uplift and build, those who might want to participate in that, that value of the information and data that's coming out, much as possible. We're trying to, keep that, that information coming to you guys, especially even right now, which is very vital, if you ask me. With people out of work, again, we know the unemployment lines are going to fill up like crazy. We're going to talk about that a little bit tonight. It's already looking crazy in a lot of states right now with some of the preliminary data that's coming out. It's going to be waves and waves of people filing for unemployment, and they can't get this stimulus bill out no faster, right? They're rushing to get this stimulus bill done, and more so, again, it's political too. More so for the fact that the more people file for unemployment, obviously, the less in terms of the GDP data is going to reflect the value of the unemployment numbers. Obviously, when they come out tomorrow, they're coming out tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. They're going to drop the U.S. Pretty much the jobless claims numbers, all right, which is a very very strengthening data point that affects the markets. Now, even though we know that these are necessarily uncertain terms and times that we're dealing with in terms of that economic data piece, but still, the aspect of the daggering, I would say, notion about how many people it's going to be is going to be very, very, very scary, right? And Trump's scared to see that number. There was already a piece out today, I think, on the Wall Street Journal or New York Times, where Trump administration was trying to sequester some of these states from actually putting out the actual number, tally of numbers of people that's going to be unemployed, because they don't want it to be such an economic shock that it may spook the stock market. So basically, he's trying to skew the data, not necessarily be forthcoming with data. And it's weird too, because this is not nothing that he actually calls or his administration calls. So why would you want to hide that data, right? Why would you want to do that? But anyway, long story short. So real quick, again, I'm gonna post a link. You guys want to come on to the live chat? Y'all know how I like to do this. Is a workshop environment. Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, peace, power, and profit to the family. There's the link to the Zoom. Come on, let's build, let's discuss it. What's going on in your neck of the woods? What's happening over there, in the states that you guys are in, or your cities, your local municipalities, whatever the case. Let's discuss it. As you can see, the star of the show today is brought to you by homemade hand sanitizer. Get excited, right? Homemade hand sanitizer, right? Because in moments like this, you got to learn how to fish, right? Moments like this, you got to learn how to hunt, right? And we're big on that over here. We love the DIY projects, right? It's important that we understand how to go out there and fish from an economic perspective. Again, from a food perspective, again, just being resourceful, period. It's just in our best interest to learn how to do things absent of a Walmart, Target, or whatever the case, right? Right? Whatever the case, right? So with that being said, again, I do have the link there. You guys come on. Let's discuss it. I'm going to make a little quick round real quick and go share this link with everybody again, because it's not set up like StreamYard, which I'm used to doing it that way, which is much easier. So that way, that way, if a few people might want to, come on and discuss what they have going on for our stock market values, any important data that may be useful for us as investors, traders, or just in general as far as our natural health and safety due to coronavirus or COVID-19. We want to make sure we get those people in the building. Again, we're not some big conglomerate, scenario. Right? We are what they call a very resourceful few, but I love what we do because, again, we definitely go at the information in a way that's beneficial to everybody who follows the financial markets, who has questions about the financial markets, and that being the political aspect of it too, because it all ties into what we do, geopolitics, excuse me. So it's important. All right. So again, peace, power, and profits, and some of the family. I see we already got a few family coming in. We have Brother Mathis in the house. Peace, power, and profit. Over Brandon in the house. Good to see you, family, as always. Peace, power, and profit. Over. Peace, power, and profit. Over Zane Matigo in the house. Right. Always happy to see that brother when he come through. The illustrious Miss Monica Lamb in the house as always. Got to always give it up to her because, again, without that sister, a lot of us would be lost. Right. That sister brings a lot of wealth and knowledge to the forefront every day. When she's live or just dropping information, period, for her channels on social media sites. All right, peace, power, profit over Robert C in the house. Good to see you always. Yeah, whole 6 hours. You're right, bro. Hey, man, tell you, man, you start threading that money, boy, they get on point real quick. I mean, literally, I was like, stuck for 3 or 4 days trying to get my YouTube to work, through Zoom Live, and I actually paid for it, right? Because y'all know I'm cheap, right? I don't care how much I can get out of the stock market. I don't give nobody nothing if I don't have to, right? Because I'm all about hoarding, the resources for, for opportunities and people that really need it, things that nature, right? Being more, conscious about where my money goes, and if I could use a lot of these free services, I'm gonna wear them out, right? And that's basically what I did with StreamYard. I exceeded my monthly average of stream value through StreamYard. I have to wait till April 1st, right? On April Fool's Day, I get it back, right? Go figure. All right, but anyway. So real quick, I'm gonna open up the mic for anybody else that want to kind of do some preliminary conversation based upon, again, markets. Again, the link is in the description box on the back check and YouTube. Anybody want to discuss the coronavirus, what you may be doing right now? Are you locked down? Is one of your cities the ones that's kind of under this, mandated, stay at home, whatever? Again, let's discuss it, right? So let's discuss it. So there's the link there. All right, and let me get over here. Let me see how let's set this up here so we can get this thing popping. So I can get my description box filled and also turn around and get the link out to other venues as well. Sister Mo, you there? I know you just going in on other channel, the Dagger Squad channel, Brother Garfield. I think he's getting ready to go live in a minute too. She was again dropping some powerful information over there about where to look for certain aspects of jobs right now. A lot of people will be looking for those home-based business type jobs that are on the service side that may still be useful at this moment. There are opportunities out there, and then there are physical employment places now where I'm pretty sure you guys been seeing that Amazon's going to do a big hiring sweep. CVS, Walmart, just to name some of a few. I think Target as well is part of that mandate where they're going to bring in a lot of people. And I think basically what they're going to be doing is, obviously logistical stuff, certain items. They're going to do a lot of the omni-channel, service value, meaning, obviously that's more the internet-based stuff. Anytime you hear that word omni-channel, that's basically what it is through the different suppliers and distributors, kind of like a drop shipping scenario to a degree, but at a mass large scale. And so you're going to start seeing that coming out of, places like Amazon, which seems like they do it already, but, they're going to devote a lot of that attention that they do have in-house to a somewhat of a fulfillment center at a emergency perspective, so to speak. That makes sense, right? And then some of these companies again are starting to be, at the forefront of producing these items that we need for some of these, ravaged behind. I call them ravaged behind. They just under fire right now behind this coronavirus in terms of New York and others, where they need their entrepreneur and engineering aspect to produce masks, ventilators, the PPE, which is the personal protection equipment, basically those suits, the hazmat type of mask, the gloves. All those things are very important right now, obviously, because there's a shortage, literally, especially in America. But I can only imagine, in certain other places who are somewhat, less than fortunate to be able to get those things, who are now starting to get hit hard, that didn't have a surplus of that stuff already in stock. They're going to be on the fire right now a little bit. So it's going to get crazy, right? It's going to get a little crazy, right? So yeah, we're going to discuss all that. So real quick, Sister Mo, are you available? Anybody else? Again, the link is in the back chat there. I don't know if she can hear me, or she might just be getting prepared because she just been going in a little bit here. She just came off a live stream, so Sister probably eating a little bit like I was trying to do real fast, and before I can come on and go live, right, and speak about today. Okay, Oba Kristen popped in the house. Good to see you, Oba. Peace, power, and profit, family. Are you there?
Profit.
Oh, hey, what's going on, family? Profit to you as well. All right. So again, I'm gonna do a quick little round robin, get the link out to everybody. I'm trying to do it all at once, multitasking, right? I should know better. Much as I preach multitasking. Again, I had no clue that they was gonna throw me out there like that in terms of Zoom. Right? They just put me right on out there. I wasn't even prepared, right? I wasn't even prepared. But we're gonna make the best of it. So with that also being said, for some of you guys who are already somewhat founded in the financial markets, meaning stocks, forex, crypto, whatever, and if you are trading something specific right now due to the coronavirus or just the market in general, definitely don't hesitate. Throw your link. Your link. Throw your chart or your stock. Let me reframe that. Throw your stock in the back chat so we can discuss it if you want to, or if you have any questions concerning certain stocks. Put that in the back chat as well so we don't miss it. That way, at least it'll be logged, and we'll kind of go from there like we always do. It's kind of like impromptu, nothing necessarily strategically set in place. The way I wanted to kind of come on tonight is have a discussion to see how everybody's doing. Number one, that's first and foremost, and then number two, let's discuss these financial markets. A ton of news been coming out a lot lately. A lot of pertinent news. Enough to kind of get get people, going through again a lot of different emotions, a lot of different thought processes all together, and trying to figure out what's the next course of action coming out of the government basically. Because everybody seems to be kind of waiting on the government, right? But I say this here: in what manner, right? What manner are people kind of locked into the ideal that they're waiting on the government, right? Because financially, we're trying to build out the type of mindset and skill set in people who are searching for alpha, as we say in the stock market, or a yield, right? Something that we can, get a return on our time, skill set, knowledge through various aspects. Even obviously, the stock market being the number one thing, but that's that way at least you can still have some kind of value and income coming in. If you are one of the ones who are unfortunately, laid off, not necessarily due to the company, but this coronavirus has got everybody kind of on lockdown for safety purposes. But still, there's ways you can still get some money, right? Again, we had an S&P 500 in the Dow yesterday. Dow rallied over 2,100 points to the upside, right? All that in lieu of the idea that the stimulus bill was going to get passed, right? So, all the traders or investors who were in the market yesterday, who was looking for some kind of value, clarity, or granular information that can give them some solace in the stock market for a change, because it's been getting legend. That was a great benefit, for the overall markets, right? The markets rallied real hard, and so it wasn't hard to just pretty much buy any well-known brand name stock yesterday, anywhere near the opening of the market, and benefit off it because everything was up. Major percentages yesterday. Again, you had Boeing. I think Boeing was up like near 17, 15, 16% yesterday. Apple, a lot of big name stocks were just up, well over double digits in percentage value, excuse me, which is awesome, right? If you are, again, a person coming in taking advantage of some of that volatility. So again, made for a very, very great moment in the markets. A lot of people made some money yesterday. Well, I would say the last few couple of days to be exact. And then today you still had a decent rally. We're going to discuss it obviously, but it's just been a wild ride lately, and so people are still finding money out there in these financial markets, even during times like like we were dealing with. So we're not we're not sitting on the sideline waiting for the government, so to speak. Right? They cut that check. Obviously, I would have my hand out too, because you know what, Wall Street does it every single day. And I want to say that first and foremost, I don't care who you are and how proud you are, right? If they bailing out these big institutions, corporations, like it ain't nothing all the time, even with them having bad business practices, this, that, and the third, and you that type of person, well, you too proud to receive a quote unquote social check from the government that taxes you religiously, you know what I'm saying? And dare you to be late when it comes to filing this, that, and the third, and they're gonna cut you a check with no strings attached, then you better be the first one with your hand out too. Because I can guarantee you this, they owe you a hell of a lot more than what they're even giving you at this point. Especially what we are seeing in terms of what they're doing for Wall Street right now. Keep in mind, they've been dumping money into Wall Street literally weeks ago. Main Street is late for getting theirs, right? And it has always been set up that way for a reason, because they feel like if they can keep these old ratchet companies up and running, well, worst case scenario, I guess best case scenario, that keeps people employed. But that's not an incentive for them to have bad business practice, right? You see what I'm saying? That's the mentality behind a lot of this monetary, stimulus, I guess easement that's coming into the markets, where companies are benefiting off of it that had bad business practice all the way up to this point. So it's like they could do no wrong and they'll still turn around and get bailed out. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like borderline criminal, right? Well, it is obviously the true nature of it if we really want to go there. However, it still is very important for us to realize that we need to understand how government works in terms of the benefits that are given or offered or even accessible for us as citizens, right? If you're a taxpayer or you have a social security number in this country, then there are certain benefits that you are obviously deemed to receive, especially in moments like this. There's certain benefits that you're deemed to receive, especially in moments like this. And you need not, again, try to take that high and pride road as if that proves anything to convince yourself that you can't use that those funds, right? Or you can't use that money, right? That would just be, in my opinion, that would be ludicrous, right? Again, I don't, hey, everybody's different, but far as the way I look at it, it just makes no sense to downplay that opportunity, right? Again, that's just my opinion, right? Y'all know this is strictly opinion based. This is not me giving out financial advice or this, that, and the third. It is strictly my opinion, right? All right, so real quick, I think let me get this popping here. Okay, let me get the share. Let me run this over there. I'm sharing and talking at the same time. I'm trying to do both. Again, I got to get on my toes here. All right. So, but yeah, the link again is in the description box. Come on the live, guys. Let's discuss it. Right. Let's see what's going on in your neck of the work, or the world, or the woods, or wherever. Let's see what's happening in the market as far as you guys, if you're trading something or thinking about trading something, right? Where you are in terms of your learning curve. And again, you're here to try to get a little extra knowledge in terms of how to utilize markets right now, because everybody's kind of set in or shut in for whatever reason. These are good time, good moments to really take advantage of all this free time that we supposedly have to study and learn. This great opportunity that the markets that it possesses, for us to take advantage of, right? I mean, the number one thing that most people really cut off from, especially a lot of the fellas, is the sport world, right? Like, how do you replace that marriage, right? I mean, brothers been married to Sports Center. Like, bro, there is life beyond Sports Center, right? Trust me, I understand it's hard right now. Some of y'all going through withdrawals. You ain't watching no basketball, drilling, no football being tossed around, or baseball, or whatever your little sport endeavor is, right? Right now, it's hard for some of you guys. I get it. right? You're going through withdrawals. you can't you can't function properly right now, right? But there again, there is life outside of sports, right? And for me, my sport comes from the ideal of being able to access this awesome opportunity that the stock market or the global markets as a whole, right? To me, that's a sport, right? Going in there, being able to challenge myself, to prepare myself like like it's game time every single day, before the market opens up, and all the study that I've done the night before, or right before the market's open, that's a true sentiment of how I was when I actually played physical sport, right? Uh, the adrenaline that goes through your mind, knowing that, again, in any given moment, when that market opens up, you can walk away, with a big bag, a small bag, or you could be stuck holding the bag. But in more cases, if you're doing what's right in terms of your discipline and due diligence, then you should be able to, on average, a minimum of 6 out of 10 times, walk away from the market with with some gains or some profit, right? And I'm not saying that you can't and will not lose money in the market. I'm just speaking strictly from a day trader perspective, or a trader as opposed to a long-term investor, right? Because again, the goal is always, profess that we're here for the long haul, which we are, right? We're trying to establish a track record of due diligence that's based upon, again, generational wealth, right? Well, how do you acquire generational wealth, right? Well, you have to put in a lot of hard work now and let that thing maturate over time, let it mature, right? The same way, all you guys have what they call a bond that's tied to your birth certificate at birth, right? Some of you guys already know this stuff. I ain't talking that crazy that you can't go pull up. But your birth certificate number, which is a CUSIP number, right, is actually a bond. It's a debt note bond that was put on your body, meaning your body, your as a baby, you first came out when your mom signed you up to go into the system. You was obviously at that point given a bond number. And over time, that bond matures. I think it takes about 17, 18 years is for that one. I think it's a 20-year bond, the 20-year one. Yeah, I think it's 20 or 30. I can pull up and show you at some point. We go through it again. I've done it before. But when it hits a point of maturation based upon where when you was born, how the bond market has responded since then in terms of its, float value, meaning up or down percentage value, that money obviously that is generated off your back, off your person, off your straw man. Well, guess what? It sits in escrow, then gets reconsumed back into the government. Right? Imagine that. And some of those bonds are like 30,000. I think I pulled mine up doing one of the lives to show people mine, and I forgot what number was. I have to do it again. I've done it in a while, but it ain't hard to do. Right? All you need is your birth certificate number, right? Because obviously that number, that CUSIP number, that's government, ID value. It'll pull up exactly what your bond is worth. Right? I know that's kind of like off the beaten path, a little bit side script, but I'm just putting it all in perspective in terms of what we're talking about with bond values. Again, understanding how the financial markets work as a whole. The ideal of treasury markets and things of that nature, right? And so it's important. It's important. All right. So yeah. So again, I'm still sharing the link, so bear with me a little bit. So I'm just kind of rambling in between, just hitting some kind of key data points and things that's worthy to talk about before we kind of get to the meat and potatoes. Again, I do thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out with your brother. I can never stress that enough. I'm always humbled by that. And I do believe that, again, these are moments where all of our expertise, all of our, knowledge that we may have from a professional perspective, that we can bring into, our commonalities in terms of what we're dealing with now with these shutdowns and, businesses being closed down, whatever the case, it could be useful to have those discussions, right? Because it may be beneficial to someone, right, who's out there trying to make sense of all this, who's been displaced from their job, things of that nature. And then they're gonna have to wait. They're gonna have to literally wait to get the bag from the government, right? Which is going to be crazy because, again, we're gonna talk about that too. But I'm pretty sure y'all saw that timeline. They pretty much told everybody, how long it's gonna take before they actually get those checks out, right? It reminds me of the movie Friday. I think Friday is next. The one with Damon, right? When he got out of prison, and Data and Craig were living upstairs for Miss Pearlie, right? And Miss Pearlie sent Damon up there to collect that rent money, And and Buddy was like, if I come through later on this evening, y'all got that rent money, it's gonna be some trouble, right? It's gonna be some trouble up here, right? And that's basically how how pretty much how we are now for some of us that that probably get benefit from it. That's how a lot of them people feel right now, right? Like, bro, y'all don't hurry up and cut that rent money. There's gonna be some problems, right? It's gonna be some major problems. And so again, that's important for us to realize what's going on, so at least we can stay on top of that, right? We won't be walking around here kind of aimless, trying to figure out, thinking they just going, up. You can go check your mailbox and it's going to be a check in there, right? So we need to understand how this stuff is working. Pretty much, uh, what to do, obviously, in this moment, in terms of staying abreast of this information that's pertinent for us. And then also, again, what are some of the things that we can do out there in the markets to help us become a little bit more, resourceful in finding ways to get, find money in other avenues, so to speak, right? You guys heard Sister Monica speak about, her journey, right? And there's many other, many of you guys can speak about, speak to yours as well, but, that's a sister that, came from a place where she took the time to learn it, slowly but surely. She's still learning, obviously, all right? But again, this is the idea where she's starting to now realize the fruit of her labor, that labor being her due diligence, right? Her discipline to say, well, let me give it a little bit more, attention and see exactly, how I have natural, economic sense, or, be it book value or just hard knock life experience, but now tying it back to the financial markets. Well, she's starting to realize that it's not complicated as she probably thought it was in the beginning. It's a very simple blueprint. It's supply and demand, right? It's supply and demand, right? That company, that particular, equity holding, program or whatever want to call it, company, whatever, in terms of how they're being able to reflect against their peers, right, on a global market scale, right? And you get to pick and choose, right? Because there's no mandate you got to stick with a company if they're doing bad, this, that, third. You literally get to pick and choose how you divest your money around to these different places based upon who's popping and who's not, right? It's like Adidas come out with a shoe tomorrow. You're a big major Nike fan, but that Adidas shoe is so hot. It's like, man, I got to have it, right? And it feels like sacrilegious to you that you're going across the aisle to go to Adidas to buy that shoe as opposed to your normal Nikes. Then again, you're going to, spread your money where you see the best, I would say the best, value that you're getting out of that purchase, so to speak, right? And that's just a part of consumerism, right? It's so you just want to make sure they have everything you need once you go to make that purchase, that everything runs smoother. Your size, the color, you want all this stuff, supply and demand. That company being able to supply you exactly what you want, that's what makes commerce, and consumerism, from that perspective, what it is in terms of how it moves the bottom line for these companies, right? They need what? Customers, right? At the end of the day. And so, it's a very simple value, right? It's nothing, it's not rocket science, none of that stuff. But hey, that's what it is, right? That's what it is. All right. So again, getting the link out. I'm doing both. That's why I'm sitting there. I really want to go in on a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I'm trying to get this link out. Since Zoom don't have that feature where you can just do it all at once. They got a brother working double time. I'm gonna learn today. Like Kevin, I'm gonna learn today. So that way I'll be prepared in the future. Right? Won't get stuck out there holding the bag. Trying to figure out, running my my little program here. So again, if you do see that link, hop on. And so real quick, we have again, over Chris in the building. We have Sister Monica in the house. I think we also have a brother Raul in the house as well. I think I'm saying it right. Brother Raul. Yep, Raul, right? Are you there, brother? All right. And just keep in mind, you guys open your mic too, just in case you might be busy right now. I know you guys are, it's late a little bit, kind of late. You might have, the loved ones near just sat in third, but definitely, if you are in a position to talk, don't hesitate.
I'm here.
Right, so, yeah, I know you probably. I was telling in my head, it's like, Sister Monica probably can grab a little something to eat real quick, and she already had it. I kind of know how people roll a little bit. Come off a live stream, you be a little hungry, right? Your mouth be dry, you be a little winded. Like, let me get some meat.
Yeah, I have made me some ginger root, cayenne pepper.
Hold up now. Before you go in on that you speaking that magical recipe, you need to break down exactly why you making that now. So give our people the skin. I ain't saying you got to go give us a diatribe, but give us the skinny while you doing it. Right? What's behind the idea of you doing that?
Hey, anti-inflammation. Ginger, all of that is anti-inflammatory. It helps. It's like a detox, but it also, keeps you clean or whatever, keeps you clear and flush down stuff that ain't supposed to be there. So when the coronavirus thing kicked off, one of my friends asked me, it's like, hey, I take this concoction. I've been doing it for 20 years. I haven't been sick since then. I'm going to the store to get some. And he's like, drink it warm. So I went and got me some ginger root and some cayenne pepper and some cinnamon powder, and I added the Briggs apple cider to it, and the pineapple juice. But anyways, I went and got me a water warmer, and I heated up, and I drank 8 ounces. And so on my little mini break, I went in to get. I said, hey, they can call me Sue if they want to, but I'm trying to live. I know 6 people who's already gone, man. I said whatever I can do to help myself, because I have autoimmune issue, and I ain't trying to be, contract that stuff and then be gone. So I try to help my situation by put my little concoction together. So what I did, I made the mix. I made a gallon mix of it, and then I get 8. Like maybe about 3 times a day, I go get 8 ounces of it, warm it up, and then I drink on it.
It's so important. So basically, what we're all dealing with, right? Again, just even to really veg it back off what the sister's saying. Now, y'all know as well as I know, right? There is no known cure, out there right now for this particular strain of the coronavirus, right? That's non-negotiable, right? There are some pseudo concoction that they have already in the house that they're trying, right? One of them offers being a hydroxychloroquine, right? Which we know about that, which is a malaria drug. Right?
And I take hydroxychloroquine is also rheumatoid arthritis drug. I've been taking it. I've been taking that since. Yeah, I've been taking it since 2006.
Right, and so you got that, and then they got some antibodies they're trying to mix together as a makeshift concoction to somewhat, stem the curve of this coronavirus in terms of it's ravaging people, obviously, their circular system, right? Obviously, the lungs, the breathing, respiratory, all that stuff. Also, obviously affects, some of the other stuff in the body in terms of oxygen, obviously as a whole in terms of blood platelets. It's a lot that comes along with it beyond the fact that, okay, we know this, it destroys the lungs, right? Or gets in your lungs and causes havoc. But from an overall health perspective, that's where I'm going, right? In essence to that, there are things that you can do as if you had the regular flu or the common cold that you normally would do in terms of your self-medication, be it over the counter, under the counter, from the house, that you normally do in your typical regimen. Make sure you keep your antibodies values up, right? Your immune system up, right? So typically we know vitamin C, right? We was again taught that from from basic adolescent stage to a degree, how important vitamin C is in a moment like this, right? Because what does vitamin C actually does for the body?
Yeah.
All right. It's very vital for a lot of people don't even know it now for your blood, right? When I say what I mean by that, because it removes a lot of the unnecessary plaque in the blood, it opens up the blood vessels and capillaries, right? So you can have adequate oxygen, moving through your body, right? Which obviously affects your breathing and all this stuff, your heart, this, that, and the third. And again, it removes a lot of somewhat, impurities as well in its own right? We know it's antibacterial to a lot of ways, antimicrobial, and has its own little values in that. I mean, we can get all scientific again, I just played one on the weekend, but this ain't nothing new, right? It ain't nothing new, right? And so, again, we're having to kind of do a lot of makeshift things, but these are things that you just typically would do anyway if you just left your own devices in nature. That's why, it would be beyond me for anybody, or even on the health professional side of the house, or if you, again, naturopathic, homeopathic, or just, hey, this is what I grew up on because grandma was doing it. There's
Right.
no wrong way to protect yourself right now, because you need a lot of
Yeah.
these things, right? We all know medicine stems from off what? Plant derivatives,
Yeah.
right? They're pseudo plant derivatives. That's basically what they are. So basically, medicine is pseudo, even though it can help you, but it still derives off of what? A plant-based, archetype, so to speak, right? Then they spice
Yeah.
it, the other stuff.
And what?
I'm sorry, go
And
ahead, sis.
Brother Afurakan, and what? I know one of my friends put me in this women investment group, and I noticed somebody posted about the stocks for ginger, turmeric, and cayenne pepper. What stock? They was posting companies for those stocks for those
Oh, for
products.
some of those products? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna talk about that too, because I had a list of
Okay.
things I've been wanting to talk about. I'm happy you brought that up though, right? Because right now, again, we're looking for things, to a degree, right? And when I say things, we're looking for stocks who have some kind of value benefit in this moment of current event, this wave of people trying to figure out what's going to be beneficial for us right now to all be stay protected from this coronavirus, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
basically behind that, then again, y'all know how we do. We search for roots, right? We always go to the root. We don't stop at the leaves. We don't stop at the stalk. We don't stop at the rose petals at the top. We go to the root, right? Because the root is where all the money's made, right? And that's
Right.
how you establish a blueprint and learning how to be a better investor, right? Don't stop at the stuff that captures your attention as a consumer. That's how they get you, right? Because they're going to hit you with a big margin, on top of that, that value that you feel like you got to have this product. So
Yeah.
let's go to the root. Let's see how they make it. Let's see, who's the supplier. Let's see, the company behind it. All that kind of, all those kind of things that are very important, right? So companies who can benefit right now because of the coronavirus, all right? Companies who can benefit right now due to the coronavirus being a worldwide phenomenon in this pandemic, right? Who's getting tossed, all this free grant money, everybody, because you got states, again, we're going to go there in terms of New York. I know y'all ready to talk about New York too, right? New York is on fire right now with this virus, right? But important, like Sister Monica was saying, what are some of these companies out there that could benefit off this, right? Self-medication products like that, maybe, ginger, and again, vitamin C capsules are obviously being bought like crazy right now. People are starting to go try to look for this, chloroquine. They don't know that there's several types of chloroquine, right? So obviously the case about the one gentleman that OD'd off of it and passed away off of it, and his wife almost died too. She was in in very intensive care because they overdosed off that chloroquine, right? And it probably wasn't even the hydroxychloroquine value, because there's different types, like I said. So there's people out there who are trying to do whatever they can to protect themselves. And again, not to just make it political, but they were like they heard Trump speak about it, and he kept rambling on about this, this chloroquine. I feel good about it. I feel good about it. Well, that's not how science works, right? That's just how this works, right? So, one of our leading foremost, virologists, or if you want to call me, he's like the head guy in terms of what we look at for epidemics and pandemics in terms of viral outbreaks in terms of the country, Dr. Fauci. He's trying to really, really keep the data ever present every time he's able to come on live and speak to the American people, right? And then you got another guy who's more concerned with, let's get the country back up and running in terms of Donald Trump. Well, I asked the question you guys right now that's listening, right? And I know some of us who are invested in the market got long-term position out there just taking a beating right now. I get it, right? You feeling a little pain right now. You're getting squeezed to the downside, especially if you've been long this market. I asked you guys, what's most important to you right now? Your health, right? Or again, the value of the stock market in terms of these corporations being able to benefit, which obviously helps your stock. What's most important to you guys, right? Actual, scientific, valuable data that can help you make good decisions, or watching Apple, gain 20% tomorrow, right? And yet that false sense of hope that everything's in the clear. You'll be back out running again by next week, out in general public, which they still having problems with that. They're telling people to, socially distance themselves. But what are people doing? A lot of people define that order, right? It's like, okay, man, you're not going to tell me I'm not going to go out there and do what I normally do, right? Because there are going to be certain sections of society who's going to push back against that, right? They're like, man, whatever. I let y'all deal with the chicken little syndrome, right? The sky's falling. I don't see it to be that serious, right? And no matter what side of the coin you're on, even in terms of even that, you still fall within the fold of the numbers game, right? Some of you guys might have been in marketing before. You know exactly what I mean when I say the numbers game, right? More equals more. If the predominantly sector of society is panicking and you're not, then who pretty much gets precedence? The numbers, the more equals more, right? The greater gang theory, right? So again, if they clean out the shelves of your grocery store or the local grocery stores in your area, and you're saying I'm not going to panic, well, you go to buy your products that you need. Guess what? There's nothing left. You see what I'm saying? So by default, you got to somewhat fall into the fold of some of these things, not everything, but some of these things, to make sure that you're still in a position where you can function. And so again, it goes back back to some of the things that we're talking about as far as these different companies, right? Who are obviously getting beat up bad because there's no really need for their product right now. People not buying them. Beyond the fact that the overall stock market coming down too, because this is something that's causing a lot of uncertainty, and the algos are flipping like crazy and selling the market off, right? But again, there are certain products out there, certain companies who again carry things like she's saying, companies that may produce a certain item. In this case, like some of these local health items that are possibly publicly traded. Because again, that's a research moment. I can't, definitively name one off the top of my head right now. But I'm pretty sure if I did, a quick little search, I could find some, and then just kind of seeing where they are. Because typically, any kind of food item, just as a point of, understanding of this professionalism, those items will fall underneath consumer staple products, right? And so people ask, well, what is a consumer staple product, right? Well, what is consumer staples? Consumer staples are, just like they said, consumer a staple product, right? Something that you consume more than often, right? Necessity-based items, right? Things that are ubiquitous to your everyday functionality, so to speak, right? And so you got to have these items no matter what, right? Wartime, shut in, martial law, you need your toothpaste, your soap to wash you behind, your hand soap, your food, right? Things like that. Consumer staples. Cleaning supplies even more so now because of this coronavirus, right? As you can see, again, that's why I got this up here, on my desk, right? Hand sanitizer. Again, this video today is sponsored by Roll Drums Homemade Hand Sanitizer. Get excited, right? Because I can guarantee if you out there looking for hand sanitizer right now, man, it's kind of like trying to find, man, look at your long lost love from high school, possibly. Good luck, right? Good luck, right? So I'm saying right now, learning how to be resourceful is, again, that's the mandate of the day. And then how can we still function and find ways to, make, some of the extra income in avenues that have us, not necessarily have to go outside the house to do it in moments like this, because there are certain assets in terms of companies who out there are starting to hire people now out of emergency purposes to help them with their fulfillment centers to get things, shipped out that they may have, because they really don't want to have people just, crowding these stores. This social distancing thing is very important now than ever. And so where we may not be taking it serious, we're seeing scenarios where people who took it lightly, well, their countries are getting decimated right now, literally decimated. And again, this ain't nothing that we can be throwing around a lot of hyperbole and conjecture. You just go follow the data, right? And the two off top, we already know before we even have to discuss. Y'all know Italy and Spain right now is taking a beating. Right, we're gonna discuss them too. Right, they're taking a beating tonight.
Did you see where Hong Kong had took really good precautions, and then they relaxed a little bit and they numbers doubled, so they started, anyone who came in the country, they started doing, they put a wristband monitor on them, made them, they supposed to quarantine for 14 days. They was like, oh no, we had this under control. They didn't have nobody die yet though, but their numbers went up. So now when you come into their country, they give you got an electronic wristband. They put you got to go quarantine for 14 days before you can acclimate in anybody. I thought that was some good measures because I seen a video with sister Kia. I don't know if you know Kia, but Kia Simmons, she posted on Facebook. She came in to the US. She came out of Kenya, came into the US today, and JFK, the airport was ghost, no signs up about corona. She said she didn't get checked, but when she went into Kenya and when she came out of Kenya, she got checked twice. But she said she came right into America, no check whatsoever.
I'm happy you brought that up because that shows the level of the uh, what's the right word for this? It shows you the magnitude, or we'll just keep it simple. It shows you the magnitude, how somewhat unprepared we really are, as opposed to how we've been set up under this false sense of hope that we can weather anything because we're so-called the greatest country, right, on the planet. We have the best healthcare, facilities on the planet. We have all these checks and balances in place right now, where in the event anything like this was to ever happen, we'll have all the strategic, governmental agencies, this, that, and third, local, state, federal, whatever, in place, right? But what we're seeing now is that we were grossly unprepared, right? And again, this goes back to leadership, and this is the part where it becomes a little sketchy for some people because they feel like you're kind of downplaying their messiah, right? Anytime people who have a vested interest in a certain president that may be in office for whatever reason, again, these people just like you and me, they go to battle just like me and you. They ain't nobody that really that degree to the degree where you can lessen yourself to big them up, right? And leadership is important in a moment like this. And so you ask yourself, under the conditions, giving fair warning, right? Because that's what she's speaking about a little bit in terms of Hong Kong, even more so South Korea, that got on top of it early. South Korea got on it early, which eliminated a lot of deaths in their country, right? Because they didn't waste, sit around pontificating about whether they had enough test kits, whether or not they had enough ventilators, whether or not they have, a lot of the PPE gowns and things of that nature, the masks, the gloves. They got on top of it. They instantly start, pulling from all around the place that they could. They weren't making it themselves. You've seen them obviously out in the general public, right? In their cities, spraying down their environments with things to kind of help retard that virus. They was very proactive. Us, what were we doing? What were we doing literally about 3 weeks ago? Ask yourself that question.
Twiddling our thumbs.
Right? Waiting to hear, this is just, again, we heard that it was a hoax. Again, shots fired. I ain't gonna even be going through all that. You ain't gonna call it. We heard that it was a hoax.
Yep.
That it's going, it's pretty much contained. We already on top of it. We have everything we need. To be able to combat this. We're prepared. We've been stockpiling. We heard all that. Again, I'm just like anybody else here. I'm not going to sit here and play this this political correct game tonight, because y'all know if we're going to talk about the thing, we're going to talk about it, because guess what? Your family members are now at risk. Your children are at risk. Your elderly are at risk. And these are moments where I don't care what political side you are, I draw the line when it comes to my family safety. Period.
I got friends who have died. I have a friend in New York, and two of his guy friends have died, and one of his cousins' boyfriends have died. So there's three. And then one of my friends posted here in Colombia, she just lost her best friend to the coronavirus. And then we have two alumni in Atlanta we lost two alumni in Atlanta to corona. And then brother Dynasty Mir, he tested for corona. Yes. So hopefully he'll be coming out on Friday. Hopefully he's still doing good.
Right. Again, and whether it's someone that y'all may know personally, or know somebody through other people that may have contracted this virus, right? Because there's different stories out there. Some people saying, they got it, they weathered it, whatever. But you got other people who, they had complications, right? There's no complete, I would say, mandate set in place in terms of, just because you're young, which that's the narrative they're saying, just because you're young, that you can't die from it, right? Chances are, now they're trying to say, well, chances are you can't perish from it, right? Which obviously you have to have a pretty robust immune system, or that degree very active, right? Because the more active you are, the more oxygen in your blood, the more, again, we talk about metabolism, things of that nature, right? It gives you a better chance to be able to deal with it, right? And come out on the other end, right? For anybody who have pre-existing condition, well, those who are most vulnerable, right? But we found out of late, especially within the last even 24 hours, because this news is always updating, that there are younger people who are starting to die from it now. All right, now whether or not they had pre-existing conditions or not, we'll figure that out and find it out. Obviously, as more data comes out, when they're trying to figure out, all that kind of intricate stuff. But people are starting to perish from it now, who are younger. I think they had the youngest person that perished away, I think, in Spain. I think it was under 18. That just came out, right? So,
wasn't that baby though in Alabama?
See, now that's new. I didn't got there.
Yeah, baby was 7 months old.
Also, okay, so there you go. Run it. Do you have the? Do you have any data on? You just got you heard.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll pull it up.
Yeah. So again, these things are again very relevant to the degree where, again, whether you find it to be something serious or not, it don't hurt you none to be a little bit more proactive in protecting yourself, right? And as protecting yourself only requires you to feel like you're just going to stay in your home and let everybody else panic, that's fine. Or if you're the type of person like, I'm still going to go out there and do what I want to do, right? Right? And, live the life I want, based upon, I feel like this is all, a lot of smoke and mirrors, then again,
she didn't die yet. She didn't die yet. They just have her isolated right now in Alabama.
Okay.
I'll post it.
Yeah, very important, right? So again, that's another conversation too, just kind of sidebar. I know we're gonna be kind of all over the place tonight, but these conversations require just that. That's why it's an open discussion, right? We're gonna talk about it for those who want to talk about it, obviously. But again, in that aspect of the level of the spread of the virus, who can contract it, what are we really doing to try to stem the viral aspect of it becoming more of a bigger issue, right? Because everybody's trying to get to that point where they feel like we've at the curve of it, right? The steepening aspect of it, kind of like when you invest in the stock market, right? When we talk about peak to trough, right? We're trying to find that peak value where the numbers are, kind of pretty much already set in place in terms of the major places that's going to get it, that we get through those aspects first, and then we put more, a damper, a tightening value to this whole coronavirus being a big issue. But also, what I've also heard in terms of the news, obviously, and also some aspects of the health officials, that this is one of those scenarios where you can get it again. Now, chances are,
yes. Did you hear that phase 2?
Say again.
Did you hear that phase 2? Is that what you're talking about when they talk about that it's gonna come around again?
Well, I mean, it will easily spread again. And so, in terms of the antibodies that your body obviously produces to fight this inside, under your own natural immunity, right? Because that's basically what's happening. A lot of people, natural immunity is what's fighting it. That's why a lot of people are looking at the science saying, you know what, it's no big a deal, right? It's not that big of a deal. My natural immunity can adapt to the virus, which typically your body can, because it's built to deal with a lot of viruses, whether you accept that or you don't, whether you want to get a vaccine or you don't, as an inhibitor or to get the virus to fight it. Chances are, naturally, if you are healthy and you eat pretty healthy, right, and you kept contracted, and say, for instance, your body starts to build the antibodies to obviously quarantine itself from this virus again, to the degree it won't necessarily, wreak havoc in your body, where depends on, how well protected you are from other people who are just now starting to catch it, where it may be a little bit more, stronger on them. You can turn around and contract it again. There are cases in China where people caught it, twice, which is odd because you need a little bit more time, obviously, in between getting it. From what I've been hearing, they're saying like 20, 30 days, whatever, to build up the level of immunity where, again, now it becomes, less of a threat that you may, contract it. Again, if you do, it'll be very small, aspect of a contagion, so to speak, right? Your body instantly starts going to fight mode, right? So that's what's important, right?
Look,
That's go ahead, sis.
Did you see these fools in Kentucky through a coronavirus party?
Well, that's been happening around the nation too, right? That's what the officials in terms of state government agencies and the federal is upset about right now, right? Because it's like, the young people are defying, these kind of shut-in, rules right now. And so they're having coronavirus parties all around them. And not just young people, but some people that's well into their 20s and 30s.
Wow.
You're not talking about, again, when you think, the toughest thing on the block when you're 17 to 18, like the world, pretty much, can't touch you. We talking about people who should have a little bit more, a little bit more responsible values in terms of how they go about life. They're the ones out there as well, because again, they show pictures of people, I think, in Venice Beach, and people will walk around like it was average everyday scenario. I see old people, young people. Some of them had masks on, some of them didn't, and they just walking around like it ain't nothing. I mean, crowded. Like, okay, whatever. So again, it's weird. Because we're dealing with this, in our lifetime, right? Who knows? The next time we'll have a pandemic. But at this level, good thing it ain't like the severity of. And I'm just saying it because I don't know. Again, I'm not a virologist, but just studying, through my own homemade values, certain passages in that had wreaked havoc on this, on society, be it here or anywhere globally. Going back again, 1918, the Spanish flu, which is one that everybody keeps running back to, that it wreaked havoc on a lot of people. Because I think the Spanish flu killed like 6 million people worldwide.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people, right? That's a lot of people. And now, again, you can go back and look at that stat. You say, well, what was the timeline, right? How long did it take, to, again, lay that kind of devastation track record? And then say, well, okay, here we are with this virus that obviously is going to be here to stay. It ain't going anywhere now because number one, we have no vaccine. So it's going to continuously to replicate, not necessarily mutate, which it can, but when I say replicate, meaning it's going to continue to keep its potency value, long as there are people who are, again, for hire hosts, all right, for lack of better terminology, right? People corralling together, again, coughing on each other, sneezing on each other, not washing their hands. Because y'all know this is a big wake-up call for a lot of people who were, again, for lack of better terminology, they were just nasty when it came to hygiene. These are the people that this virus really, really is happy to see, right? Because these people already live in that kind of, it's not that serious lifestyle, right? I don't need to wash my hands when I come out the bathroom. I can cough in my hand, be all in your face, talking and whatever. Those kind of people. Y'all know there's people out there like that. Let's keep it 100, right? Yeah, and I'm somewhat of a germaphobe to a degree. I'm always going the other way. I take the stairs if I have to over the elevator. When I see sickness, that's just natural. Before the virus, I'm already like that. I've always had hand sanitizer, especially I like to fish as a hobby. So I always keep hand sanitizer, in my little tackle box area and in the car, right? So these things were just natural with me anyway. And so I'm really like, man, I don't even want to deal with the public right now. I ain't got time for it, right? Not today, right? Like we're like, not today, coronavirus, because I know it's out there, and I know people who are downplaying it, so to speak. They're still, going through their natural habits in terms of how they just live in general and doing some of those same things, and not necessarily that precautionary where they can't even stop, involuntary motions from happening. Again, coughing it right into their hand, not into their elbow or their sleeve, or just coughing and sneezing right in the general public without even trying to catch it, and it's just spraying all over the place. Whatever, so we got to be cautious. Again, you got to protect yourself more so than, trying to convince other people that it's okay to be around them to make them feel comfortable, because that's not the case. I already got, masks, N95 masks, got more, coming to my household coming this Friday. Not playing no game. Again, y'all still on my little desk here. Got the homemade hand sanitizer. I'm not going to wait on Pharrell. Pharrell ain't going to make, $1 million off me by way of some old, middleman markup. They just not going to do it. You can make your own. It ain't hard, right? And again, other things, right? So when I'm going out in public, you best believe I got my mask on right? In some cases, gloves too. And if you look at me crazy, I'm gonna look back at you even more stupid, right? You go do you, right? Because I'm gonna do me, right? And if I can prevent it much as I possibly can from bringing it up into my house, that's what it's all about, right? Because again, we are just starting to get into the influx of people that's going to end up contracting it. We just getting started. There's people acting like this. We already kind of on the back end of this. That's what's funny to me. They acting like we're on the back end of this viral outbreak. We just getting started. Look at the numbers in New York. New York is like every 2-3 days they're already saying they're going to be a double catch rate, meaning the numbers of people that's catching it, it's going to start doubling or 2xing per deep. They keep going obviously doing the test because obviously we're very behind on the test, right? We're very behind when it comes to testing people. Although we were kind of already set in motion that mentally that we had everything we needed for our test kits and all that. We got that news about 3 weeks ago? Wasn't it about 3 weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago that we already had our test kits we need, right? Per Trump, per President, Vice President Pence, per Larry Kudlow, per, those people. It's like we got plenty of kits. We got stockpiles. Showed up, hit Washington, hit California opposite, hit New York. We know New York was going to be one of the places where if it hit New York, it's going to ram shop. People start like, okay, where them kits at? We didn't, whoa, hold up, but all the bragging points is that this is the best country on the planet. We are the best everything. So I'm just saying, this is why it's important to separate, right? Separate, right? Politics from personal responsibility, right? You don't need a government agency to tell you how to perform. You need to be autodidactic anyway, self-educated, self-taught. Nothing you ought to do your own research, your own due diligence to figure out what you need to do in moments like this, right? Get ahead of the game, right? If you are a person who follows the CDC religiously or the World Health Organization or any other, the National Institute of Health, right down here again in my little neck of the woods in terms of DC area, right? Then, okay, go to the source. Stop waiting on, somebody that's not even scientifically inclined to try to brief you on something that, obviously goes against their best interest in terms of them trying to balance, everything. Some things just not necessarily more important than others. And so I say to this, again, your health is non-negotiable. Let me repeat that. Whether you take this serious or not, your health is non-negotiable. Second to that, again, because when I say your health, meaning also your family, your friends, all that too. Second to that is your finances, right? Because without resources, you can't even fight in a moment like this. You subject to the wolves. When I say the wolves, meaning if you contract this virus and your family ain't in a position to take care of itself, with you not being in the house, or you might be the only breadwinner, you might be a single parent, whatever the case, man, or you ain't got enough, items to carry them kids while you going through quarantine or sick. And hey, right now is not time to be trying to gamble on that. Right now is not time to be gambling on that. Right, and so again, we're actually testing that data point that they say that you're supposed to have at least 3 to 6 months with the income put away in the event of a real disaster. Well, we are in a real disaster, no matter the magnitude of the value of the virus, but it's enough to cause these people to shut down pretty much the country. Right. And so by default, you fall into that same, under that same umbrella. Right. So again, for us, we use what? The markets. Right. For us, we go to the capital markets. Right. We go seek out opportunities to also, if push come to shove, well, what do? Right. What do? We go look for it in the market. Right. We're gonna go search out, yield in the capital markets. That doesn't require, again, no middleman. Doesn't require you to have, again, like I said, a degree in finance, statistics, whatever, right? This is just, again, understanding consumerism, right? It's understanding supply and demand. It's understanding buy low, sell high. It's understanding, again, natural marketing and advertisement that comes through, again, word of mouth and product selection based on cyclical events, natural events that happen throughout the year when people buy certain things during certain times of the year, just in general. And then you say, well, okay, well, what's the root, right? Again, you're always looking for the root. You're looking for what? The company, right? The maker of the product, right? If not, the parent company that may own that so-called private company. That you may have thought that this company ain't publicly traded. It may be owned by a bigger parent company that is publicly traded, right? And so now you get down to the idea that, okay, well, again, if I'm going to buy these products, or I consume them more than often than average, when they do the little surveys like, do you use the product more than, how many times you use the product throughout a month and all that kind of stuff? I'm like, yeah, I buy it a lot. Okay, well, they're trying to keep statistical data in terms of how well, they can keep up with that level of demand. Make sure they keep their supply chain rocking with enough, products that they need. They're using you as as a scientific experiment in terms of where they're going to make all this money off your level of consumerism. Well, right now, companies who are being, strategic are moving into different aspects of what, product value, assessment values by making different products that are more needed right now, and they may do something different. Case in point, Tesla, right? Tesla right now is, again, making ventilators, right? Tesla making ventilators right now, right? Now, a lot of these stocks are getting beat up very bad because of the fact, again, look where we just came from, right? Right? Look where we just came from in terms of the market selling off behind this coronavirus outbreak becoming bigger than what they thought it was. They tried to downplay it. Because of that, stocks fell very heavily because of it, right? There's no other way around it, right? We kind of dragged our feet. When I say we, meaning, those who are in power, right? They dragged their feet. And, because of that, we having to deal with this, from a very, unfortunate position, right? So just looking at Tesla here, this is the weekly chart. When it was up there, that, hit that all-time high at 968, literally, during the week of February the 18th, right during the time when you start hearing a lot of talking points, again, coming out of Washington, that we got this thing pretty much contained. Stocks were just still ramping up every single day, as you can see here at Tesla. Keep in mind, we knew about this. Here was funny, because the reports are coming out now that the White House knew about this virus, right, through some of the intel personnel, right? We knew about this back in January, right? Because we're already hearing certain small cases, here and there before it became real mainstream in China. But our intel service sector already was telling, briefing the White House that, hey, we got this viral outbreak happening, it's taking over China a little bit. We might want to start preparing. Well, at that moment, everybody was focused on what? Stock market. The market could do no wrong, right? Interest rate cuts, right? Prepare for an election, right? Forget all this viral outbreak stuff. This is America. We prepared one way or the other. We got the greatest military of all time, right? All this, all that kind of stuff, those talking points, right? And so guess what the market kept doing? And I'm using Tesla as a symbol of the overall market. I can pull up the S&P 500, but you had the market just constantly still gapping up, right? Going into February, right? Which was a crazy month, right? Right? That's when obviously Tesla had to blow off top, when they hit that 968, obviously within that first week of February, right? After that, it kind of pulled back, collect itself, and then when it pushed higher, right? And then from there, again, that's when, so-called all hell broke loose. China was already being affected at that point, around about that second week in February, where it became more national, well, not national, but again, global news, but they was already dealing with it early before then. They saying the first case was somewhat mandated somewhere during the month of December. It just didn't make global news at the level that we might have picked up because our media outlets wasn't covering it. Well, some of those other media outlets over there were probably covering it, like Beijing, Hong Kong, Singapore. They were probably covering it, right? But again, we got that kind of, ironclad mentality over here where, unless it affects us to the degree where it really affects us, we can care less. And so they got our attention because guess what? The supply chain got shut down, right? It started shutting down these companies' supply chain, Apple, right? Tesla, the Gigafactory in Shanghai, right? Micron, AMD, all these different companies that get their product, Nike, They get their products from China because y'all know we're a very debt-laden society when it comes to manufactured products and goods or products or goods. In this country, a lot of that stuff come what? From China or Asia, Taiwan, Thailand, whatever. China as a whole, Japan, Korea, all that stuff coming from over there. At least at a minimum, 60% of the products in your house, minimum 60% come from Asia. I just say Asia. So being that we're so codependent, well, again, in moments like this, right, you would hope that you have the manufacturing capacity to still take care of your own in-house business in the event you have about our bread like we have to the point where it wouldn't necessarily affect your stock market that much, because that's what people are planning for in terms of the economists, right? They need things in place to, in the event we go through such a scenario like this, well, guess what? We still got manufacturing plant. We won't need to import anything. We close our borders, literally close our borders, and still be self-sufficient. Now I ask y'all the same question. I'm gonna ask y'all this question. Are we self-sufficient as a nation? Are we self-sufficient? Right? Can we shut down our borders to everybody and still be self-sufficient as a nation? And keep in mind, we're the most decadent nation on the planet. When I say decadent, y'all already know what I mean.
I don't think so.
Right? So the most definitely feel like we're definitely not. Anybody else over Chris, overall, do y'all think we're a self-sufficient nation? Right? And I'm asking.
I don't think so.
You don't think so as well? All right. And so for me, all right, brother T Evans in the back chat. All right. See, he's like, heck no, right? You're going in on the back chat. I'm just seeing it. Right? He said, heck no. All right. Well, if we're not a self-sufficient society, right? Brother Hush said, no, we're not, right? Well, what does that say about our ability or our infrastructure to be able to, again, weather something like this that comes out of the blue in terms of a pandemic? There we go. People saying nope, brother. Oh, Brandon saying nope. What does that say as far as us in terms of walking around with these talking points that we're the greatest nation on the planet? And, we don't need anybody. So again, you definitely hear that coming out of the White House. But again, whether you're a pro-Trump person or not, we're not going to do feelings tonight. We're going to do some grown folk talk. You the king of your castle, you the queen of your castle. Let's talk as individuals and not necessarily, people who are just caught up in the ideal of a political party. Because none of that stuff really moves into your house to take care of you at the point where you need it most. Because I guarantee people who are suffering right now that need that stimulus check, and we're going to talk about that too. They got any assistance right now? Do they have any assistance, even emergency assistance right now? Like FEMA, like with Katrina, at least when FEMA actually got on the ground, okay, you can go to a physical place and get something, right?
Right.
In this moment, you got to wait. You got to play hurry up and wait game, right? You got to do what we do in the military. You call hurry up and wait. Right? Hurry up and wait to go nowhere.
4 hours on the dock.
4 hours on the dock doing that, twiddling thumbs, doing, constantly checking the same stuff you check 1,000 times.
Clean your weapon. Clean your
right.
weapon.
Clean your weapons. You can't grease it anymore. You have to, go through this whole, be overly prepared, and just to sit around and kind of do nothing, right? And people get paid for that, right? A lot of money being, spent just for that moment. In this case, it's like, okay, well, the talking point is that the American people are very resilient. They're strong, consumer. Right? Main Street. Well, anytime an economic downturn or something that hits our economy, that's an anomaly or aberration somewhat like we're dealing with in terms of this coronavirus, right? Which causes a black swan event. Just imagine in moments like this when you say, well, okay, our governmental agencies are put in place to do what? What are they put in place for?
The government entities?
Yes. In moments like this.
Yeah.
Black swans or whatever. But what are they ready emergency rate? What are they put in place for?
To support and protect and revitalize.
Right, and make the suffering less, less
painful.
Painful, good word, than it needs to be. Right? So, again, not making it political, but we're going to talk about it as adults. Do y'all feel like this, at a point now that this scenario that we're dealing with is being run or ran in a way where you can feel comfortable about it.
Mm. It's a little
Absolutely not.
shaky. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Well, since I'm a pre-med major and I work
Good
under
point.
a
I
doctor.
forgot that. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I don't mean to cut the bill, but go in on that. I mean, because I know right now you guys are, again, some of the universities are shut down. Obviously, you being a pre-med student, you already kind of understand. I'm pretty sure your professor might have briefed you guys, or the provost, whoever, the deans, whoever came out, kind of gave you guys some kind of block of instruction,
Yeah.
considering in school what to do, especially you guys. Again, whatever aspect of medicine you're dealing with, but go in on that a little bit if you mind. Unpack a little bit what you're experiencing.
Yeah, so I'll just give you like my brief knowledge about the situation. Basically everything you've been saying, I completely agree with as far as like the response time and what we need to be doing and how like at the end of the day we should really be focusing on like everyone's health rather than the economy, even though I understand that's an essential part of people's lives. It's like at the end of the day, what's the point of a financial life if you don't even have a life? So I mean, I fully agree with all those things, but as far as what I know, like, so as you said, my school's canceled. Um, we're all supposed to go home. And for me, I do research in the hospital, but because of that, no students are allowed at the hospital anymore. They sent all the medical students home for like all the first and second years aren't allowed to go to the hospital anymore because they're running out of PPE for the doctors and stuff like that. So they're sending them home. We actually had a meeting with the doctor yesterday. She said that like that whole situation that they're talking about, like with the lack of PPE and everything like that, is completely true. It's not like a lie. We are really behind on testing. Like each school or like university is like trying to make their own test just to like help out with the amount of testing that is going on. And then yeah, that's it for the most part. Like we're not allowed to go to the hospital at all. The only the doctors are. It's like changed the whole stigma of the hospital setting. Like they don't have enough N95 masks, so like they're wearing surgical masks to try to limit the oh, another thing is that like it's a droplet virus, but what happens is in the hospital when they intubate the patient, aerosol like their breath basically, but it's different with the ventilators and stuff like that. But when it goes out into the air, that's the reason why it can become very extra dangerous in the hospital setting. So that's
Mm.
why like, they really need the N95 mask because for like the day-to-day interactions, it's not really an airborne disease, but in like a hospital setting when they're doing the ventilator things and that stuff can like be expunged into the air, that's what puts the health providers at risk. Oh, and then one last thing that she said was that she's been like not her specifically, but all the doctors in America have been like talking to like the doctors in China and Italy and stuff. And like the doctors in Italy, it's just gotten to such a bad point, as we basically know. But it's gone to a point where they have to like choose who's gonna live and who's gonna die, like and who's gonna get
Right.
certain ventilators and shit like that. So it's it's
Are they
as it's pretty bad.
are they gonna since some of the doctors are getting sick and things like that, are they gonna ask any of you all to maybe come in and help out?
See,
Has that been
that's
talked?
actually something that they so I'm an undergrad, so I don't even have like the credibility to go into the like I'm not in med school yet, but someone asked if they would bring in med students to go help with this scenario. I don't think that's going to happen because the doctor specifically said that there's such a lack of PPE that they would rather have just the professionals there and using the equipment and stuff that they actually have to protect them rather than bringing in like people who could also get sick and then cause more problems. But I think in like other countries they actually are potentially doing that, like in Italy and stuff like that. I've heard that. I'm not 100% sure, but when someone asked the doctor that I know, they said that they're probably not going to do that here.
Which is very interesting. Again, being able to really unpack the whole issue that's happening right now in Italy, right? That being, well, basically what they're saying now, that since Wuhan, China is not the epicenter, right? Because they've pretty much gotten there, gone through their peak aspect of the virus, and obviously now it has, shifted, to other aspects of the world. All right, and so obviously before we got to a point where we began to really test people to see who had the virus. Keep in mind, this is almost like just to be honest, about a month and a week, we were already aware that it was either in the country already, or to a degree where we knew it was going to hit. And that's just being generous in terms of a month and a week, because I know it's more beyond even that. It was before that too. But at that point, being we had no apparatus to set up to test, people already had contracted it, right? Because you go back to the first death that we had in Washington, that's a clear case sign in terms of if the incubation period is 13 to 14 days, how that person had it, whoever had been in contact with trace contact, obviously, Dr. Fudge speaking about people who might have been in those inner circles with that person that may have also contracted the virus or brought the virus on, into them, into their environment, right? And you think about that. So you basically talking about 2 weeks, right? Somewhere around 2 weeks. Right? On top of, again, the idea that we already had intel that, the virus was already, virus was going to outbreak. We have this issue that's happening based in China, and being able to get ahead of it early, right? And so, again, you take Italy. Italy was very slow in the beginning to make moves to protect their citizenship, right? Their citizens. Because again, we know that particular person, Rome, we know about the park and all this stuff, all these ruins, they were still concerned about what? Their economy, right? Some people may push back against that, but the reality is that they stay open for business. And what does, Italy have in terms of their populace? That's, very detrimental to their overall, economy. They have a very elderly population, right? Y'all know people. I'm moved to Italy, right? Live in Tuscany, and old age. Again, a lot of people there are they have a bigger elderly population there. So a virus like this, again, for lack of better terminology, it will keep in mind that virus is like, oh, this is like like hitting the lottery. If it ever had a mandate to do damage and destruction, it had the perfect environment in terms of Italy. And number one, again, they didn't have the health capacity to be able to deal with, like he's saying. I'm sure y'all seen some of the news reels where they had people. It's so bad over there now, like he's saying, beyond the fact that they're trying to figure out, who to give a ventilator to, as opposed who's not. There's some elderly patients who are deferring from getting the ventilator in his hand, giving it to younger people, and it's again going on and perishing. It's that bad where people have to make those kind of decisions. The kind of stuff you see in the movies, like, man, this ain't real. This can't be happening in 2020. They got pictures of people where they had people who were triaged and already received beds who were outside of the public hospital, along the side of the awning of the hospital. Like rows and rows of beds with people outside because there's no room for them on the inside. Like, so, again, I should have been prepared to have all those things up where I can show you. You can pull them up yourself. I might search for someone while I'm on. But those pictures were like, man, breathtaking. Like, this is 2020, right? And these are so-called first world countries, right? Spain, right? Big places that have big, tourist, basically big tourist destination spots, where you think the money they're pulling in from that, then whatever natural, commerce. Slow walk this thing a little bit in terms of where everybody was from an economic perspective in terms of their national growth GDP, right? In these own little countries. One thing we know for sure that before coming into the coronavirus, what were we still dealing with? The trade deal. China had pretty much put a chokehold on the entire globe, obviously backed by, Trump and the President Xi over there fighting behind the trade deal, which obviously put a real big damper on everybody's ability to get goods and services into their particular company. Because guess what? Whether you like it or you don't, China is the breadbasket of manufacturing on the entire planet right now. They are a world superpower in the aspect that they got a lot of the things that you need. They got raw materials, iron ore, palladium, oil. They running things. They got manufactured products that people get, textiles, aluminum, bauxite. Again, yeah, all the other little stuff, plastics, whatever, they got all that stuff on lock. And all these major corporations, you know, who are skimming, you know, uh, fleecing up, you know, their client base and their consumers in their own particular companies who are skating away from taxation because they got offshore businesses and this, that, and the third, and they manufacturing offshore because they still using the whole, again, sweatshop mentality, right? Let's keep it 100. Y'all know Nike, sweatshop. Y'all know Apple phones, sweatshop. Let's not even play around, right? They're using cheapest labor possible, right, to get these products and goods and services back over into you guys so they can charge y'all thousands of dollars for them, right? So again, you cut off that supply chain. What are all these nations are left to do? Europe, again, Middle East, America, Canada. You know, what are they going to do? So we were already feeling the pain a little bit from the trade deal or the tariff war to a degree, where people are cutting rates left and right. Right, you know, the ECB, Mario Draghi at that time, he's been since retired since then, and now we have the new lady, what's her name, Christine Lagarde, something like that, right? She was actually the head of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, pretty much that committee. Y'all know about that whole scenario, all right? She left that post and became pretty much the top, you know, central banker, pretty much like a Federal Reserve director for European, you know, central banks. Right, so those nations were already cutting their pretty much their treasury note rates down to dang near zero. A majority of them was already at zero, and this has been like 7, 8, 10, 12 months ago for some of them. So the economy was already at, you know, at a feeble state because of the tariff and the trade war. Y'all been watching the news here and there, whether you invest in markets or you don't. You kept hearing about how Europe and Americans fight for tariffs on vehicles. They kind of going back and forth like little children, right? Tit for tat kind of stuff, trying to hurt each other. Again, we knew about. I mean, they was fighting with Mexico. They fighting with Canada. I mean, us, America, right? And again, but above all, China sitting back like, okay, we control the keys to the car though, right? Y'all fighting on seeing who's gonna get in the back seat or ride shotgun, right? But we control the keys to the car because we're the ones putting out a lot of products that y'all need. Again, you take a company like Alibaba, right? You take a company like Alibaba, right? Which is pretty much what, the Asian Amazon, right? And all the products that they supply to the Middle East, to Europe, again, you know, Russia, India, Africa, South America, Canada, even in America, people buy a lot of products, you know, wholesale for entrepreneurs from Alibaba, right? Because you get it. It's to me, you know, it's kind of like Amazon on steroids. And what people are like, what do you mean by that? Because Amazon, like, true. Well, Amazon don't do wholesale. They're just a fulfillment center to bring products and stuff together. Alibaba is a wholesale distributor where they sell into businesses that need to, you know, rack their shelves, you know, fill their shelves with to sell to other people, you know, consumerism, marketplace. You come in and buy stuff as a regular, you know, individual client, or you can come in and buy wholesale and, you know, go run your business. So they're very vital for a lot of shop. And I'm saying that because if you look at the Middle Eastern area or places of Europe, this, that, and the third, when you watch these different economies, a lot of their businesses or commerce is generated based upon as a third party seller, right? As a middleman seller, where they're buying wholesale products and goods from places like China. And then within a little marketplace, they set up pop-up like little marketplaces. Well, what do you see? You see stuff like that, cell phone cases, you know, all the little gadgets and gadgets, stuff you see at a flea market in America. I mean, that's flea market kind of stuff. That's how we look at it over in America, right? That's flea market kind of stuff, right? And you go right into the mall to these nice little, you know, founded places where you're like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. But this is how the economies are benefiting off that. And there are other places like Europe, you know, or whatever, Greece, or y'all seen the places. Again, I'm not making this up. So again, essentially, you know, this is where we are in terms of where, you know, we are in a vulnerable state more than we like to, you know, really talk about it, right? Because everybody kind of got this old bravado about them that, you know, at least we're not like an Ethiopia, right? You know, and or Brazil, or a place that's kind of really, really, not necessarily function at the way that you probably think, you know, life should be able to be living at this status. And in terms of where we are, in terms of ingenuity, technology, to get these countries up to a point where they're self-sufficient, right? Medically, technological, agriculturally, whatever the case, right? They're not pretty much just heavy in one sector of society that floats them, right? They just heavy in agriculture, and the technologist is lacking, and the engineering is lacking in terms of being able to produce infrastructure and businesses that also offer services to get their products and goods and services kind of flushed throughout the world. They need to kind of get to that point where they can also be a powerhouse on a global scale through their products and services because they offer a good or service, right, at a global level. Which obviously at this point, the companies who are and the countries who are at that forefront, these are some of the companies right now. Again, right now I'm going somewhere with this here. Walk with me for 2 seconds. These are some of the companies right now who are getting decimated by this coronavirus, exposing their business and their operations. Meaning they didn't have a nest egg put away, meaning they didn't have their free cash flow in place to balance books, things of that nature, money put away for a rainy day. Well, these are some of these main companies now are going to be the first ones with their hand out for government bailout. But they want you, meaning the taxpayer, to wait, right? They want you to wait before you get yours, before you get yours, because again, from aspect of what we're dealing with in terms of the White House, they want to be able to do what? Right? They want to be able to bail out the companies first because they are the people who employ what? You guys. Well, if everybody's sitting home right now, ain't nobody employed or doing no work, right? And they land people off, which they are. A lot of companies land people off, whatever. Some of them get furloughed, but a lot of them are getting laid off. Well, what's the good in bailing out a company who ain't got no workers? And they had bad business practices to the degree where they didn't have money put away for a rainy day. And so they're going to get a free welfare check. Again, Lehman Brothers, AIG, going back to 2008. So you guys already know what I'm talking about. All right, housing crisis. They're going to get a bailout check. And some of them already started to benefit off of it to a degree because guess what? In essence, where the Federal Reserve instantly went straight to the equity markets, trying to save the equity markets in the Treasury department, right? Dumping, buying bonds, dumping money into mortgage-backed lending loans, things of that nature. They was already protecting, basically to a degree, some of these stocks by virtue of dumping money into the market. Not all of them, but some of them, right? Because we know some stocks are sold off more than others since the coronavirus really hit globally. Case in point, Boeing, right? As you can see here, right? Boeing just caught a small bid off the $90 handle area, which we know it was peeling up against that as a level of support, around about $90 a share. Right? This is a company that was trading literally, about 440 something bucks. Around March, somewhere around there, March 2019. And then we know, again, they had the aircraft, the two plane crashes, Indonesia Lion Air, then obviously Ethiopia one happened not too far after it. But what those crashes did, unfortunately for those who lost their lives, very unfortunate, it exposed Boeing for the company that they really are and not who people thought they were. Powerhouse defensive contract-based company, they do commercial and obviously defense, business, right? Well-known name around the entire planet. A part of a duopoly, obviously meaning as a duo of two owning companies out there on the entire planet that make planes, and their competitor obviously being Airbus. There's no other companies out there on the planet that make airplanes. Ain't that something? In 2020, and all this technology that people dealing with and artificial intelligence and all this stuff, you mean tell me there's only 2 plane makers on the entire planet? Shut the front door. Right? So that's the arrogance of, again, the human aspect of how we feel like, especially for us that live in these countries like America or Europe or wherever, who are supposed to be quote unquote first world countries, where you would think, we would be far beyond the ideal of being, put in such a chokehold like that. And so Boeing becomes too big to fail because they're very vital to travel, international travel through airplanes, right? They need people to make planes, keep these planes up to service and, revamp old ones and bring in new ones. So their bad practices and negligence in terms of how the engineering department to the board of directors, to everything that people thought Boeing was good about turned out to be a lie. And they got exposed for the frauds. When I say frauds, meaning they did a lot of what they call good old boy politics, where the FAA was in bed with Boeing majorly. Department of Defense was in bed with Boeing majorly. And they knew that these companies had shoddy engineering practices. They were cutting corners. They were hiring temp workers. They were doing all this backdoor dealing to save money, to enrich shareholders. And it cost over 357 people their lives because of it. And the ex-CEO got away, again, basically with a golden parachute. Dennis Bullenberg, before the coronavirus hit. And now, obviously, the now acting CEO and Calhoun, I forgot his first name, whatever. He's now trying to salvage what's left of this company, but in the essence, where they're actually making somewhat demands to the government that if y'all don't bail us out, we're going to hurt the national average GDP value by the tune of about 1 to 2%. Meaning they got so many people on payroll that if Boeing shut down tomorrow, it'll take about a 1 to 2% GDP value off our annual fiscal growth value, which will be staggering because of the amount of money they bring in through defense contracts and a commercial division. So again, I'm saying all that to say this here. In a moment like this, where this virus hit and exposed a lot of these companies like this right here, when people are trying to find value in the markets, right? And you say to yourself, okay, well, company like Boeing, man, come on, it's a household name, it's Boeing. And, people who understand what's going on, they like, okay, and who is Boeing? They're garbage. They got exposed. That doesn't mean they don't have something that they can salvage. But at this point, they're not in the same echelon in terms of what we consider to be first in line to be bailed out in a moment like now, right? Who's more? And I asked that question, you guys. Who's most important in your mind right now during a time like this in terms of being bailed out? Do you think Boeing should receive a bailout before you get yours? Is Boeing?
American people deserve it first.
So American people deserve it first, right? Right?
I know that was pretty vague, but what I meant is like the lower class people who really need it.
Right, because you would think Boeing should have what? Billions of dollars put away for a moment like this. They still got all these this massive backlog of planes they still supposed to deliver, even though some of them getting canceled. Right?
Right.
And so you think about this where, why would they be first in line to get bailed out? Why should they be first in line to get bailed out? Right? Or do you guys need the money right now? Right? Whether you would admit to it or not, but it's still your money because basically all it is it's like a tax recompense moment that they're doing right now. They already taxing you anyway. So it's not like they really giving you, they're just giving you some of your money back.
I sure would take it.
Right.
Ain't gonna feel bad about it either. Because they gonna put money in their pockets, so why not?
Well, they already doing it.
We gonna show I know I messed up for couple of my companies because I was on that application because I knew that they were going to make that loan out of grant if you make payroll, and I only was able to put one company in, and then they done shut the darn site down, talking about they got technical difficulties. They know there are no technical difficulties, but I was smart. I copied the checklist, so now I just need to go find the forms and email them.
Smart.
You know how much money that's gonna save us? One of the companies is gonna save us if they do one payroll, it'll save us $100K. That's how much. So if they do two, of course that'd be two. And then the other companies, I think is about 50,000 or whatever. But anyways, what I was trying to tell some small businesses earlier, they got really mad at me this morning because I said, if you didn't, one of the items they're looking for, even if you're a nonprofit, because a nonprofit can file as well. They're looking for your 990, your last year 990, or your 1120 if you're a corporation or LLC. And so, I was telling them, it was like, how can I get the lawnmower? And I was like, well, they're going to look for those source documents, or they're going to look for audited financials. This is a time where you should understand that, hey, if they're going to help somebody, it's not like helping an individual. When you talk about business, they want to see that you put, that you did your due justice. And a lot of our small businesses, unfortunately, even they name independent contractors and independent contractors, sole proprietors, but you still have to show that you filed the tax. If you didn't show that you filed it, then the banks are going to play with you, because we've already been to the banks. Listen, I'd already been through all the channels. I was trying to get ahead of them because I already knew what they were doing.
Which is still good, right? Because at the point when they supposedly, quote unquote, are going to release this stimulus money that they have allocated for the SBAs, right? The SBAs, and you guys know the Small Business Association, and loans that being dispersed, to the banks to be able to give out to you guys. Per the words of Stephen Mnuchin today on today's briefing, is that they're going to make that money readily available, like instantly, dang near, for the small businesses, right? Instantly, once it obviously when they mandate it and get it through the system, right? For the American people, again, keep in mind, that's going to go to businesses like that instantly, right? For those loans and this, that, and the third, for the companies that they're going to bail out, they're going to be able to get their money almost instantly, right? It's going to come with some so-called, quote-unquote, stipulation based upon that's why the Democrats was like not so fast to kind of rush it through, because they were those slush funds. Right, that was all about. There was some slush funds already in there. Y'all know they was going to do it.
And the bonuses, you know they were trying to get it.
Were already put in there where they had the information very vague. They had no oversight committee. They did that in 2008. So people skimmed up the top, just like they did with the national emergency apparatus, like a FEMA or Red Cross. Y'all know when they donate money to these organizations, nonprofit, they skim off the top.
Yep.
They skim off the top. That money never make it to the people. They make lies about there's other logistical, change they got to go through, so they got to spend some of that money to get it through. Those are lies. They've been hustling people for the longest. That's why I don't give money to no charity. And I say it with a straight face. If I see a March of Dimes, a Red Cross, any of them people, I look at them real dirty. And I know that person out there doing their job, they may not have no clue, but I look at them. If they look at me crazy, look, bro.
You can donate to my nonprofit.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Because y'all know what I'm saying. So again, these companies are playing that same kind of role, right? And some of these major companies, some of these bigger companies, again, that want to be bailed out, like the cruise industry line, right? These are cruises.
But after Emporium.
Yes.
Ask you this, because so did they get? So are they getting the larger companies? Are they getting two opportunities? Because remember in the beginning when it first came about, that first few trillion or whatever it was, they put that into the Federal Reserves, but didn't the corporations benefit from there?
Well, it was liquidity, so it went into so-called the banks, right?
Right.
Because that's what the repo market and the repo operations are pretty much. The Federal Reserve print money. They coupon it out, right? Basically, they coupon it out to banks, certain banks that they obviously they can handle certain large swaths of liquidity. Those banks turn around and do what? Put it into the equity market.
Okay, and
then the directors, right? But some of that money, again, some of it that goes to some of these major institutions who may have holdings in some of these bigger companies that they also got clients in. Some of that money obviously leaches into their stocks too, as opposed to like an index fund, or the TLT, the TNN, things that nature, like the treasury notes, things that of that level. SP 500, SPY, y'all know they've been pumping that. But basically at this point, the Federal Reserve pretty much came out and said outright that they're going to pump money straight into assets now. When they say that, that means through this QE that we're in now, we're in QE4, quantitative easing 4. Basically, what that means, this is the homework for some of you guys still learning this stuff, and obviously want to get deep into the understanding fundamentals of government and oversight, Federal Reserve. We are in QE4 now. Quantitative easing. 4 is at the level where, and we almost at zero interest rate. We're at zero interest rate actually on the 1 and the 3 month treasury notes right now. I don't know if y'all saw that news reel today. We're already in the negative on the 1 month and the 3 month on the treasury bonds. That means debt defaulting a heck of a lot faster than they prepare for. That means we definitely in the interim we know we are in a recession, but we are in the ideal that we are in the I would say the periphery of what seems to be a very unruly recession coming down the pipeline. And I say that because once we start getting to those later bonds, like 2 years, right, the 5-year note and the 10-year note, if any of those start going to negative, that means we're really gonna be in trouble, right? The crap gonna hit the fan. We're gonna be in trouble. We're in trouble now a little bit. People aren't going to make light of it. They telling you everything to kind of make it like it's just okay, and it's to a degree is better off than what it could be. But being that we have those assets are already going into the negative value, right? That's gonna put a lot of strain on the USD dollar, right? And from there, again, which makes banks a little bit more stingy to loan money out because people are more easy to default, right? That's what they got. They got in trouble for that before because I think that was under the Dodd-Frank. That's why they put Dodd-Frank in order, right? Because again, the banks will get bailed out or get stimulus money. Guess what they did? They sat on it. They sat on it and used it for their own benefit, and they only gave it to certain people that they was what they knew, as opposed to the American people. And hence people defaulted because they couldn't go and get refi like they wanted to save their houses, and they had adjustable rate mortgages. Like they got hustled all the way around, like from top to bottom, right? But guess what? When it came time to bail out corporations, they got them checks like it ain't like with nothing, right? They got. I mean, we know a lot of companies went under, but a lot of them got saved that shouldn't have got saved. Merrill Lynch went under. AIG, some of them other ones, AIG got saved. Lehman Brothers went on. But a lot of these companies, they were still pumping money into them, which was useless money because it turned out they didn't do any good. They still went what? They still went under. So that was wasteful money. Or basically, that's what they're doing right now to a lot of the stuff, some of these stocks. Some of them need to go bankrupt. And I said it because if they're already in a position where they had the ability to capitalize on one of the biggest consumer bases, that we have in terms of America, even globally, and them not running the type of business that shows that they're very, conscious of the ideal of the ebb and flows of how economies go up and down, obviously through swings and 10 years of time, like when they say that, you already base your economy based upon 10-year decade stint. That's how new so-called sector rotation happens every 10 years, right? You have a technology boom, you have like a real estate boom, right? Then you have an AI, that's how pretty much economies are, derived around, the overall macroeconomics, right? Even when you go to school, right, college, right, there's certain aspects of program. If your program is not in use during that certain economic boom or what's most hot in that moment, you're gonna have problems trying to find a job in your sector, right? So you got to find those sectors who are very they're very pliable, pretty much in any market, right? You take obviously Raul's situation again, a pre-med student. Again, there's always a need for nurses, doctors, medical professionals, right? You're not struggling. You take a person that went into the college for Western music, like seriously, like you just wasted how much money to get a degree in Western music? Right? They can have these little silly little programs like that out there, though, right? So again, just kind of keeping up with the idea of how important economics is really, how intricate it really is. When you start really dissecting it, right? All the small little micro moments that make up the major macros that we look at. So small businesses, going back to small businesses again, they needed that money like yesterday. Some of these people are already barely making payroll week per week, right? And then they want, again, when I say they, meaning Trump want to get people back to work as soon as Easter. These companies are just starting to shutter. Most of them are starting just not starting to shutter. They're already trying to figure out, how they're gonna, keep either their employees on, furlough them, or to get rid of them, with the idea that they can come back later at some point. But when they do that, they still got to make payroll for some of the points, to get these people somewhat ethically taken care of until this stimulus money kind of move through the pipeline to take care of the actual individual American. But again, banks, ample liquidity out the gate. That money was hitting banks literally about a month ago. We got the receipts, right? We just go to the repo market. We can show you like we did the other time when it was on. I was showing you exactly the money was already going strictly to the equity markets. So they were already trying to get ahead of the particular storm or the bleeding, start the bleeding early, which they still couldn't. Right? For most stocks, it didn't stop anyway. SP still came down about 30%. Dow, obviously, y'all know the rest, right? So again, they wasted good money on what? A bad what? Proposition, so to speak. The very thing they tell us not to do as American citizens, meaning, get your affairs in order. Have 2 to 3 months, 6 months worth of income put away for what? A rainy day, right? That's what they tell us, right? It's to the degree they almost mandate it, right? But for a company like a Boeing, a Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, Norwegian Cruise Line, Carnival Cruise Line, American Airlines, Delta, United Airlines, right? And all the other companies out there, Shoe Carnival, Nike, Hibbett, right? Any company like that, some of them finna get bailed out if it's necessary, if they need it. These are luxury items to a degree. Some of them. Airline industry been down the road before to the degree when the economy crashed 2008. They already had their blueprints together in terms of what they needed to do to protect themselves. And y'all knew, like I know, that if you were traveling, especially after 9/11, when it became even more complicated and airlines got greedy, what they started doing? Charging you for additional bags. They would market up tickets all left and right. Now when you buy a ticket, it ain't like everything comes rolled up into one ticket. They had a la carte pricing. Overhead storage compartment, some of you got to pay for that. Extra baggage over a certain weight, you got to pay for that. All the other fees just start popping up. And they found a way to, again, like most companies, to gouge the American consumer, push you to that threshold and what fleece you just a little harder. And executives got what? Bigger bonuses because it reflected on their P&L. So again, ain't nothing ethically about this country in terms when it comes to economics. Don't be fooled by that bull crap. Get your money right. Stop trying to play the high road and high and mighty. If the government gonna give you anything, take it, because they owe you a lot more. Ain't no high road in none of this. And the one way we benefit from it is by what? We utilize what? The equity markets. Because guess what? There's no middleman there, right? There's nobody screening you because your race, your gender, your sexual orientation, right? Your hobbies, your whatever, your children, your criminal background, your credit score. That stuff don't matter. None of that stuff don't matter in the equity markets. And you can open a brokerage account with less than nothing. And if you ain't got a bank account, because they screening you through bank accounts and running your credit and doing all that kind of stuff, then go get your stash account, go through Green Dot, through Walmart, and guess what? You're still in the game. You still right in the game. So they can't stop you. Right? So again, we look for opportunities in areas where what? Right? So we can get around the foolery, the tomfoolery. I'm gonna use that word, the tomfoolery of what? Governmental oversight or what they call big government. Right? Because big government first mandate is to take care of who? Corporations or the American people? Go. I'm asking that question. Are they mandated to take care of? So they mandated to take care of corporations over the American people first, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So I'm gonna ask y'all this question. All right. So good to see you, Sister Camille. I just see you just pop on too. Good to see you, Sister Drummer in the building, everyone. All right. Drum roll.
Yes. Yes.
let's all right. So I'm gonna ask you this: Why would they take care of corporation over taking care of you first?
Well, because they don't think the populace is important. It's all about money. It's not about country.
I would say it's because those are the people who fund their next political campaign.
Right. So now it becomes an issue of constitutionality. Am I lying? What does the Constitution say? Right. Go back to those mandates, the federal constitutionality that puts you in the driver's seat because you are the one that's floating who? The corporation.
Exactly.
A lot of your tax dollars go into these different little lanes that you have no clue about that still benefit them indirectly. And that's beside the fact that you're going into the store or going and purchasing some of these goods and services and products anyway through these corporations. And they're getting government grants, free money to sell you products. So they're getting welfare checks left and right.
Right. Well, they done flipped it. They done flipped the whole, you know, people don't even know what the Constitution is or what laws are for them.
Right. So again, it becomes a thing where we're politically indigent. Exactly. Right? We're geopolitics indigent. We're economically indigent, right? We don't understand, again, the processes in place under this corporation called America, that it's a business above it being what? A basic, just a regular, sovereign nation. Is a business. The United States of America is a corporation. It is a conglomerate, co-opted corporation. It's pretty much it's like a main business hub with about 50 different DBAs. For some of you guys to understand what I'm talking about on the LLC side of the house, right? It's a franchise. It's the main hub, and then you got all these franchisees, right? And within that, they got the rubric, what we stand by, everything else. If you have any kind of abnormality based upon your geopolitical area, where you may have to kind of audible to fit your clientele or your people, you do that in terms of states, right? But the overall federal government is supposed to be able to parachute in and take care of everybody, right? So instantly when the coronavirus hits, it really became a big issue. In come Jerome Powell. What did he do? He do emergency 50 basis point rate cut. That instantly shores up opportunity for who? Small businesses, major businesses. If they're gonna do any loans at that moment, they being able to get them at a cheaper interest rate, right? So instantly, again, another form of being able to take advantage of the system. We talking about to the tunes of millions and billions of dollars. That's a lot of money, and you're paying basically peanuts on the dollar for as interest on that, right? Again, you got to get your business together, right? Go see Brother Garfield, get your credit right, because in moments like that, they're utilizing the system. But guess what? Who paying to that pot for them to be able to do that? That's my point. You do, the American people. The Treasury Department is tax dollars. When they print money, that money obviously out of thin air, but it still goes back in terms of the debt that is obviously passed back on to the who? Taxpayer. The national debt just up and balloon and go away. So people asking that question, who's gonna pay for all this when all this stuff said and done? I'll wait. But again, rich people, and this ain't nothing against rich people, because we all have the complexity to be able to put ourselves in a better condition. Again, granted, some of it come with more firewalling than usual, right? Because we know it's a good old boy game happening around us every single day, and people take care of their own. And I say that because corporations obviously are totally connected to who? Their local or their senator, their House representatives, state officials, and definitely the Federal Reserve, because those are the ones that are first in line with their hand out. And so here's where I find it to be ironic. Again, I like to look at things from a very microscopic perspective, right? Leave no stone unturned, no leaf not turned over to. If right now under this scenario, because we just obviously he enacted parts of the Defense Act. Now, some of you guys may not be familiar with the Defense Act, right? Some of you guys may or may not be. Anybody on here that's on the live stream familiar with the Defense Act?
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with it.
You look familiar? Anybody else familiar with the Defense Act? Anybody in the back chat that's on YouTube? Any of y'all guys are familiar with the Defense Act?
I looked through it a little.
Right, Sister Moses, you look through a little bit, right? So being that we're somewhat in the nuance of the Defense Act, they hadn't pretty much enacted it 100%, because most people are mad right now that they haven't. Obviously, Governor Cuomo of New York, he's pretty much upset. I mean, New York going through it. Let's not play around. They're going through it right now. They're catching it left and right, for lack of better terminology. But they want them to go. He wants Trump to go ahead and open up the full aspect of the Defense Act, right? A lot of American people push back like, no, don't do that, because that really takes away what? it pretty much commandeers the entire government, where they can obviously at that point take your business, commandeer it under federal law, ain't nothing you can do, and then force your company to do what? Produce products and services to kind of help any kind of natural disaster or war-like scenario, right? So obviously we know about New York. Obviously being up there in New York, Sister Camille, I think, again, stay safe. I can't stress that enough. I'm pretty sure you already know that enough, but
I'm in the house.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
I ain't left since I've been home for tour.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Jokers ain't playing no games. So New York is in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They get ready to take down the basketball courts, because take down the hoops off the rims, because there's certain parks people just won't stay out of.
Right, and put locks on gates. Yeah, I'm definitely on top of that. Right, and I ain't even in New York, but that's why I'm not say I'm living there. I'm staying up on all the news. I want to make sure I'm prepared, and I want to make sure the people I know that's in those states are well protected and prepared to, and looked after to, obviously, like yourself and many others, right? And at least stay abreast of it, because there's so much going on. People don't even have time to really digest all these news reels, right? They're too busy trying to survive right now, or they're planning on how they're gonna survive, all right? And it's to what what they're dealing with, right? So again, there's a shortage of ventilators. There's a shortage again PPEs and the masks and the gloves and all that stuff in New York right now. Again, a city like New York, guys. New York, big city dream, right? What's the song that Jay-Z got out by New York? And him and Alicia Keys.
Empire State of Mind.
Empire State. Y'all probably know them. All these different songs where people always New York is like the creme de la creme, right? Well, that's what they say, right?
Help them out, Sister Camille.
Come on with it. Going on, baby pot on how. Come on with it.
No. New York ain't the creme of the creme. It ain't the place it used to be. That's for sure. And I grew up here, so I know.
Financial district of the world, literally right down there in Wall Street.
Exactly. Well, they just waited till it got to a point where they had to do something. That's all. That's why it's all I mean, you got 18 million people here. So, I mean, come on. If you have some type of virus like that's contagious, man, come on. It's going to be like, I mean, people on top of each other, the subway, just the subway and the bus.
Densest population on the planet.
Ooh. I was like, wow.
For a metropolitan, right. And we're talking about a first world country who has the equivalency of, again, we just put this in the context of the nation states, right? Obviously, America. Some of the richest states we have, obviously, in America. We know that without doubt. You instantly go start naming people like California, New York, Chicago. You're gonna name off the real name right off the top. You don't even think twice about it, right? So with that, you say, okay, well, these companies are very founded because obviously dealing with a lot of capital, right? They have a lot of money turnover, right? Product, services, whatever the case, tourism, whatever. They have a bigger budget fiscally than a small state like Alabama, right? It's no comparison. Right, because it takes a lot to run a city like that, right? To get it up and running, to get New York up and running, which they obviously never sleep for that reason. That shows you why they can't shut it down 100% completely, because it needs to stay open 24/7.
Right.
You shut down any aspect of that or put it on hold, that throws a monkey wrench into that cog. Like you talking about when you watch a cartoon when Joker throw a monkey wrench up and the spring get it popping out and cars get it flying all over the place. That's basically what's happening right now in New York.
Exactly.
And places like California, right? LA and these other places, right? Soon to be Atlanta and other places like that. So you say to yourself, also within that same context, they are more heavily prepared for moments like this. That's why they have more first responders, more police department, more federal agencies in place there, government, local, all the way down to be able to handle scenarios, especially come off of 9/11, right? Which obviously tested New York at a point where it really had to buckle down, right? In terms of that event, and then after that, putting in place fail-safe mechanisms, to protect themselves in the event it ever happens again, right? So emergency funds, stockpiling stuff, because again, people didn't even know states had these kind of levels of stockpiles of certain things like this, right? Until this virus hit. Just like, know the importance of a N95 mask in a moment like this?
Right.
No one did that, understood it. I'm prior military to a degree. I already kind of was on, hey, I understand, right? Certain stuff from my training, but the average American has no clue.
Right.
And or to the degree we don't take it serious enough to have stuff put away from them like this. So we laugh at people that had bug out kits. We laugh at people that had survival kits in place. We laugh at people and say, man, that's more country, man. You stupid, man. Nobody care about all that. I don't need all that. I'm straight, bro, because I can go down to the local bodega and get what I need. You know what I'm saying?
They put too much trust in this freaking government.
That's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going.
If you know history,
boom.
You know what it's capable of.
Boom. So you prepare to be unprepared. You prepare to be unprepared. Meaning you go out your way to be unprepared because you got this level of what? Ignorance to a degree. For lack of better terminology, this false sense of security, right? And then people say you got job security. I remember people make that comment. Oh, I got job security, right? Right? That used to be the thing back in the day, right? Job security. I got job security, dude, bro. I got job security. And then you guess what? You get laid off. A week later, find out that your job ain't so secure. And so again, it breeds a false sense of what? Safety and security. Yeah. When you need to be also saying, okay, again, we not in some kind of, dire straight, but at least I can be a little bit more conscious about how I put forth, my resources to take care of me in a moment like this, right? I know I'm preaching talking to the choir because a lot of us are invested in the markets now, or we're doing certain things to kind of, up the ante on being able to take care of ourselves in moments like this, right? Or being prepared to a degree. But a case like, again, whether you take this stuff serious or you don't, you're going to fall underneath, again, that numbers game. Where the majority of the people who are panicking going to override your ability not to panic. Let me repeat that. The people that are panicking are going to override your ability not to panic to the degree where they're going to make your life harder by clearing the shelves out, by buying up all the masks, and this, that, third. Now, whether you want to buy a mask or not because you feel like you're invincible, right? I don't catch no virus, right? I don't believe in that's a hoax and all this, then okay. Then you're going to be the person out there, trying to have a pickup game of basketball, right? In New York, in Halt at the Rucker, right? You're going to be still going to the Rucker thing.
Exactly. Right? I'm like, woo, don't come nowhere near me.
Right. You're going to get more than your ankles broke on somebody trying to trying to shake you. Now you're going to catch that virus on the way to the ground, right? So, again, which puts you at a what? At a very, at a pretty much at a deficit, because again, especially if you are the breadwinner in the home, and if you go down and have to go to the hospital, and you leave your loved ones behind, who gonna fill in that slot that's waited for you to be in that position? See, people ain't thinking like that. No matter the fact it's not so much the fact that you can whoop this virus and you health and this, that, and the third, right? But again, all I'm saying is we have to think it all the way through. We have to think it all the way through. Say again, sis?
I said you went home and killed your grandmother.
Basically, because that's what's happening. Well, hey, the way it's looking like. And here's what's interesting, right? Even on that piece, because we know what happened down in Florida about a week ago, right? All them kids with the spring break, regardless, right?
Yep.
They had coronavirus parties at the beach. They had coronavirus parties in their houses, at Airbnbs, or if they can get an Airbnb or wherever they commandeered some areas. They had coronavirus parties. All these invincible youth, right?
They the ones with it.
Right, and we know that some of them ended up getting contracted by that virus, and that's only the ones that got tested. Now imagine all the people that didn't get tested.
True.
Because guess what? There's no what? There's no test. There's no test kit. What them test kits at? Run them test kits. Right? We already beat that topic down last time we was on. Where them test kits at? So you mean to tell me as of today, and we've been in this thing, especially on this self-quarantine, now going on about 3 or 4 days, five days, something like that, not longer, right? And you still can't even get tested. And they saying we only got, as of today, I think per Mike Pence, I think you can go probably look up on what government site is where it tells you how many people got tested. I think we got what about goodness, I want to say about 90,000. Is it 900,000 or 90,000 tests already performed as of now in a nation of 350 million people. But again, this is the richest country on the planet. This is the best healthcare system on the planet. This is the best. This is the best. That is the most. And so again, all I'm saying, it breeds a false sense of security, right? And so again, under law, you're supposed to be able to get tested without having to pay for it, right? So again, a lot of that stuff is still in the place. So instantly, when they did that first briefing, they said, "Guess we're gonna what? Use Walmart's, Target's, CVS, Walgreens, drive-through, get tested, move on about your day." I'm gonna ask y'all again. I asked y'all that about a week ago, right? How many of y'all in y'all areas of neck of the woods around this country seen them pop-up tents where you can go get tested right now? Go. Anybody?
Nope.
Anybody?
They're not in the city, but they are up in like Westchester.
Well, we know New York, they had to do it out of necessity. They ain't got no choice. They started in Rochelle, right? And
Right.
they had to up there because it spread like wildfire, right? And we talking about the metropolitan. So we already know what y'all going through, unfortunately. But anybody else that's not in New York, have y'all seen the pop-up drive-through testing sites anywhere around the country? Connecticut, Atlanta, Miami, wherever you are, Texas, anybody, Virginia, Maryland, have y'all seen them test kits? Meaning the drive-up testing sites.
I'm from California and I haven't seen any.
All right. Case point. Okay, you in Cali. Cali, another place that's obviously, the numbers are still, coming in, and that's basically because they just starting to really test the people. When before they downplayed it to the degree where people said, well, they acting like it ain't that serious. They used to be getting tested and they coughing and sneezing at the same time with a low grade fever. And then they say, they chalk it up to the idea that, well, it's just a regular common cold and flu I might be catching. It ain't that coronavirus, right? That's when that part of it where you start to be in denial. Like, I can't get the coronavirus. This is me. I don't be around. That's when it becomes simple ignorance. I ain't been around no Asian people, right? That's when it becomes simple ignorance. Now you're just being ignorant. As if you can only get it from an Asian person. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hear these talking points? I ain't making this stuff up. Because I mean, even they push it back now with this whole defamation scenario now, right? That y'all call it the kung fu virus. Asians are being discriminated now, and people are fighting it. It's coming out. They said people starting to fight Asians, and in California, right there where you at, Road, you probably seen stuff on news where they attacking some of these Asian people, and some of the people that's attacking them, what they've been finding out are some of these little Trump fans, these MAGA people. Man, go back to Asia with that, man. Get out there with that. It could be anybody, ain't just them, but y'all know how people are in America, man. We some, whatever. We could be some, So, hey, we're here. So, in relation to, again, equity markets, right? In relation to equity markets, what matters most to us is, number one, well, in essence to our families, is being able to be taken care of in a moment like this, right? Because you pay your taxes. And if you don't pay your tax in your turn, you're in the gig economy and you exempt, because the gig economy, guess what? They make up the cog of the wheels that keep this economy rolling too. They just as much as important. Right?
Absolutely.
Barbers, people who cut grass, people who, all these little gig economy type little jobs that are very vital too. Right? So again, you can't, single them out, just because, again, you're trying to play these little political games. So that's basically what you're getting now with the idea of the stimulus bill that, again, the White House is touting as, again, the greatest, so to speak, the greatest package ever to the American people. The greatest handout, basically, the greatest welfare check ever to the American people. Just to put it in context, right? But they're not necessarily letting you, really saying that, okay, well, it's your money anyway, right? It's your, right, you know what I'm saying? It's your money anyway. So again, it's like a taxation recompense, right? They're giving you back that tax money for that value but they want you to feel like they're doing you a favor. And corporations come on and actually speak from a place of arrogance where they're telling you outright, meaning the government, that y'all got to save us. Come on, this is us. We're employing people. And where was you at a year from now? What was you doing a year from now when you was buying back all these shares of stock and not necessarily putting money into R&D and also putting money away? You know, in the moment we was going through terms of the economic downturn of the terror, where you should have been being more strategic and not necessarily worrying about share price flying up and buying up shares and giving bonuses when you should have been putting your money away.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't understand how the airline could possibly need money as far as them having built everybody since 9/11, added all these extra charges.
Gouging.
Yeah. How do you not have any money?
Right.
What are you crying about? Like 2-3 weeks and you don't have any money? I got billions.
They're crying because they are spoiled brats. Rich keep getting richer, and the middle class is almost diminished to thin air to where it's going to be what? Rich and poor. No middle grounds when you're dealing with greed. No ethics when you're dealing with greed. No morality when you're dealing with greed. No values when you're dealing with greed.
Yep.
People are so confused that they will, again, I'm always saying that they will vote against their own interests. They will vote against their own interests just to prove a point that there is no point. Basically, you shoot yourself in the foot. That's that kind of scenario where these people that saying you shoot yourself in the foot because you just keep talking, they ain't listening, you ain't learning that, you just keep making the same mistake over and over and again, expecting a different result. Now you in the level of insanity. Well, that's what people are doing. And it's funny, right? Because if y'all can see my screen here, this is funny why I brought this article up. This is this was a dagger today on the markets at the end of the day. Last 30 minutes of trading, this article kind of hit. And then after that, the market just began to just go out, go haywire. Right? And so you say to yourself, okay, well, everybody needs the stimulant pill right now. What's the holdup? This is the exact moment how the government, in terms of, I'm saying the government even gets over on American people because they do want to bail out corporations above bailing out you. They want to do the service of the lobbyists or the people who buy into their campaigns and their candidacies, especially in the election cycle, above all, because they know them $1 billion going to come right back through what? The value of the lobbyists.
Yeah.
Bail them out, keep a little bit for yourself, throw a little bit to your dividend, buy some shares back, and then funnel some of that money back to what? To us. Because we sign off on you getting the stimulus bill. Whoever in your little certain district, whatever the case like that. Again, this ain't nothing new. This ain't rocket science. This ain't conspiracy. This is how government works.
Yeah.
This is how they work. And you're like, man, they cut my benefits again. They cutting my benefits, man. They taxing me a little hard now, man. Look at my check, man. What's this check? This little mess here come from? Bruh, sis, everybody, what are we? How are we confused to think that this is the only, this is what's happening. This is how this stuff works. Right?
Well, people don't understand politics. They don't understand how it works. They just whatever they're fed on the TV is when they take it at face value without no type of due diligence, no historical understanding.
But people are afraid of opportunities
they think those people are actually in their corner.
But they're afraid of opportunity to find other ways to procure income outside of being able to be told what to do through a Mr. Charlie. You can't have it both ways. You can't complain that the system is ratchet, and the system obviously now reflects back to your employer. Because you look at them like, okay, you already got it, Joker. Man, cut me a little bit of that. Let me get a little bit of that bag. But they using, again, strong arm tactics like, hey, you need a job, you doing desperate. You just an employee, you just another number. I can replace you tomorrow. So again, some of these people treat you like that, but they know if if thing was ever hit the fan from a global level or nation's perspective, they're gonna be first in line to get bailed out than you. So people say, well, who has the American people's interest in mind? Who's the lobbyist for the American people?
Nobody.
Well, you vote, don't you? You vote, don't you?
Those are approved exercises.
At best. At best.
Those are approved
You waste a
activities.
little gas, you waste a little, you got your little few little steps in with your little, with your little Fitbit on, your little Apple Health band, you got, from your car to the polling station, right? You got your little sticker like a little kid, like you're in the kindergarten again, right? You got a little cheesy moment to be around other people in there thinking they exercising the right to get benefits to a degree, right? And then you walked on up out of there, and that's basically what it was.
That's it. Just an approved activity.
And I'm not saying that for people to get disenfranchised from the actual value of governance, for being able to be a participant in that environment. And I say that environment meaning, you'll do right as a citizen, right? Under constitutionality, right? However, the Constitution is broken. And I say it's broken because people learn how to adapt and get it, again, stay ahead of it in a way where they are getting more out of it, in essence, to protect them and theirs, as opposed to it being a universal aspect where every person should have the ability. Now, they tell you, we all know that under the civil liberties that we are all capable of being able to do certain things like that, right? But if the systems where you learn all this stuff to be put in position to do all that is lack in funding or it's broken, and I'm saying that because it starts in the what? School system, right? So yep. How many school systems teaches kids, even at the elementary level, the importance of economics as opposed to the importance of PE? What's on children's mind most in elementary school? Physical education or economics? And I'm saying that because even if they're not being in a position to be taught economics in a way where they can make it a relevancy in their mind to get them more interactive in it, because that's not the case, obviously, then it wouldn't be so much on coloring and, all that kind of stuff. So initially, you only really have one true, I would say, one true go around in terms of economics is, again, when you hit that 9th grade year or that 10th grade year, when you take economics, high school. But it's a very small, brief aspect. And you're going to need that. And I'm saying that because we know that now in hindsight, right? All of us know that now in hindsight. You need that more than you need anything else in the school system.
Yep. That's why they don't teach you that. They want you to work for people.
Right. So if economics is the name of the game, because that's what you're going to be facing either as a what? A bill payer or a worker on that side of the coin, as opposed as a what? Owner, distributor, producer, right? Y'all know I'm always hammering that, right? You're either going to be a producer, distributor, owner, right? You're not going to be a what? Consumer, worker, complainer. That's not going to be your forte. Meaning you're not going to be susceptible to take what everybody what? Shoving down your throat and you ain't got no choice but to take it. Well, that's what I'm going somewhere with my madness. Y'all know I like to paint you pictures. Well, that's basically what people are dealing with right now, is being shut down and sequestered and locked down, that's losing jobs or having to deal with it. Because now you have to what? You kind of in the soup line. And you might be a person with a Benz in the garage and a Mercedes and all that stuff too. If you ain't got, again, your business together in the way when your business needs to be together, then you can be felt by this too. Because there's a lot of people out there living obviously beyond their means. And they don't have that kind of wiggle room, maybe as of yet. They might have been planning for it, ain't nothing wrong with that too, where they kind of building out themselves, but they might have got ahead of themselves a little bit too, obviously. But y'all know how this stuff goes. People don't really got money in their savings account like they're supposed to.
Right.
Because again, the ideal of what economics really entails is what? A level of due diligence and discipline. And that means everything that goes out has a what? A purpose. meaning everything that leaves your pocket or your bank account is supposed to have a what? A purpose.
Yeah.
Supposedly, quote unquote, supposedly. Or supposedly, excuse me. But how many people actually think that way? Y'all know doggone well. Jokers ain't care less. 5 here, 10 here, 15 there, 20 here. So when they come back to us as investors, say, well, I don't have enough money to get started. Right? I think I don't have enough money even to get started investing. Wrong. You got coins in your couch in at your house in the cushion. Guess what? You got money to get started. Get excited. Get excited. Let me see how dedicated you really are to learn this craft.
Right.
Stocks trading at thousands of a penny, hundreds of a penny, tenth of a penny, 10 cent worth of penny, a dollar, and on up. Right? So again, it's just learning how to shake up the game of economics in a way where if we're always telling everybody the path of least resistance, in moments like today, that's why these bills are very important. Again, it seems like a whole lot of diatribe and talking, but you have to paint that picture sometimes. Sometimes you got to as the saying goes, walk with me for a moment, right? Walk with us, right? Walk with us. Those who are in this field of investing and trading, who kind of got in, who went through a little bit of the pain, who went through some of the gains, and the experience, basically what I'm saying, got something that they can offer to you that cuts out all this bureaucratic, all this geopolitical, all this foolishness. You cut out all the middleman from your life, cut all the, for lack of a better term, like cut the cancer away and go strictly to the source. Because if this entire economy is garnered and built under the guise of the markets, right? The markets, the free market, so to speak. Then where does that leave you as an employee in the free markets?
Nowhere as an employee.
You to help me.
Right.
We're not even deemed partners in most cases. Some of these people who are in these industries, you to help me. You're not even a partner. Partner obviously gets a third of the business and not half. Right? To be what they call partner status. So outside of that, well, how else do you float yourself in a moment where, in moments like these? Or if you ever was to be in a position where you lost your job, how would you float your scenario?
Well, the markets, you got to learn, you got to use what's there.
And that's if they have no clue about it, or they know about it, but they don't understand how the value and access. So now you kind of up the creek. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
You subjected to the idea that you got to go out there and find what? Another job, go through all that rigmarole, right? You know what I'm saying? We just kind of went through that. So it's not to deter people away from the ideal of that, because again, professions are needed. You may have a certain skill set that's needed, and it's marketable, and it's valuable, right? And you can put some zeros behind it. However, even moments like this, everybody under fire. We don't plan for this. This is not somewhat of an anomaly, if you want to call it that, but it can happen. So it goes back to, again, what do you take serious? Or, again, do you have other skill sets in place? So I'm vegging backing up that same point, because Sister Monica, when she went live today on the Urban Economic Empowerment Show, she was showing people, how to go out there and find employment in moments like this, or how to find different ways to make money in moments like this. Well, for us, again, it's no brainer. Knowing what we know now, it's no brainer. Guess what? The market put up over what? You know what I'm saying? What about five? What SP did today? SP did what? SP put up about 4 points today. No, they put up about 3 points. No, 4 points. Excuse me, about 2-3% today at the peak, somewhere around there, near 5%, if I'm not mistaken, before it pulled back.
Right, messed up all my trades.
Right, through everybody. That was that article I was just posting up there, showing y'all that Bernie Sanders dagger. That's what it was. Bernie Sanders put. Right, that's basically what it was. It was Bernie Sanders put. He shook up the entire market by not playing reindeer games with Republicans. He stalled the bill out to get a rushed rushed through process. He stalled the bill out because the Republicans tried to question him on, or the Democrats, quote unquote, on the idea that they wanted to make sure that the people who were filing for unemployment would get an extra $600 on top of what they were already getting, as far as a state municipality liability, so to speak. That they want to make sure that these people get access to additional $600 on top of it, and it lasts up to about 4 months. Republicans like, whoa. What you mean? That's going to be incentivizing them not to want to go to work.
Yeah, that's what my brother said.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's what corporations are basically trying to do.
Right.
Not go to work. Well, what do you mean by that? They're trying to cut corners and use that money for other things besides what? Putting it to what? Work.
Right.
They're trying to fleece pockets with it, buy shares back with it.
Right.
Do stupid stuff like that don't build up their what? Their free cash flow with it.
Exactly.
No regulation, no government oversight, no inspector generals, no nothing. Do whatever they want to do with it, but they want to tell you how to do it and spend yours the way that what? The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. And so again, the one thing that people was pushing back against literally about 2 months ago, everybody running to do now.
Yeah,
in terms of this policy, this guy right here, what's this guy's name right here? This guy. This guy. The guy, the laughing brother of everybody's jokes in terms of Wall Street, because Wall Street would hate a person like him, obviously. Republicans would hate a guy like him, obviously. And turned out some of the Democrats, because they're pro what? Corporate, prostitute, because lobbyists float their little agendas. And they supposed to be on the what? Progressive side of the house. Meaning people first as opposed to corporation.
Right.
So everybody pushed back against the big S word, which is kind of like sacrilegious to capitalists. Socialism. And what's being practiced right now in terms of corporations? Socialism. What happened? Here's where it's going to get even more interesting. What's been happening ever since September 2019 at the degree where we know it to be what it is, been happening in the stock market? Socialism. Through what? The repo markets. Using taxpayers' money to float the stock market. And people walk around with this too proud, man. The government don't give me nothing. I don't care about the government give me nothing. I don't care if they give me reparations. I don't need their money. You a fool to say something stupid like that. Only broke people say stupid stuff like that.
Right. People that don't understand money and don't understand how people got wealth say that.
Right. That's what they say.
All those corporations and entities and groups in this country, they were given land, money. They made
even
them,
today. It's the same reality.
Class.
It's the same thing reality today. It's gentrification. It's commerce through the ideal of businesses opening up more stores than they need, being greedy, eating up all that real estate. Well, that real estate becomes what? More expensive the more you put these businesses on. What does that do to the houses in that area? It drives up what? Property value and also property tax. If you've been used to paying a certain property tax, now your property tax goes up because all the new businesses in the place, right? And the company goes under. Well, guess what? They just ran up the cost of living in your area. Now you got to be stuck with the bill. Even that company go out of business tomorrow. Or it's not, they'll get bailed out because the government come to their aid and bail them out. They get another grant loan, go open up somewhere else and keep doing the same thing over and over and over. I ain't necessarily saying that's a bad or good thing. And that's until if it improves your environment, but you still gonna be stuck holding that bag. The taxpayer.
Right.
So again, I say this: who comes to bail you out in moments like this? Who bails you out? You mean to tell me the unemployment line bails you out? You mean to tell me going to get a little, try to get a little food stamp or something? They're going, bro, sis, everybody out there, seriously, this is the part where, again, I don't claim to be an economist. I'm a rationale, reasonist, a reasonable person. Now, I'm trying to think it all the way through what I said, but this ain't rocket science. We all know somebody that went through some aspect of having a need. If not this person, I was homeless there. I remember I was homeless at a point in college and going through like, man, like this is crazy. This is the stuff my dad and mama told me about. It's real out here in the field. And then you probably keep man, I ain't finna go home. I'm gonna figure this out. Right? And you figure it out. So meaning no one really comes to your aid in the point where you think government agents will do that for you in a moment like that, even if you're out there pushing and trying and this, that, and the third. But again, these other people get golden parachutes all the time, and they wicked. They wickedly savage about it. Look at you in your face like, and?
Yep.
And then in a moment like this, what you see now, all these CEOs are coming on live now. See, it's for the greater good of everybody. We need everybody to do their part. This is, you hear the crying now. Now they crying.
That ain't for the greater.
And they rich, they super rich and still crying. You see what I'm saying? They super rich and crying. That's greed. And then they pee on you and tell you it's rain. Literally. And then people fall for that. Or, well, again, you're right. I got too much pride, man. I go out there and cut some grass before I let them give me anything. Okay, well, go out there and burn your little blade up, little dirty blade up, trying to cut some grass, burn your back out in the sun to prove a point. Something to who? Nobody. Ever in the history of real mankind understood the ability to come up without having to come up, right? You go out there and prove a point to nobody under that foolish mentality.
Exactly. That ain't how it works.
That ain't how it works. When we see the tunes of trillions of dollars being thrown around every day in the stock market that the average person who's working out there hard have no clue about. Trillions.
Right.
The cost of doing business while you out there making a fraction of the money that goes into that overall pot of that publicly traded company that you have no clue about, no stock options in, and then you don't understand how all this big money being turned around you, and you just feel comfortable saying, you know what, I put myself on my bootstraps today. I went right on out there and got my little, 1/5 of work done of the entire company, and my little 1/8. Whoa. The company ain't holding seminars and teach you how to run a business. They're saying get back to work. So again, I'm saying all that to say again, these conversations, I know they become lengthy, but when you talking about economics, again, I don't claim to be no guru or some whatever. I use basic common sense and experience. That's basically what it is, right? My experience in life, corporate world, whatever, military, all that. I just bring it forward, and then being around you guys because you guys are my intellectual peers, right? Y'all know how this stuff works. Y'all know how I think. Anyway, we peers at this. P&L values don't matter. It's about us having the ability to go into the market and get money. Right? We got that free will power to go get what we need out of it based upon where we are. We're not, again, at the mercy of an employer. And ain't nothing wrong with that either. Again, don't get it twisted. I'm saying at a point where, in a moment like this, where we all kind of shut out of that employee-employer relationship to a degree, then there's other ways to still, get to the bag. Right? There's money made today. There was money made today in the markets.
Yep.
Massive money. So again, even right now, corporations got their businesses shut down. Their employees sent home. And the company's still making money. I know the company's still making money through the stock market.
Yep.
Because they can always go over to the debt market, what they call the debt market, the equity markets in terms of what? Shareholders, and borrow money against that, all that what? Those shareholders is pumping money into the what? That stock to run it up. And they did that every bit of what? With no employees at the business, no power being ran today, no water bill being ran today, no having to burn gas to get to work today. No meetings having to be handled today, obviously they're doing on Zoom, whatever. But I'm saying the physical aspect of a business. All that stuff was just done what? Online today.
Right.
And stocks ran up over what 20, 30, 40, 60%. You know, some of them, whatever. Again, Apple up what? At the peak today, Apple was up about 2-3%. Boeing was up today around. Boeing was up near like 47% today. It pulled up over 40 points today. Boeing, the real beggar of all this, the real welfare child in all this, over 40 points today. Right? And there's many others too. I mean, again, it just these companies still making money. Win of all companies, Win. A luxury company, man. Everybody still make gambling right now. They hard to hit. They can't even pay, bro. A luxury item, a resort. A resort is a luxury item. It's not a necessity. There's no necessity to gamble. I'm sorry, unless you got personally. But it doesn't come before a lot of you guys out there in terms of what you really do at your job. But they finna get a bailout too. They're gonna get some of that money too. Win resorts. When last time some of y'all been to Vegas? Probably ain't had a chance even go to Vegas. Can't even, got some other stuff going on. Can't even make it to Vegas because they finna get some of that bailout bag. Put up over 14 points today. At the peak, it was up near 15, 16% today. Over 10, 12 bucks. Somewhere around 10, 12 bucks today at the peak. As you can see right here, it went up there and hit like $79 a share. Around about 340 is up near $79 a share at the highest point on the back end of the day. It was actually going to push higher before that Bernie Sanders hit piece came out. Crazy. A person like some of you guys may not be invested in the market or still learning could have came in, doing a little trough here. Obviously, we got a little ways of diagramming when the market's kind of getting ready to make a move. Got in on around this point here about $6 a share, 67, right? Just on somebody saying, hey, here's a good chance to buy. You got about a quick 500 you can put away, right? For moments like this, or 1,000. And all we had to say, hey, right here's where you want to get in on this. They finna pump it because guess what? People want the stimulus money. These companies that was beat up the most, they finna get a good bang because their industries are gonna be named in this stimulus bill. So the more they get press release, the more it's gonna draw attention to their stock. And guess what happened? Stock did what? It instantly what? Up and to the right, up and to the right, up and to the right. Y'all see my screen? Can y'all see it? Let me blow it up so you people. It went up and to the right all day long. If that ain't the most beautiful chart right there you want throughout an intraday trading, ain't no hard flash crash and all these little pullback was met with some major buying, bought a little support, dips up and ran it higher, ran it higher, ran it higher. Only little major dip you had about right here around about 2 o'clock after 2 o'clock. Guess what? It's still rebounding. It didn't really break on key level support. It just bounced off the level support here. Double bottom at that peak. That established a demand zone at this point of the day throughout the intraday because that's the same level you hit earlier. So that was your confirmation. Guess what? People bought it that same little pivot, $75 right on the tick. Ran it back higher, ran it higher, and went all the way to like $79. So guess what? Your 500 at $66 a share. You do how many shares you would have got at that point, right? You already know it's been close to double that, close to it, obviously. So you got about hypothetically speaking, right? Not 5, but 10 shares would put you at around about 666. You got 500, so you do the subtraction of that. You end up with about 7, 8 shares, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere around there. Just hypothetically speaking, $500. So 8 shares, somewhere around there. So instantly in that moment, you picked up $10, $10, $12 a share, right? At the peak, up here at $79. So actually at the peak, you picked about 13. And you got in at around about 16. So let's say $13 a share. I want about 8 shares. How much is that? Anybody know the math on that? What's $13 times 8?
13 times 8 is.
Anybody in the back chat? Anybody throw that number up there if you got it?
$104.
$104?
Yep.
So that means you picked up $104 in a matter of 10, 20, right? 11:20, 12:20, 1:20, about 4 hours, right? 4 hours, right? Three hours somewhere, about 4 hours, right? So you made $120 in what, 4 hours, right? At the house, right? Or looking out the window, right? Or in the basement, right? Wherever you at, that's shut in. If you shut in, you still make money today. But you did it by what? Pushing the button, looking at some charts, and then watch the market kind of what? Just gradually melt up all day long. Because again, the federal injection in liquidity on top of, again, all the retail money, on top of the hit, the fund managers' money, everybody was feeling comfortable about this stimulus package day that the market did no wrong because they had a major incentive today that it was going to get what? Bailed out today. Today was Wall Street's what? They cracked that president open, right? That's basically what it was. They cracked that president open. That what? Trump delivered to him. Steve Mnuchin delivered it to him. We're going to do what? Bail y'all out. The broader market received that as what? Positive news for everybody. Short sellers like, I'm not going to trade against that. And again, that's before you even add in the Federal what? Reserve in their daily operation liquidity. How much the Federal Reserve dropped today in the market on liquidity? Well, let's go look it up. I wrote a song about here you go, right? One of them moments, right? Let's go see what the Federal Reserve dropped today. Let me go to the St. Louis Fed. It's easy to read over there, right? Yeah, I know we've been over this data before, so it ain't nothing new, right? We went over this before, right? Let's see what they dropped today. Hey, where we at? So going into Tuesday operation, they dropped. Oh, I forgot they're doing QE. So even with this ain't gonna be 100% reflective of what they really dumped into the market today, because they already told you mandated since we under this emergency somewhat defensive act or this kind of emergency federal funding. They already told us that they're gonna drop was like 2 trillion over the next 3 months, a trillion plus. So they're dropping like 75 billion a day in the market. So St. Louis ain't reflecting it. Right? Let's see if they got it over here on the New York Feds. Because I don't think these are gonna be up to. Yep, none of them down. See how they're not working now? Y'all see how they're not working now? Because the reason that they ain't working right now, because guess what? They got free range to do what they want to do right now under the mandated laws. They got free range to dump any amount of money they want into that doesn't have to necessarily be accounted for under the value that what we're dealing with. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Now, if you go back, it says show you the last 24 operations, right? So if you go back to, let's say this is Wednesday operation, right? So they must have I had to click on this too. Take it back. So for the Wednesday operations, which was today, and this is just the preliminary stuff. Again, this is not counting all of what they really dumped today, right? So in this tranche, you got what? Now all these right here, these numbers here, let me load this up real quick. Let's drop this down. Look, y'all gonna get to work today in a good way, right? These are billions of dollars, right? This is the operation for today. Multiple price repo auction that came through today for the Treasury boats, T-bills, and also for mortgage-backed lending notes as well, and the agencies as well. This is all that they do. And a lot of this stuff goes straight to the banks. It goes to the market too, so don't get twisted, right? Besides them buying assets outright right now, which they're doing. I mean, the Federal Reserve are actually buying actual assets right now. I mean, they're buying the actual S&P 500, the Dows, like that now. It's that level now. And we got quantitative easing on top of repo injections, on top of emergency fund injections into the markets outright. They dumping so much money into the markets, it's ridiculous. And Main Street still sitting around doing what? Twiddling their thumb, waiting on a what? A check. So operation today, what they say, 1 day calendar closing options, right? Operation close time today at 1:45 p.m. In the first tranche in the Treasury Agency mortgage-backed lending loan, they dropped what? 2.5 billion in this tranche, right? And the fixed rate, because this came out, these different tranches, right? The multiple price was that. This tranche, right? Reverse repo operate. So it's really going into the market. Right here, this is of going to the stock market, basically, right? How much did they drop in this under this right here today? Can y'all see the number right there?
97,411.
No, this is billions.
Oh, 97 billion.
Wrap your head around 97 billion. Real quick.
Briefly go over what quantitative easing is?
Good question. Right? Good question. Right? So we gonna out the way. Right? Let's break this down, right? So Investopedia, the best site ever for investors, right? We already know that. Google this, archive this website for some of you guys still learning this that don't have this. This site right here will change your life. Investopedia is kind of like how, well, it's better than Wikipedia. I ain't want to say that. It's way better than Wikipedia, right? This is like Encyclopedia Britannica for investors, so to speak, right? So you don't have this site, you need to have it in your life. So the basic definition of quantitative easing is what? I don't know if y'all can see that. Y'all can see it on screen?
Yeah, we could see it.
All right, so go and read it off for me there, brother, while you don't mind. Y'all like to get people involved.
Yeah, all right. QE is a form of extraordinary monetary policy used by central banks to quickly increase the domestic money supply and spur economic activity.
Stop right there for a moment. The key aspect to that is what? For what?
Increase the domestic money supply and spur economic activity.
So if you increase the domestic money supply, what is our domestic money supply currency rate understood as? So
the
basically,
dollar.
right, which is the USD dollar, right? Based upon any other currency on the planet, right? Turkish lira, the Indian rupee, y'all, you know what I'm saying? All US British pound, y'all get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you print more of it, it does what to the dollar?
I'm sorry, I cut out right there when you were talking right before then.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
If you increase the supply of the money, what does that do to the strength of the dollar?
It'll decrease the strength of it, I think.
It dilutes it. If you do a reverse split, what does that do to the shares? It dilutes it.
Makes it weaker.
Dilution. If you're making coffee, you put in
now we're
one
talking.
little teaspoon in a 16-ounce glass, right? Want to pour in a ton of what? Cream and all the other stuff. Where's the coffee? You just diluted it. I don't care how good the coffee brand you using, and especially if it's an expensive brand, you want to get the full aspect of what? That coffee. But you just diluted it with what? Milk, cream, sugar, syrup, whatever. You diluting it. If we are in a quantitative easing state right now, and we got rates in there at zero, meaning interest rates, and we're in an economic pandemic, as well as a viral pandemic, because we're in an economic pandemic as well, because it hurts global markets. What does that do to the strength of the dollar in terms of relation to it being useful for products and goods and services?
So the money that the people have will probably not be spent, so it'll decrease supply, and then I'm assuming this is to balance that out.
Right, because you can't even spend it.
Mm-hmm.
So it does the economy. See, the last part he said what? Spur what?
Economic activity.
So how's that happening? Is that any of that happening right now?
No.
So even to take advantage of quantitative easing in a way where it really helps businesses and people who are in that position, because quantitative easing really gives them the ability to get things at what? Dirt rate interest level, right? They're not paying much interest on very big borrowed money. Okay. So central banks obviously has invested interest. It hurts banks actually because they make their money off what?
Interest rates.
Right? So they have to do what? Make more large swaths of what? Liquidity loans to kind of balance that out. You have to do more. You got to drop more, right, into hands of business owners and people to get, to make. It's the penny candy theory. Y'all know about the penny candy theory, right? As opposed to having one big item with a high price, you got a lot of little items at what? A penny price. So the penny price attracts more what? More foot traffic, right? Which also, in essence, causes people to spend more money on what? Other stuff that's in there probably that's beyond it. The one item people go in is like, man, that's the one item they got, man. I ain't got enough for that today. This is it. You see what I'm saying? So the economy is in essence, it's kind of in that kind of one big item scenario now, as opposed to it being a plethora where you got what? A balanced book, you got quantitative tightening, but you got people who got money, so people got options in a way where it's not so much of really diluting the economy, because you still get products and goods and services in at a rate where it's balancing out, right? Debt to equity, so to speak. Right. So again, go on, read the rest of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it usually involves the central bank purchasing long-term government bonds as well as other types of assets such as mortgage-backed securities.
Boom. Now they started repo operations back in September. I think it was September 19th to be exact, the actual date. Somewhere around there. September something, it's 2019 basically. Where they were buying at that point what? Long-term what? Government bonds. Last time we was on live, I went to the treasury.org site. Remember I pulled that site up? We went back to see what those rates was.
Yes, sir.
And to where we at today. And then actually, 2 weeks ago when it was at this lowest point on the 30-year fixed note, it was at like 0.38. Lowest it hit, and they say ever, almost. I think it was like ever, if not somewhere in history a long time ago. It had never been that low. Which caused, at that moment, when you have interest rates that low, that means you're going to have what? Yield inversions. When you have short-term debt, obviously more expensive than what? Long-term debt, which is unheard of. Your short-term debt should never be priced at a premium to that of your what? Your long-term debt value, in terms of the interest value off of that. Because that gives people the incentive to say, well, why would I want to get stuck holding a loan note, when I can get in this deal and get out of it a lot faster than what? A 30-year what? Death sentence, right? That's 30 is attractive at that point, but again, people ain't, just run it out there at that point, just to say, okay, I'm gonna go get into a 30-year fixed note, right? Unless it's it's gonna be a house or something like that. So and at that point, I'm saying, because interest rates were cut, they already low, right? So you already benefiting off of a blitz loan, so to speak. You get in, you get in at dirt cheap price anyway. You get in, you get out, you move on, right? You go on to your next hustle, right? So again, the government comes in into the government. So when they say the government, central bank person, they buy again all the debt, American debt. They finance American debt. They finance your debt. They finance my debt. They finance everybody's debt. But they get it at a very what? Low interest value, right? So they basically, let me put it in a nutshell, if I can. Again, I'm no economist, not, but they basically, your tax dollars, your defaulting on loans, student loans, these houses, things of that nature, that obviously, people defaulting on here and there, the government is able to buy them obviously now at a much cheaper rate, right? And there are people who are out there willing to pay for it now. Now, if the market ever rebounds, that inflation value of those debts are going to what? Increase. And so you have to hold them at a long period of time to actually benefit off what? Rates returning back to a peak point where you can actually make some money off of it. That's why people who buy bonds, if you're going to get that 30-year note, it's kind of, they say, watching paint dry. You have to be committed to that, right? But that's another way to hedge against what? Equity markets. It's a slow process, but over time, economically, they will what? Accrue interest. So I'm saying markets will rebalance and get themselves, even in moments of recession, out of it, and then you will still obviously be in position. But the one thing the bond market has going for is that what? They have the central banks on their side more than the equity market does. Does that make sense? Because the central banks are always going to rush to buy what? The bonds, because if they let debt default, because we're a debt-ridden society, then we all going to go under. They can't afford that to happen, right?
Yeah.
Think about all the third-party credit agencies that bug you about your little, dusty little credit cards when you run them up and then forget about them, right? They still that debt to a third-party person, and because they're going to still get it what? That's tax incentive to write it off. They're still protected. So essentially, taxpayers even pay that. But anyway, I just put it in trying to put it in layman terms again. But y'all smarter to kind of go through it. But again, when you think about it, right now, being that we are in QE4, right, quantitative easing, where we're going to dilute the USD dollar, right? All because we having a major issue, somewhat of liquidity. And anytime you start doing that, that means you have your debt starting to catch up to you, basically in layman terms.
Okay.
And you base it down to zero interest rates. You ain't really putting in no money at a way where it has a value of potency. And so now you under the threat that another currency can overtake yours because your money is very cheap right now. you cheap, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like a pair of cheap little shoes, right? Right? They ain't gonna last long. Right. So again, let me just go and drop this in the back chat to some people. But matter of fact, let me see if they got one. Sometimes they had little videos up here that really explain it to you and to the degree too. But it's good to have these kind of data points available so you understand when you hear people talk about QE1, QE2, Q3, QE4, what it actually entails in terms of where we are at this point, right? In terms of our economy's strength of our USD dollar backed against other world currencies, and the aspect that they're selling you a pipe dream in terms of how we're doing economically. So money supply also has to do with what? Assets, right? Imports, exports, things of that nature. At the price that we pay for it. At the point we can turn around and charge people for these products, right? Margin inflation, right? Margin inflation. Yeah. If it's that kind of scenario where the money is potent, then you can charge people more. They ain't gonna push back, right? Because they got it a little bit on top of that. But even if they didn't, you can't push back against it because you base it up against everybody else's currency. So they have an incentive to keep the USD dollar strong, even though it hurts really again in terms of the overall economy because you kind of price yourself out of the market.
Okay.
Right, and so they can raise prices on certain things like milk and all this stuff like that. And then you can't really push back against like gas. Obviously, under the Iraqi war, they raised the price of gas. Right now, we got an extra surplus of it. Right, the Saudis need to flood the market with gas. Like, gas now needs to be around $1 a gallon. But they still find a way they're still trying to keep it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Than it needs to be. It needs to be a lot lower. So again, as you can even see here, the Federal Reserve announced a $700 billion plus QE program on March 15, 2020. So this is even more. They updated the article over here on Investopedia to backstop the U.S. economy against the coronavirus, right? This follows an earlier pledge by the Fed to pump 1.5 trillion to the overnight bank repo market and bond purchase to fight the economic slowdown. So ain't no businesses churning out no money, ain't no money being made, ain't no consumers spending money, then you just got a whole lot of dollars out there just sitting around collecting dust. Okay. That need to be accounted for, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because other economies want to buy our dollars, apparently, right? They think the USD dollar like the hottest thing smoking, which obviously in terms of, we send a lot of fiscal policy out, people kind of, buying through our services, then it does become what the currency of the day. So they buy our debt through our debt notes, meaning our dollars. that debt is getting transferred to other places like China. China has a lot of our debt, right? And they says they own a portion of the Midwest of America. In terms of what they already own. If they ever come collect on it, we're in trouble, right?
They can take that part.
Right. That's what Trump trying to open up right now anyway, get people back to work. The virus ain't there in his mind. But that's another story for another day. But understand the quantitative easing. Again, this is the problem because central banks obviously running they running all kind of games. A gambling house on your money. They running a gambling house on your money to the point where they just flood the market with all the so-called liquidity, and the market ain't really returning the gains on it in a way where it balances out. Again, the overall, equity markets in terms of GDP value make these companies really, produce the products and goods and services that really competes with other countries, or even it would international value because you can only buy so many toasters, you can only buy so many cars, you can only buy so many, you know. Again, it's the penny can of theory again, kind of going back to that. But once you have a lot of things, you can only buy so many things, right? You're not gonna really be buying the same thing over and over just because you feel like it's, you know, especially if you're bigger item. So you're gonna spend your money on more what luxury things, right? High dollar things, right? You need somebody to spend money on high dollar things, right? Or go on a cruise, things of that nature, right? You know, go visit some kind of whatever, you know, tourist attraction in America. But beyond that, you know, it's circular, but also cyclical in terms of when people actually spend money like that anyway. And when they're not spending money, that's when the government pretty much goes into, you know, a standstill, meaning the Federal Reserve and things of that nature, right? So again, let me post that over here real quick. Okay, let me post that over here to the camera. Let me go anywhere. 1 o'clock. See what happens when you start late. That's what happens when you start late. Forgive me, guys. I've been trying to get this old regular Zoom thing together for the past 3-4 days. That's why y'all ain't seen me. I was like, man, I was so mad messing with Zoom.
No, we appreciate your time, if anything.
Yeah, I'm humble, man. I tell you, just in moments like this, you need environments where you can come and be able to kind of reflect and talk, and discuss, and we all game plan together. That's basically what this is, right? And so, because again, the banks and hedge funds, they have their right. In a nutshell, the average person is like, man, I don't have the clue about none of this. No more than what they're sitting around waiting on the government to say, right? And so you need people to help you unpack it. Not that I can just tell you 100% everything, because I still learn too. I'm still learning. But we're not beyond the fact that, throughout our experiences in life and dealing with equity markets, that we have garnered an idea of what's really happening, right? Because again, you need to be able to understand what it means, right? When the Federal Reserve goes into a quantitative easing state, or when they go into a repo market rate state, right? When they're flooding the equity markets with liquidity, but if you know liquidity is basically what? Money, right? Right? They pumping this money, all this money out of thin air into the equity markets, right? Which obviously in relation inflates asset prices, right? You increase the bubble, right? Everybody know about that this whole bubble, right? But when the air exceeds the elasticity of the balloon that is in, what happens?
Pops.
It pops. So that means when the debt exceeds the value of what the market can contain at that moment, what happens to the equity markets?
They crash.
They crash, right? Because you can't balance it out
have
enough.
Zero value, right?
Right. You got too much of inflated debt hanging into assets and no organic growth to balance it out, right? You can't balance that thing out, keep that air at equilibrium where it doesn't pop the bubble. You can only go for so long without letting the air, because the natural flow of a market is what? Ebb and flow, up and down, sine wave, right? That's what we all taught, right?
Yeah.
So it has a moment when the market, if money comes out of the market, the level of the bubble out, and then money comes into the market, right? Which also keeps the bond market stable. It keeps equity asset prices stable. It keeps goods and services balanced out properly in terms of export, import, in terms of USD currencies. Our currency based against other currencies. It gives them opportunity to build out their structure too, where again we're not pricing them out the market where they can't get certain service and goods to build up their infrastructure. So you have to have a global system. That's what it is, called the global markets in place. That way everybody can kind of do their part, right? To take advantage of them, because that's what the central banks are trying to do, right? They're trying to have a conglomerate on all the nations of the planet, right? And run their system in a way where they are in control of how the resources come out of the ground, gets translated into products, goods, and services, and where they go out and get dispatched in terms of how they're going to price it, right? So this way it gets a little sinister, right? They're like, hold up now, bro, you can go to that pseudo stuff. Now, this is how the world works. That's what a central bank is.
Yeah.
So think about the word. It's
about that.
Right. The word is implied what it is, a central. Well, the central bank. Well, where's the central of it? What's the central in? Where is the central? If I was to ask you that question right now, where's the central? Where's the central? You know it's the bank, but where's the central? What is the central? Let me rephrase it that way. What is the central? Anybody? I asked that question. What is the central?
Federal Reserve.
You get spooky now. Ooh, you talk that pseudo stuff. Ooh, but these people run your life. These people literally control your life right now. They control your life. Who is and what is, or where is the central? Anybody?
The 1%.
Okay, that's a roundabout way of saying it to a degree. But okay, what's the 1%? Who the 1%?
Wealthy.
So the 1%, globally or domestically?
Globally.
So the 1% on the global scale, right? So who would be that 1% on a global scale?
You mean like names like Rothschilds and
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who the central. That's the question. Right? Who's the central? What is the central?
It's a group of people.
Yeah, what I'm saying, right? I ain't trying to, we have
people
fun,
that run the country.
That's a crazy question, ain't it? And it's surreal to a degree because, like, man, these people control our lives.
This kind of goes back to like Thomas Jefferson and the other person who were fighting between this, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like they were fighting if there should be a central bank or not or something like that. I can't fully remember.
Right. But again, see, we can paraphrase our way through it to a degree, but it's a very intricate aspect of understanding the world, right? In terms of how the things are run. Like who really controls your country? Do your president control it?
Nope.
Or do your state senator control it?
Nope.
Well, who's the central then? If everything is going around the central, I keep using that word, then who got? Well, I mean,
those are just smoke screens.
So it's a power shift somewhere that's happening, or it's a power structure in place somewhere. But okay, so again, paraphrasing. China has a central bank. Europe has a central bank, right? There's central banks in even the Middle East and certain areas, right? Certain countries got. So that means they are part of a co-op, right? Under a mandated value of a conglomerate of the central, right? I keep going back to the central. Who's the central? Crazy question. I mean, I don't want to get stuck on it. I'm gonna move on, but you kind of got to know what's going on in moments like this, because these people right here, this guy. Notice I said this guy, but we know that guy is also in this sense is allocated to the word. Now we're gonna get a little sinister. They are legion. Let me just put it out there that way. They are legion, but they are synonymous as being what? That guy. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Oh no, that simplifies it for sure.
Right. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? So they are legion. Y'all seen the movies out there, man? It's legion, right? Oh, wait, that music, come on, hey, woo, hey, you like, oh, wait, there's some of them jokers coming, bro. They coming, right? That's legion. They control pretty much the greater majority of the planet. They get to set the fiscal policy. They get to set the rates of currency prices. They get to set debt. They get to bankrupt countries. They get to surplus countries. They get to control who sits in offices, who don't sit in offices. Again, move on, brother Afurakan. You're talking that Illuminati stuff. Here we go.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's the spooky stuff.
That's spooky stuff. Move on, Doc. This in the church to tell you to move on, Doc. Move on, Doc. You're touching on me a little bit. Talk about me a little bit in the pew.
Spooky.
So if you run right over to the definition of a central bank, what is a central bank? It's a what?
Bigger.
Financial institution. Given control over the production and distribution of money and credit for a nation or a group of nations.
A
You want me to keep
group,
going? Oh,
a
okay.
group of nations. Well, a nation is a nationality under its what rights of a country, right?
Mhm.
So where is the central bank? If they got control of money that's down in Brazil, they got control of money that's in Iran or somewhere, or not Iran, but Saudi Arabia. Where's the central bank then? It's called central. That means it's supposed to be. We having a wild class tonight, right? We having a wild workshop tonight.
Yeah.
But it's important.
No, it is important. It's important to understand like the underlying like fundamentals of what's going on. Like no one really knows this stuff. Or
But
at least the general person doesn't.
Right.
right, the lay person don't because they're too busy what being enslaved right now. Or in this case, they sitting around waiting to get that stimulus check. Or the proud one sitting around saying, "Man, I don't need no stimulus check. I don't need that. I'm too proud for that. I put myself by my bootstrap." Well, pull yourself by your bootstrap and go sit down in that corner because you can't go to work right now. Put your work boots on, go out there, kick your little mud up on them, and come back in the house and kick them up on the coffee table and sit there. Right? That's just reality thing. Right? So, Federal Reserve was established in the United States in what year?
1913.
Go back and look at where we was at 1913. Right? The Federal Reserve Act, obviously, or the Fed, that's right. So we were at that stage in life where we were under the what standard? What was our monetary system in 1913?
Gold.
Metals, right? That was it, and it was tied. So we had a note currency that reflected the price of gold, which gold was the commodity that was backed by, right? We had the USD dollar note. Now it's called the what? The federal what?
Reserve.
No, federal debt note. Well, yeah, but federal debt note.
Right. Okay.
It used to be just what? Like a treasury note, right? Or an aspect that was backed by the what? Gold standard. Well, what year did we come off the gold standard? I know we have like some weird history lesson tonight. We kind of all off topic, but that's how the conversation goes. We're gonna get it closed out. We'll finish it up again tomorrow. Right? Especially I got the Zoom working. When did we come off the gold standard? Anybody know what year we came off the gold standard? By any chance, anybody in the back chat? Anybody know when we came off the gold standard? Little monetary history lesson. We're gonna get this
I
work
just looked
today.
it up. It says 1933.
That's when we came off the gold standard.
It says that the country effectively abandoned the gold standard in 1933 and completely severed the link between the dollar and gold in 1971.
That's it. Now say that last part. It came in 1970. Read that.
It completely severed the link between the dollar and gold in 1971.
So we were still using portion of what? Gold standard even after we kind of established the Federal Reserve, and they start becoming more of what? An intricate part into our monetary system to control our what? Our banking and finance system, right?
Right.
They gradually began to what? Increase their what?
The power.
Their reach and their power. And then it came to a point where they said, you know what? We established ourselves as what? As legion. Because we got more control through the banking arm of what? England, which is the financial sector, right? England is the financial sector of the world.
Yep.
Let's not get it twisted. Right? It's historical. Right? We have a historical moment, right? We're going back, we understand what was happening at the time. Commodities and stuff at the time under slavery, all that money was being filtered back to where?
England.
Was it filtered to Virginia? Was it filtered up to Massachusetts? Then they sent it to Australia. Right? You see what I'm saying? Was it going down to Tasmania, right? It wasn't going down to the Caribbean Islands, I can tell you that. It was going to where? Europe, England. Right? Well, who was receiving it in England?
The monarchy.
Right? The monarchy. Well, okay. So now we're going somewhere now. Y'all walk with me a little bit. Like, man, y'all, bro, you going there. So if it was going back to the so-called quote unquote throne, right? So if we just do deductive reasoning, so the throne must be a part of what? Legion, right?
Mhm.
So the throne has something to do with the man also implementing these what? The central bank, right? That was the whole portion of why America's so-called Europeans fled to Europe, right? They didn't want taxation and religion and all that stuff. We know the history, right?
That representation.
Right. So okay. So if the throne had an integral role in it, then obviously it wasn't just a throne by itself, right? Because it was, several monarchies out throughout Europe. I mean, you had Great Britain, you had obviously Europe had its own little thing too. You had different little, sects, right?
Mhm.
But we know the monarchy aspect of England was pretty much the predominant rulership, right? Of quote unquote, the greater hall of Europe. But they also answered the people too, right? Ain't
Mhm.
that something where a king answers somebody? Y'all seen the little movies, right? Like, okay, like you watch an Asian movie, right? I don't mean to take y'all these wild circles, but I like to think. Right? You got to think it through. You got to know how this world really works. This is a big world, but it's a lot of stuff that we don't know that we somewhat don't take for granted, right? In a way we should. So on the monetary side of the house, if in fact that there's a central point where you can backtrack some of this stuff back to a degree, because now it has taken hold, and it's really, whether you say it makes your life easier or not, well, you say, well, okay, well, what's the monetary system banked by? Because if it ever bankrupts or goes under, what's your next standard? What's your standard or your monetary standard system that's in place? Well, you got to go back to what it was before all this became what? An issue.
Go.
Because if we're a debt society, meaning if you're not a debt society, that means everything that you put forth, it is what it is. I mean, it's a finite value to what you put a price on something. It ain't no ambiguity of 3 or 4 people eating off what? That one transaction. That's what central bank does. They're parasites. Let's not get twisted. Central banks are parasites. It's multiple hands feeding off what? Your transaction through taxation.
Yep.
So the penny cannon theory. It's a lot of big, rich, and powerful hands feeding off your ability to go straight to your what? To the farmer, to the textile worker, to the manufacturer, that buy a service right off them directly. Be it backed by gold, backed by commodity, backed by barter, backed by whatever. And then, okay, it's all fine and dandy. Then outside of that, on your own individual reconnaissance, you pay your fair share of what taxation will be in terms of your government to need to float the economy to make your life better in terms of security, army, all the other stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? You pay that based upon the national standard, but it don't come off the value of, just already off the top of your transaction. Right? People leech off your transaction. And they turn around and tax you again. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all going where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
So again, I asked that question, who's the central, right? And that's where it gets to a lot of people, it gets spooky. Because they can't tell you none of that stuff. But you fall underneath that what? That ban of taxation. Well, most say taxation without representation. Well, yeah. You're getting that right now.
So there's your representation.
Yeah, right. It's going to a corporate interest. You should have got a check like yesterday. They shut you down. They stop your place of business. They stop you working. You should have got a check yesterday. But you got to wait. You got to be last in line to get your money. Steve Mnuchin said, how long it's going to take for the American people to finally get a check or going to finally hit their hands? Y'all remember hearing that press release today? Anybody watch it today by any chance besides me?
If I'm not mistaken, was it like as soon as they passed the bill?
No, that's what SBA loans will be.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You close, but it's important to know this. Anybody in the back chat, when you gonna get that check? Anybody know when they're gonna get that check? Trivia question. Hey. Trivia question. Anybody know when they're gonna get that bag? Got a few people still rocking with us late tonight. Appreciate you all tuning in. When you gonna get that bag? Anybody?
I thought they said May.
You said May? No, but you out of work today. What good is a stimulus check gonna do you in May when your bills coming through to what? We're gonna hit the first of April in about 5 or 6 days.
Exactly.
Boy ain't gonna get there as soon as it goes past, and they go straight to the what? Loaning office. Rural Criminal Line gonna get there as soon as it pass through and get, in the bank. They're gonna get theirs right away. What you gonna do if you out of work, even if they use the 15-day quarantine rule, which obviously still means that we got about 12, 13 days left, somewhere around 10, 12 days, about near 2 weeks. And you got a first coming up. Now you got a moratorium on bills to a degree, a certain aspect where they shut down the ability, you have to worry about having to pay for your what? Electricity and light bill if you behind. They ain't gonna shut it off. They stopped a lot of the mortgages and rents. If you already in default or if you're supposed to be in eviction, they stopped all that. Right? So they're incentivizing you somewhat to stay home and not necessarily have to worry about bank, paying those debts. That's still gonna need to be collected. They didn't say they'd do away with it. They didn't say that.
It's just gonna be more
It's gonna get pushed back. Right? And they're gonna drop a lot of the interest on it, right? But you still gotta pay, right? So I asked again, right? You need this money like yesterday. So if you got to buy goods and services to sit home, well, you're obviously that's what they're trying to build out these supply chain buildings, deliver stuff, all this, that, and the third. To buy all these exorbitant items that you may need during this quarantine scenario. If you already don't have money put away because you might be in a more low need, scenario that you might need more, obviously because your situation ain't going to do that ability. But you're still a taxpayer citizen, you're working hard, right? You from paycheck to paycheck, those types. You need money like yesterday. He said 3 to 4 weeks during the press conference today. 3 to 4 weeks. So basically around end of April. Basically, it's gonna be around the end of April. Knowing them. Yeah. Stop playing. So, and again, you already know how much it's gonna be this. So the central banks, though, again, going back to them central banks, right? Going back to Legion. Hey, right? They cutting the checks instantly. Right? They cutting the checks instantly. See right here, it said what? And up here said what? As of what? March 15th. Go back. Oh, that was the Federal Reserve, right? Let's go back to that Federal Reserve article real quick. Right? On the quantitative easing. Right? Right? It says, where was it? Real quick. Just give me a tip. Right. And they already was doing it before this, but as of March 15th, they already had what? 700 billion. And we know it's more than that. They turned around and added another what?
1.5 trillion.
This whole entire stimulus package bill that's supposed to go to the hands of Main Street is going to be for how much? Anybody? Look at my description title. What my description title says.
2 trillion plus.
Right, it's about 2 trillion plus. I mean, you all there's somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
But the Federal Reserve didn't already drop over that, well over that, over the past literally 2 months. Well, about a month and a half since the coronavirus really got to kick it. About a month and 2 weeks, they dropped well over that 2 trillion already into what?
Into the markets. Into the bond market, right?
Bond markets, regular markets, all that, because the liquidity they're giving the bank going right into assets as well, and that's how they doling it out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's taking care of who?
The rich and the companies.
And investors who understand this. How many of y'all family members or friends or peers are investing in the stock market like you? Go.
0.
You, Sister Camille?
Not too many people.
Anybody in the back chat, you do a larger portion of your peers or your family members invest in the stock markets as well. When I say invest in it, they'll know how to really shake and move in it in moments where you're not just obviously, you may have long-term positions too, but also know how to hedge and go into the market and take money out the market even in the day trade perspective. Like fundamentals do every day. Like dark pool do every day. So they sit around waiting to get a what? Get in the bag. They sit around at this point waiting on the what? To get a check. You see what I'm saying? So to me, again, this is a no-brainer. This is the system that you live in. Right? This is the world you live in. Now it's easy to play the passive role, right? The passive role in reality, and tell yourself that, okay, well, I pay taxes. You hear people say that I ain't gonna pay for nobody else, man. I pay taxes, man. I ain't gonna pay for nobody to get no welfare and this, that, and the third, ain't. Man, it's just way to get up. Y'all hear people say that stuff
all the time.
Am I lying?
Oh no.
Your little tax dollars are dropping the bucket compared to all the money that's being filtrated going to the equity markets. You stand no ground even to sit there utter some cylinders out your mouth like that. Because your little money ain't no control. You got no control.
Right. And your money go to all kind of other things that you don't even know that you're paying for.
Right. And then you jump back and take a pride roll. So you go, I don't want their little money. I don't care about your little stimulus check. I'm too proud of that. But you home right now. You home right now. Eating Cheetos before they run out.
But they were on Fox News getting mad at Andrew Yang for proposing that.
They fought Bernie Sanders. And I ain't for Bernie Sanders, none of them. I ain't for none of them jokers. I know how y'all. But at the end of the day, again, when I say people vote against their own interests, now they see the full power of socialism. Through what? Right. Government takeover. Federal Reserve takeover. You got no dog in the fight. No dog in the fight. Matter of fact, your dog ain't even putting on his collar. He don't even want to come outside. He don't want no parts. That Rottweiler sit around the corner. No parts of it. So you can't even utter your mouth to say something like that, some asinine statement because you need it. You know you need it. Especially you got mouths to feed. You ain't finna sit there and politic with that. Ain't no time for politicking. You shut me down from a mandatory position, meaning the government. Not your fault, not the government fault that this virus is here, but under the statutes of what we say for as first responders and government agencies are in place, institutions that are in place to be able to help obviously finance its citizens that pay into its monetary debt system, which this is in taxation under these central banks that mandate the value of the currency rate, also mandates the value of what this money is being doled out to certain aspects of the economy or the average value of the GDP that makes up our economy, the gross domestic product in terms of product and service that's needed to make your life more functionable. And how much that much that you pay into it comes back to you in the moment where you need it most. You should be the first ones in line to get what you need. But every day they're cutting those benefits away. To put it in the hands of people who feel like it's more qualified to be able to do with your tax dollars more than you can. Into corporations. So how dare a person say you too proud to receive a check from the government? You're looking at it all wrong. Boeing they give, what's the cuss word, people? They give no F's.
No F's.
No F's about getting in line with their hand out first. And they done wasted billions of dollars. Wasted billions of dollars on stock buybacks and shareholder incentives in terms of executive bonuses. And the first one in line with their hands out. And they got leverage. Know why? Because they can say, I'll crash your economy because the money that I bring in through my employees, the amount of people I employ in, accounts for about 1 or 2% of our national GDP. Let that marinate for a moment. And the same thing they fighting Facebook for and Amazon for and Google for about these conglomerate companies that got too much power, or they gaining too much power. Well, y'all didn't say that about Boeing. They got a commercial division and a what? Defensive division. Make them split it up. Make them split it up. They won't have all that power of collective what? GDP strength to obviously hurt the affected economy. And then they go out there doing ratchet policies or ratchet business practice, which they did, obviously. Y'all know all the stuff they exposed them. So they were very ratchet. Right? You finna bail out that kind of person. Ethically, you finna bail that kind of scenario out. But a mom of 3 or mom of 4 that actually really trying hard, that might have lost their spouse through accident, whatever, something really hard, and she got to do what she got to do to kind of maintain, and she working 2 jobs, and the minimum wage is $7.25 freaking cents an hour. Then they say that's her fault. That's her fault. She don't have the educational equivalency to be able to pull herself up by her bootstrap to get a bag, like what we got. Meaning rich, fat capitalists, what we got.
Right.
She got every opportunity that I got. That's her fault. Matter of fact, let me get that stimulus check tomorrow, though. I'm gonna need that about 30 billion. Run that over to my account. I'll see y'all on the golf course about 1. And then people again are being misled by the media and these talking point rhetoric, politicians that say, you resilient, you strong, you don't government, you don't need government, all you need is yourselves. Work hard, you'll benefit. That makes you have a furious sense of understanding that in your time of need, you scared to even ask for it. Because you think you're doing for the greater good of what? God and country, that ain't ever to tell you?
Yeah.
So in a time like now, again, people that need this money, look here. How can you be proud right now? When everybody around you in line licking their lips and they got tons of money. They still licking their lips like, yeah, well, I'm gonna get some of this too. They coming might be me doing good. They say, man, okay, I'm gonna lose a quarter, man. Y'all give me a little bit, man. Just give me a little bit. Some of your books look good. Man, just give me a little bit too. That's that greed. Greed is like a drug unlike anything. And America is saturated with greed. That's why people whining and crying in the stock market. Whining and crying in the stock market. Am I lying? Y'all invest in the market like me. Y'all see this stuff on these social sites. I'm just whining and crying.
You just got to turn on CNBC.
Right. And then the violin gets a playing. Whining and crying. Jim Cramer about to blow a blood vessel every single day. Whining and crying. But it's a good company. They're a good company. They're a good company. They don't deserve it. They don't good company. Company got billions of dollars or millions of dollars in tied up in assets. Sell off your assets. Do like they tell the American person do. Double down. Get another job. In their case, sell off your assets. Cut your dividend. Well, see, now you're going a little too far. What? So I'm going to say this in no uncertain term. And Tina, it's not directed toward anything specifically than the ideal of what we need to be thinking about as free market traders, right? So that's what we are. We're free market investors, free market traders. We understand the ability to utilize capital markets in a capitalist society to be able to get out of it what is already getting out for everybody else, indirectly or directly, because a person that's working right now that has no stock option in a company as an employee, that has no understanding how a market works, be able to even utilize and invest in it, and they feel like the only way they can come and get ahead is to work 2 or 3 jobs, to thin themselves out, to stay away from their family, to do what they feel like they need to do to get ahead, and don't understand the power of the financial markets to do that work for them, meaning putting their debt note to work for them, which a dollar is a debt note to be put to work, right? In the aspect to go out there, secure a equity aspect or asset under the aspect what a debt to equity ratio is. That's what it's called, debt to equity. Equity is what? A dollar note, right? It's a debt note that's an implied value, and you balance that out with a value of debt that people are willing to pay for, right? They feel like that debt is worth that amount. Then you meet in the middle through these different assets to kind of what? Funnel that money into a system that can return you what? A profit, right? Off somebody else wanting that debt more than you do. That's basically what it is, right? They have to want that debt more than you to pay for your shares at a what? Much higher price when you go to sell it, or if you short sell it at a much lower price, you give it back, right, to the broker. And then you move on about your business. Hedge funds do it all day long. Bill Ackman. Any guys familiar with Bill Ackman? I get ready to close out here. It's getting late. Anybody familiar with Bill Ackman?
Yep.
ESG investor, right? Environmental, social, and governance investor, right? Conscientious, they call ethical investors, right? That's what they call them, right?
I didn't know that they called them that. I mean, I wouldn't personally call them that, but yeah, I guess so.
That's the terminology they use, right? They
okay.
Use that, right?
I can see what you mean by that, yeah.
Right. So Carl Khan, some of them are like the Elliott Management on the prem. All these different little fund managers like that. Bill Ackman, you know, he got a track record, historical aspect, that whole Herbalife bet that he and Carl Khan made is iconic.
That's what I know him about from.
Right. Lost over what? $4 billion in a day, almost. Well, you can call it that, yeah. Basically. No big deal. Lost about $4 billion. No big deal. You lose $20. Oh, the world finna fall out. Sky, the world, everybody got to stop. Right? Talking about the power of the dollar. This joker lost about $4 billion in a day. They laughed it off to a degree. The other day, he turned 27 billion into 2.3 billion, somewhere around there, in one day. Well, not necessarily one day, but I would say over the stint of, I want to say it was a couple days. I got to go pull the article up, but just real quick. Let me just real quick. Let me get ready to get out there. I know it's late, guys. Thank you again for rocking out. You know, hanging out with your brother a little bit here. But again, it's important to have conversations where you can, you know, really wrap your head around some of the stuff. Whether you find it to be useful or not in terms of how it affects your life, it doesn't, but it actually does. Indirectly, a lot of this stuff really does affect your life, right? So the coronavirus crisis really set foot in America around what date? Let's say middle what? Maybe around what, the beginning of February? Would we agree with that? Somewhere around there?
Yeah.
That's when it really became a national crisis in terms of America. Anybody?
I mean, that's when it should have been earlier, but I would say realistically, like national response wouldn't even happen until like mid-February-ish.
Right. So somewhere around mid-February, right?
Yeah, if I had to guess. Or to put.
So
yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that.
We said no, I'm just trying to putting in context. So we'll say mid-February, right? So around about mid-February, first week, second week of February, he turned 27 million into 2.6 billion. It's about a month and a week, if that. Not even a month and a complete week, almost. He done turned 27 million into 2.6 billion. Utilizing what?
Margin or?
No, just 27 billion. 27 million and 22%.
Oh, yeah.
Utilizing the crisis, the market, the volatility.
Right. Okay.
Equity assets. Debt. Right? Basically, shorting the market.
Right.
So a person would say, why would you want to short the stock market during a crisis like this? Why would you want to hurt assets?
Reset.
Bingo.
Market reset so they can go in and buy it at a lower price and take the price up.
Stocks fall a lot faster than they go up. Let that marinate. It took all of 12 months for the S&P 500 to put up 26% on a 12-month melt up last year. It took all about 2 weeks for the S&P 500, 2.5 weeks, 2 weeks to drop 30% and lose all those gains and extra in about 2.5 weeks. Wiped all of it out. So if I'm short in the top, around 339, 338 with $27 million. If I just showed it the SP derivative and that derivative only, 27 million. The SP, let's just do it from a basic percentage perspective, right? Hypothetical. Well, we know it ain't hypothetical because it lost the notional value. So let's say peak to trough, 30%, right? 30% in that aspect. And that's not even, again, if you do use what? Leverage, margin on top of that. Because apparently 27 million into 2.6 billion, and let's just say 2.7 billion, right? Round it up to get that percentage value. How much percentage is that? From 27 million to 2.7 billion, what's the percentage on that?
Almost 100%.
I mean, well over 100. You're talking about 2.7 billion. Because 100% of
Is it
27 million
1,000%?
would be, what's 100% of 27 million? Another what? 27 million, right?
Right.
Put you at what? 54 million, right?
Right.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Not, y'all see what I'm going with this? Now, march that number on all the way up till you hit that what? That 2.7 billion. Let that marinate.
Woo.
Let that marinate.
That's what, like 10,000%?
Crazy, ain't it? Crazy to even think that way, ain't it?
It's crazy to even think about that in terms of like that many, like $27 million. Because even like a percent or two is still like a pretty healthy amount.
Right, off 27 million. And you did that in about a month. A month and a week. Let that marinate. Do you think those kind of people care anything about you? Go.
Hell
Nope.
no.
If a person like that can make that kind of money, because here's where I know it to be true in terms of all of them are charlatans and liars. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but they're only concerned with what? Keeping their value of their wealth intact, no matter what. They would be the first ones in line right now to help bail out the government. Would they not? You would think, right? Morally and ethically, you would think they would do that, right?
No, they're
I'm
not
gonna do
more.
my part. Now, I'll do my part. They're already getting taxed less. They're crying about paying tax. Remember, that's the whole cry. They were crying about that all in 2019. Paying more tax. Because they were scared of who? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, taxing. Lee Cooper and fat, greasy behind was on CNBC almost every other day crying. Y'all know Leon Cooper. Go Google him. If y'all know who he is, Google him. See who Leon Cooperman is. Right? He was the main one out there taking the battle, fighting with Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Sanders, left and right. Right? About being taxed. Right? It's fat, greasy Leon Cooperman. Right? Let me pull him up so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about. Right? That's why they were showing from the top up. He's a big fat joke. Fat, greedy joke. And his talking point was, I put a lot of kids through college, though. I put some kids through college. You worth billions of dollars. And you also get that money back through tax write-off, tax incentives. To the layman person, they feel like, okay. But he only paying what? The standard tax rate on a billionaire, which is basically peanuts. So you say, well, are you really paying your fair share back to the system, or are you hoarding? Then the fallback conversation becomes what? Well, it's a capitalist society. You got the ability to do the same thing I do. Really? Really? Right? So the average person has no clue when I say that, because they're not invested in what? Economic education.
Right.
You see what I'm
Not
saying?
even know economics.
Right. So that's what it all boils down to. It goes back, it's cyclical, circular in that perspective. Right? He worth 3.2 billion, right? As of July 20, that's actually he worth more than that now, probably, obviously. Much of them jokers be short in the market, but they try to play the ethical role to you. Till you pull yourself by bootstrap, and this is our economy. Boy, they hurt the economy when they short the market, don't they? Would they not? That's how Ray Dalio made his billion, shorted the market. Lee Cooperman, some of them shorted the market. Bill Ackman, so to speak, ethical investor. How he made the billions on his billions, shorted the market. Mark Cuban, how do you think he made a lot of his billions? He shorted the market. That during the market crash 2007, 2008, that area, he shorted the market. Bill Ackman again, middle of February till now, 27 million and the 2.6 billion. You finna tell me he made that money to the upside?
Nope.
What market been going up like that in the past month? We go
Not
put
this
up
one.
right.
Not
We
this
go
one.
put SP 500. That thing been water falling down to the ground. Cascading. We can use a real nice little adjective, right? It's been free falling.
Get some TLC on, some waterfalls.
Right. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and the streams that you used to. Meaning the retail investor got to stick to the what? The streams and the rivers that he used to. The big money like Leon Cooperman and Bill Ackman, they go straight to the what? Niagara waterfalls. They get all that liquidity to the downside with leverage.
Woo.
They become billionaires overnight. So if he didn't even have billions at that moment, which he do obviously, he just became $2.6 billion richer in about a month.
They be shorting with like 1 million shares.
$27 million in a $2.7 billion in a 1 month. And a person finna sit here and convince me that they don't need this stimulus check and they sitting home right now. Or they can't benefit from it.
I'll tell you what, tell them to send it my way.
Right. You got a false sense of pride that's gonna run you into the ground, trying to act like you finna take the high road in a greedy capitalist society that can give a darn about you and your life and your family and your children.
Exactly. Capitalism.
So I always say to people, if you're gonna be in the game, get in the game. If not, get all the way out the game, or at least don't complain about the game. Because as long as you got a social security number, you in the game. Ain't no other way around it. Am I lying though?
Whether you know it or not.
You got no choice. So you can be a conscientious investor in terms of how we flow. Because we go to the market and get what? We want out of it and like, yep. Because you either gonna get it off your elbows, knees, and backs, or you're gonna get it off the power of your brain power, to strengthen your brain power. Leon Cooper ain't picking up no rakes and no backhoes, no lawnmowers, doing nothing.
Look at him. There's definitely no way he did.
Right. He ain't even do none of that. He's gonna go get him a pasta sandwich or a lot of tomato sauce and sit down in a New York restaurant. He probably go right down the canal off Mulberry Avenue in the Italian district over there. Y'all know I'm talking about, y'all New Yorkers, right on Canal Street, Mulberry Avenue, right down there where they got them nice little expensive little Italian restaurant down in there on the side of Manhattan, and eat pasta all day. And short the market.
Yeah.
Then come on CNBC and cry about getting taxed a little extra. Right? The rich pay a little bit more tax to round out, the government in a way where it helps people like in moments like this. Because right now, them using that same talking point, they will be the first one running to the government right now to help. Would they not be?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good luck. Right? See what I'm saying? So again, what I'm saying, don't let people sauce y'all up with this old ethical foolishness to make you feel like something wrong with you for wanting to get what? Get your fair share.
Right.
You already paying for it anyway. I can't stress that enough. So again, I know we talked about a lot, but again, understanding the title of this workshop, obviously want to call it whatever, broadcast, $2 trillion plus stimulus bill, will the stock market rebound faster now? It's an incentive where it boasted the kind of energy to ramp the markets, obviously for this moment, but we still got more problems ahead of us beyond the value of a stimulus check. You're in QE4, your money's going to get diluted. You still got in the middle of a tariff war that got put on the shelf. You still got yield inversions that's happening with debts are starting to be turnover right now. You still got a domino effect where one thing affects the card in the machine. It takes the mechanic to go in there and fix what? Everything, not just that one part now. And how long does that take? Because now you got to check the entire system, make sure there's no other failures and faults. So in terms of a fiscal GDP perspective or fiscal calendar year session, if you have any setbacks longer than what they consider to be a 3-month period, right? That's what a recession is technically assessed to be, that you have You have to have negative or zero growth and one fiscal
quarter rate.
Right, a fiscal quarter rate. Because that essentially domino effect hurts the following fiscal quarter. And you can't just make that up overnight out of nowhere, like they try to do with central bank, which is about printing money. Because you have to have some kind of work behind it or a tangible resource enough to kind of consume that debt to balance out the book value. If you ain't turning no profit, that means that money, again, the aspect of a company at that point is useless, you know what I'm saying, in that aspect of the overall GDP. That they've already wrote a check for. That's basically what I'm saying. They already wrote a check. The goal is to meet that check mandate. That would check don't bounce, right? That's what debt is. Debt means the debt goes ahead of the ahead of the work, right? Ahead of the profits, ahead of you see what I'm saying? Right. It's already in loan form. They already, see what I'm saying? They already cut that check, but you ain't done no work. So if you do no work, what happens to that check?
Just builds more debt.
It bounces. Or you establish more debt by doubling down on your
Okay.
You double down on your debt. So what's QE?
Quantitative easing.
Which is doubling down on your
On your debt.
Yeah.
Doubling down on your debt. Repo
So it's
market.
That was like their double down of the repo market.
Right.
Okay.
And what do we have all of 2019 in terms of company growth?
Ridiculous returns.
Zilch. We had no economic organic growth.
Mm-hmm.
We had no organic growth. We only had asset price inflation. It's a difference. We had no organic growth in terms of the overall market GDP in 2019. I mean, we had no profit that came through the company to balance out that debt. It was all asset inflation by the Federal Reserve, running markets up. And companies did what with their money? They bought shares back. Exactly.
Right.
You didn't do CapEx spending. CapEx is when you capital expenditure mean you You R&D, you merge, you go out there and buy product, you innovate to grow your company to return a organic Organic growth, organic profit. Meaning I take my oranges, I juice them, I find me a carton producer, I put that juice in them cartons, I go sell them. It don't mean I got oranges, I'm gonna sit on them. If somebody want to buy them wholesale, that's fine. But my margin value to what it takes for me to run my operation doesn't balance out to the level of debt what it costs me to run my business, because I don't have enough profit coming in to keep me afloat. So I use shareholders that love my company, the idea that I got this opportunity to put the oranges in a carton and distribute them all around the company, the world, and then bring in more revenue, right? which take care of what the loans that I got in place to float my business, payroll, tax liability, all this stuff like that, asset, you know what I'm saying, rent, mortgage on a location, right? You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that money went into pulling it from the debt market, meaning the shareholders, or utilizing the asset prices that were running up in the share prices to be able to again, float the company. You had no organic growth. There's a difference. Organic growth matters.
I see what you mean now.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. They're trying to use like the equity markets to make money rather than their actual like what they're supposed to do.
What
as
they're
a
supposed to
company.
do, their business.
Yeah.
Because they can always go to the equity market to get what? Y'all see the small biotech company, they stay doing offering. Dilution. But we just ran up 70%. I mean 70 cents from 30. It got to $1. You finna do an offering right now, bro? I just got in up here at 93 cents. Bruh. That means your money got caught in that dilution.
So when they're offering shares like that to other companies, it's like diluting the amount of
That's
shares
exactly
that you have.
What they
Okay.
do. They take that money and do what with it?
Whatever they want.
Bingo. And it's legal. As long as they drop that way. The Form 4D, any of that stuff like that. Them SC5, 8Ks and all that, when they kind of diagram and what's going on. Legal. 100% legal. Using shareholders' money to finance their what? Their excursions. And the Federal Reserve uses what? Citizens' tax money to finance their what? Their excursions, in essence. And doling that money out to who? Banks, corporations, this, that, and the third. That benefit off the ability of the asset price inflation, and then they come around on the back end and do what? Do an offering. Go to the equity markets, get all the money they need. It's an unlimited pool.
Right.
At the tunes of millions and billions of dollars. Y'all get my drift a little bit? I know I'm kind of.
I got it.
That's a weird way I kind of explain things sometimes, but this how again I'm going strictly how it comes.
So, or when they have offerings and stuff like that, are those the outstanding shares?
Yep.
Or like are those
off the float? Because you got two variants of the float, right? You got the actual float in house, and you got the outstanding shares, right?
Okay.
And anytime an underwriter comes in to do the offering, they get the ability to have what share incentive as well, like that, right? They set up the whole offering to go out there and find attractive buyers who want to buy that those shareholders notes, right? Those extra shares that are out there allotted. And then when that happens again, and they do that, obviously they want to do that at the equity price when it's much more higher, right? Than where stock management, because the higher the price, that means it's what more money for those shares, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when stock makers run, and y'all see them stocks, they jump up and run for like $2 or $3, and they run like $18, $20 a share, right? A lot of it's been happening lately with these coronavirus stock plays, right?
Yeah.
And then they turn around. Some of them turn around and do what? Offer. That means they do a 2 million share offering. 2 million share offering. I didn't say $2 million offering. They 2 million share offering at a price at a premium where the stock now that's $20. They may do it at what? 17. So that means anywhere from $3 to 17, which is what? $14 a share, right? Time what? 2 million. How much money is bruh? We talking about a dirt poor penny in the company that may got a market cap about 30 million, 50 million, 60 million, maybe even 100 million, right? But all that stuff allocated towards what? Liability expenses, so like that, property, real estate, all that, ain't necessarily just organic growth and free cash flow value on the books. They already struggling for that. That's why they're doing an offering. They turn around and do a debt offering of all this newfound wealth. And that's what it is, newfound wealth, and what? People who ran the stock price up and sat in with, they look what, $50 here, $20 here, $100 here, $1,000 here. Y'all get what I'm saying right there? Inflated the stock on top of an equity market buying up too, because you got hedge funds coming in and take advantage of it too, ballooning the price up more. That's when we talk about liquidity. They ran it all up and they did a what? An offer. So you got $14 a share with 2 million shares. So even if you did that, let's say 10, just hypothetically, $10 a share times 2 million. How much is that?
20 million.
$20 million, right? There's 20 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your market cap that you brought in, probably of all of half of a fiscal, or the biennial and fiscal, was roughly about what? Let's say for these smaller, some of these smaller companies, about what? 20, 30 million itself. You did that all in what? One drop. One drop. You did that all in one drop. You take that money and do what with it?
Buy back shares.
Well, they're doing the offering at that point, so they're giving away shares.
Oh,
They
okay,
ain't
sorry.
even buying back share mode at that moment. They got loot the shares. They gonna take that money and do what? R&D, bonuses, the executive. They're gonna find a way to string it out to where you have no clue unless you really follow the breadcrumbs. Because it's public record what they're supposed to be doing. But again, they know how to what? Cook the books the same way as anybody else. So it's no different than your corporation that you work for. Sometimes that's why I say you can't escape it. Because if you're on the job, right, and you going up against a moment where you're trying to R&D to make some moves, well, they dilute the worker the same way they could dilute shareholder. They dilute the worker by what? Cutting the hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if they were not diluting them, they'll be giving them what? More hours, which obviously accrues what? More pay, time and a half, all those incentives, right? Well, they ain't doing that unless they got what? The getting is good and the gravy in Biscuit Wheel Valley theory is working. You got to be what? That's organic growth. That's when you can offer what? More hours. Your supply it can't be met by the level of demand. So you need to churn out more. These companies ain't dropping it like that. Not in a federal, welfare program state where the ad goals are buying assets just because, and they just garbage because they get caught up in the what? In the carnage of the sympathy plays. People looking to find these stocks that are low and just jumping in hedge funds, just getting in because of the fact that it'll go up what in relation to a lot of the other markets going, other stocks going up. All this money is just being thrown around, all this extra liquidity. So again, it's just something to make you think. Again, when you're either an investor, worker, or both, the ideal of the free market is what it's supposed to be, which we know is not a free market because it's highly manipulated. They don't get it twisted. It's like a job to cook the books, they manipulate it too. Don't get it twisted. Right? So nobody can talk about nobody. Right? Everybody ratchet. I'm not saying there's some good ethical companies out there. Don't get that twisted too. But the way that the system is structured, again, in any aspect, when it comes to decide to do whatever they want to do, which they can, to take advantage of the system, they can. Right. So all I'm saying is, for us, it's about finding the least path of resistance. Find the least path of resistance to get to where you need to go with the least amount of work. Right? People, again, we know some of the billionaires out there. And you like, well, man, okay, at a point, that person worked really hard to get where they wanted to go. They did some work at some point. They were putting in some wild hours. Well, our aspect of that is when we stand up late, going over charts, looking over news reels, looking over, filings, right? SEC filings, things that way. That's our work, right? That's us doing the work of an entrepreneur. If we had an actual tangible value product that we trying to put the flight to, to be able to compete in the consumerism, or heavy commerce value society, right? For us, it's just utilizing these different assets. The flip side to that is that, guess what? We don't have to deal with what? Product overhead, lights, phones, tax filing, CPAs, water bills, complaining customers. We don't got to deal with that, right? The only people we fuss at all day long is who? Market makers, right? Or short sellers if you're going long. Right?
Facts.
Stupid short seller, stupid idiot, right? Why you want to short right here, man? Stop what you're getting ready to take off. Idiot.
Let me get some money first, and then you can short it.
Right, idiot. Let it run, right? So, but again, even in that moment, we still actually sport because if the stock is up 70-80%, some stocks don't even put that up an entire 2 years. And the natural ebb and flow our stocks would naturally work in a natural state. See what I'm saying? And we got stocks to do that on a daily basis. A daily basis. And if a person who understood that works somewhere in a hard environment, I mean, they got to do hard labor. If they figure out they can put their money to work for them in a way where, again, they can make 70%, 80% return on their money in a day or in a few hours, to them, that would be a no-brainer if they really understood the complexity of how to really make that happen. Right? And it's coming with some risk, obviously. But being on the job comes with a level of risk. Right? There's no comfort in working for somebody else to the degree where they can shut down tomorrow and then what are you going to do? Go get employment. Right? Go wait to get unemployment. Or you can do capitalize the market in every aspect you can. If you're working, well, guess what? You also need to find other ways to get some money. If it's not investing, it's equity, real estate. There's drop shipping. There's other ways to get money. At least Path of Resistance tells us go through the equity market. All the rich people do. That's where all the money at. That's where all the liquidity at. Right? These are people who don't want to work. Not at the level that, we consider what work really is. They say, okay, well, find me a stock that could be useful in this environment of this coronavirus. That's making masks, ventilators, a cure, treatment, medicine, a face shield, a PPE suit, whatever, because these are trending assets right now, right? Or a company that's not, again, Tesla stopped making cars. Matter of fact, they got their Fremont plant almost shut down by the sheriff because Elon Musk kept trying to crack the whip, make people go to work. Sheriff had to come in and say, man, hey, you got to stop this, bro. True story. So Elon said, okay, well, you know what? I'll make ventilators. So I'm going to need a certain amount of people to be in there. So we need these ventilators. You ain't going to push back. So guess what? He's making ventilators. He can't get a bag off that too. Guess what? Because the government going to pay him whatever he needs.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a need. You see what I'm saying? Now you're in a government state to the degree of Defense Act. They ain't commandeer no business outright. Because under the Defense Act, they can commandeer your business outright and make you do that. But people on the private sector stepping up because they know it's a benefit. Because they stopped obviously underwater where some of them sold off from. Now they still up a lot from where they came, right? From. Keep in mind, Tesla was at what, 180 something, 250, 230, around by the end of 2019, and it's still up near $500 after dropping a 968. Oh, they ain't hurting that one bit. To a person that bought it in the top door, they feeling it, but the company ain't. You see what I'm saying? See, that's how, again, you don't get caught up in the idea of this old people worship. I don't care nothing about that. Elon Musk still is super rich right now. I'm up here holding a bag at $868 a share though. Looking stupid. I'm saying looking stupid. Like, man, bruh. Y'all gonna run the price back up here again. Y'all gonna come up here and hang out with me again. Somebody come get me, right? Somebody come rescue me up here. Run the stock up or something. Come on, man. Somebody pump the market.
He'll be on stock twits the next day. This shit's hitting 1,200 tomorrow.
Right, that's that guy. We're going to the moon tomorrow. Right? Every day you go to the moon, and the stock ain't went nowhere. It's sitting there at the luncheon pad with no rocket fuel. Right? So again, this is how you just got to know how to play the game the same way everybody else is playing. Right? So you take your time. So, but I'm also saying that in essence where, again, even for some of us who are new, who's learning this, who's wanting to get an ideal of utilizing equity market, again, because the goal is to always think long term. I'm always advocating long-term investing over short term, any day of the week. Right? The day trading comes with a whole new different mentality, literally, an entire new mentality. Right? Because you stop and go trading. Right? You capitalizing on, intraday movement, so to speak, as opposed to long-term, operative plans based upon you see a really great opportunity in the company that's going to grow against its competitors with the ebbs of the market and the point where the market's running good, fine-tuned economy, stock can't do nothing but grow, right? Okay, that's fine too. But on a daily basis too, guess what? There's money to be made even in that aspect too. Case in point, real quick right here, and then we get ready to shut it down. Biggest runners of today, you got 4 stocks today that ran over 100%. And all of them were under. All of them were under when they started, under at least a minimum of $2 a share. A minimum, a maximum. They was at a max price of about $2 a share. If some of y'all, your little state and local government went outside today in your car, right? It's supposed to be in quarantine, and you just shut in. You had to go get your favorite little meatball sub, right? You couldn't take it anymore. You got tired of eating little, your little box dinner or whatever. This coronavirus shutdown. You went and spent a little $5, $6, $7, $8, $10, right? At your little, favorite little meat hoagie little place, right? And you could have bought, again, the stock here was like it went up to over 227%. So let's look at this one here. This MFA, right? Just real quick, right? It opened up around about 66 cents a share. 60 cents. 60 basically 60 cents. Right? How many shares you can get with that with $10? Right? Let that marinate for a moment. For $10 for a 66 cent stock, 66, I can't even talk that. Talking like 66 cents. Tongue twist tonight. Stop. How many shares could you get for $10? Right?
15.
So we're about 15 shares.
Something like that. 12.
So
yeah.
So it went up at the roughly about let's say right here said it's showing what $2 291%, right at the very peak, right? So 291%, right? And that's to that of what? Or just in layman terms, let me not use the percentage term. So basically at the peak, right? Because I know that'd be like, man, hard, man, it's late, bro. So basically 194, even if you count after hour, right? If not, we just do intraday, right? Because that's what we're talking about, intraday trading. If you do $1.44 minus 60 cents from that.
$1.44.
It's about like 80 cents rounded.
About 80 cents?
About.
So you got 15 shares, right? So what's that?
$6.
You got 80 times.
Oh wait.
80 times 15 shares. You got 15 shares.
I can't do math right now.
1,200.
80 times 15. 0.80 times 15.
$12. $12.
100%. 100% that $10. Minimum.
$12.
You know what I'm saying? Minimum. That's minimum. Well, you turn 10 into what? 20. Well, yeah, some tax. A little extra. Plus tax. Get excited. And you did that every bit about 9:30. Hit this peak intraday, roughly around about 1:30. Right? So, again, roughly about 4 hours, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 3 hours, somewhere around there, 10:30, 4 hours, 4 hours. So, you 100% your investment in 4 hours. So that's the power of intraday trading aspect of to capture that kind of value in a matter of hours, relative to the ideal of that. These stocks, especially now that they have the certain driven catalyst that obviously makes them attractive to other investors, which cause these prices up and run because now it becomes an investor sentiment price action perspective. Everybody else want that same price action. They want that liquidity. They want the opportunity to be in a stock that's getting all this what? This press release and this what? This momentum. And so that drives what? Drives price. And so this is how you say, okay, well, if these things are happening too, if I can capitalize on these same moments, right? Again, with $100. And 2,000. You put, $5 grand into it, you turn $5 grand into what? 10 grand. You did that in a matter of what? 4 hours. Now, obviously we know that because we trade. Y'all know people did what? Put $5 grand in this thing around about 60 cents. Just right. His point, y'all already know probably Ross Cameron. Now he probably into the heat right? You know that greedy joker dude went all in on one little dollar stock. And he probably out way up here though. He ain't even ride all the way out there. You don't stay long. But either way, with leverage, he coming in with about 20,000 shares. He in for the first couple of spikes, first pullback, make a new high. He double down in, and then he starts scaling out up into the what? To the fatigue off the pop. He scale out a little bit on the way back down. He already baked. He done for the day. He's gonna do his YouTube live stream around about 12:01. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
so let me make a little more money off of this trade.
Right. My scammer, warrior trader. Some of us say, I'm gonna ride it out, right? Because we see, indicators, we've seen all these different, signals, stay in the trade, stay in the trade, stay in the trade. Momentum, volume coming in, stay in the trade, stay in the trade. Volume picking up here, stay in the trade. See what I'm saying? Peak extend away from the moving average. Okay, we getting a little extended here. All right. So that means we're getting fatigued here. Now we getting parabolic, we getting, exuberant, right? So again, the golden rule of thumb is anytime a stock peels really farther away from the what? The moving average, that means it's going to pull back, right? Because it's too far away from its what? It's collective ebb and flow how it should be moving. See right here? It starts standing away from the moving average here, 20 moving average here. We got extend up here. Guess what it starts right after that? Peak, pull back, pull back, pull back. It did again here. See how I got extended right here? Extended away from the moving average. That's always a what? A sign of fatigue at a point where people going to take profit. General rule of thumb, ain't no rocket science in that. None. You start seeing that, it's separating farther and further away from the moving averages. If you already ain't took profit at that point, scalping it, take your bag, get back in. They're going to pull it back down to the moving average, not close to it, and try to run up again if the momentum stays in it. Right? You can just do that all throughout the day. Or you can say, I'm going to ride this, this momentum out because there's a catalyst behind it, which in this case it was. They rode it up, at the peak point, kept riding it. Right, had no really, solid reason to get out of the asset because it kind of respected these moving averages. You can see here at 50, right, which is a weighted line, especially if you got anywhere near that 50-day moving average, even down here, around about 68 cents a share, 67, and they just rode it up all day long, no stress to a degree, even for a little penny stock. That might have been a little spooky right here when it marched up this high and pulled all the way back here at this point. But again, in this case, I'm using my 9:50, 10 o'clock pullback strategy. Literally right at that time frame, right? What happened? It respected my what? My little, I call it my little strategy, but it respected my little theory, right? 9:50, after it gapped all the way up, what did it do? That's when the market, it reversed. If it's gapping up, it's going to reverse. If it's going down, it's going to reverse. So in that moment, it got halted actually. Look at that. When the dots right, that means it got halted. But they opened it right back up right at 9:50. How about that? Go figure. Go figure. Algo sold it off from 96 cents all the way back down to what? 71. 9:50, 10 o'clock pullback. Right? It rounded out, started making a what? A little small little pull. And off that first initial pullback or alt pullback at that point. but essentially you still kind of made a higher low, right? You're sitting here to here, somewhat like a new higher low, right? So that means the stock still stayed a little bullish, not a whole lot, but it still presented that perspective. And it's still early, right? You might still early. This retail traffic still coming in, right? People just not seeing this stock, they're hearing about it in chat rooms. They get excited. Oh, man, I'm gonna trade MFA then. I don't want to trade. I'm gonna trade this one. So the volume always kind of stayed, into the stock a little bit enough to kind of keep momentum up. And then it did what? It still kept marching higher. It broke over some key points of resistance in terms of its moving averages. You saw the classic, crossovers and things of that nature. In terms of 20 crossover to 50, which obviously, induced the even more of a buy signal, and then it just rolled out. It just rolled out. So you just read traffic stop signs. That's all you're doing basically as an SJ trader. We read stop signs and green lights and yellow lights throughout the entire session of the trade. And these certain indicators are just that. Yield signs, stop signs, and what? Go signs. Right? And that's all it is. And so you just relegate that back to price action momentum. The rest is history. So again, if I can, I bought in here at 64. I capped out around what, 140, 104, or no, what did it hit the peak at, right? 144, right? Just kind of, for some of those, real warrior traders out there that stay in the trade and milking for everything is worth to it, really begin to roll over, right? That's your profit value. And you see that with a couple of these stocks. Again, this ASTC, same reality, right? This one here was popping early, then it sold off at the end of the day, which is crazy. I saw it gap up early. I was like, oh, this thing here for to be popping. And lo and behold, it sure was, because it came from like $1.23 and went up here all the way up to like $7.76. Let that marinate. Where was y'all doing this time? Where was y'all at? Where was y'all? Right? I saw it gapping up pre-market. I said, oh, this is going to be running today. Right? Because again, anything coronavirus or something similar, it's going to run like Bitcoin parade, it's going to run like marijuana parade when those things are popping. Right? So again, it opened up. It again gapped up, pulled back, bounced up the 50-day moving average here, respected it like a champ. $3.44. Those real hardcore investors or traders, they in right here. Oh, those even that got in at the VWAP, they in at 372, they got in. Boom. And it crossed over the 20 moving average. Oh, we definitely in. Boom. 384, they rolled it out. Gap from 384 all the way up to $7 and again 70 cents in about an hour. So basically from 9:30 to 10:30, it went from 340, 350, they say 350 hypothetically, to 770 in 1 hour. So that means it put up what? So 360 times 2 is what?
720.
720, right? So you put up 100% obviously and more, obviously it went to 770, 77 in a matter of 1 hour. So whatever many shares you bought, regardless, or how much money it costs you to buy those shares. So if you put 100 on it, right, at $350 a share, it doesn't matter. As long as you got $100, you just do what? 100%. So you made 100% in an hour. A simple way to look at the math, right? In that perspective. Put 1,000 on, you made a quick $1,000 in what? 1 hour. Right? You doubled your money. If some people again don't make $1,000 in 2 weeks. All right, you did that in an hour. You're not complaining. You didn't do a Bill Ackerman. You didn't turn 27 million into 2.7 billion in a month. But guess what? You on your way, buddy. You're on your way.
You're getting there.
Get in there. Stay in there. Hang in there, buddy. That's what they tell you, right? On the job, hang in there, man. Pull yourself by your bootstrap. You're on your way. You're gonna make your way through the chain, bro. Hang in there, buddy. Like bro, no, right? You know what I'm saying? No, you hang in there. I'm out of here. Right? I quit. Right? I ain't gonna be doing this. For us, we can't wait to wake up and see this kind of stuff here. I mean, it's literally what, 2:30 right now. It's 2:30.
I'm about to go.
Right? She's gonna go trade that London session. I know she's gonna go trade.
I'm in trade right now. I'm in that mug.
Right. See what I'm saying? Making money while we be building right now. After the markets open up about another hour and a half. Meaning the global stock market, the New York, NYSE, NASDAQ, open up at 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. And the future market's still open right now. ES Mini Future SPY still making money right now. If I want to be trading or anybody want to be trading right now, we still be making money right now. Bored, sitting in the house, ain't no sports on, ain't nothing on. Well, they showing reruns, I'm sure. Ain't no live sports on. It's like reruns. Got Joker living in the past right now. Like, no, I don't want to live in the past right now, bro. I want to keep marching forward in the future.
I want to get past this part.
Right. Ain't no, what it was back when before KD had the coronavirus. No, let that Joker have that virus and get through it. It'll be all right. He got millions. Right now, I'm gonna go focus on my bag because he got his bag. Right. So I'm gonna go focus on my bag right now. Right? So we come over here to assets, opportunities like this over here. Again, it's just nothing that we don't constantly advocate. When I say advocate, meaning again, I'm not selling the market because I don't own it. I'm only detailing the opportunity that allotted to us to utilize the capital markets. To not feel like it's some kind of an anomaly to think about economics beyond the limitation that we've been kind of blocked into through limited proper education. When I say limited, because they're not really teaching us the way they need to be teaching this stuff. Because they really invested into really getting, I would say, the American citizen the greatest opportunity to be able to leverage its true potentiality to give back to the society. It wouldn't be so much just being from a labor worker perspective, but they know they need people to work, right? Go out there, till the soil and cut the trees and to strengthen the steel beams and all that stuff. Right. But the people like, again, they ain't just a shot, but the people like Leon Koopman and people like that man, look, people like Bill Ackman, them people like what? Give me a bag, give me some credit, let me use the debt market to go into the stock market, because that's what they do. They use debt, right? We guys come in with debt, they already got fund managers, they come in with debt, and go put that money right into the market and walk away crazy because there's somebody that came in at the top at 338, 339 with leverage and shorted the market down, over 30% about 2.5 weeks. And made it killing. Even if you had a leverage account, again, like 100 grand leverage, 200,000 leverage. That's where you can get to millions. And, again, you doing that, crazy value. Crazy value. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, what that brings if you just really just hitting that one asset. But and there was other assets obviously dropped a lot further, whatever the case. So just even in the aspect of the SP 500, we showed the SP 500 at 330, let's say 339 at the peak. Let's say that's what 200, let's say 100,000. I don't know how many shares is that, like about gosh, let's go about four. Is that like 400? No, that's like how much is that? Yeah, that's like 400 and some change, right? No, that's like 300 and something.
Yeah, it's like 300 for 100,000. You said
some shares, right? So 300 some shares.
Yeah.
Right, over 100,000, right? Right. So it went from 330 to the low of what 220? Would you say 220?
Yeah,
around 220 like a couple days ago. So that's roughly about what 100 and what
110, 120. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. $120 a share. Time what 3 shares, right? Excuse me, 300 shares, right? Excuse me. So how much is that?
Times 120, 36,000.
You made 36,000 in 2 weeks.
Shoot.
2 weeks. Oh yeah, you've been dedicated to trading what? SP 500. It was obviously on its way down. It wasn't nothing stopping it, right? It wasn't nothing stopping it. Every day, coronavirus. Dagger. Coronavirus. Ooh, scary. Sell. Sell. Was it not doing that though? Y'all saw it? That thing was doing some serious throwing up, boy. Like I'm talking about Joker in college, first time drinking some golden grain. Boy, that was an unlimited valve tapper just throw up. You threw up something you ate about 2 weeks ago. You found some stuff that was deep down in the stomach, threw it up. That's how the market was dumping.
It's like when pour salt on the slug. It's like,
Right. Rap. Rap. So a person that didn't even have to have the kind of skills that Maplewood some of us do have could have just followed somebody's lead and made that kind of money. That's the part about it that gets me excited. It gets me excited. Call it my agreed switch. But in my case, I like to say it is opportunity because I have nowhere the level of the riches that they do. These guys, when I say they do, y'all know what I'm talking about. These megalithic market manipulating fund managers and people like a Bill Ackman like that could just move a stock just on their investment alone, their trade alone. Right? We're just trying to get what we can out of it, which we are retail traders. But we know retail traders, some of us, out there that do really well. Right? They're well over six figures, ain't that seven figures, obviously. In most cases. But again, it's nothing that bars us from being in that same boat, right? It's leverage. Not necessarily on margin sucks right now, because even margin calls are being ran off the hook right now. You can't, they're hurting right now. These brokers are hurting now. So, again, unless you learn how to use leverage properly, obviously in our case, even if you're using trading at CFDs, then that's your better option. Right, that's your better option because it's a CFD's contract. The difference is not necessarily margin, it's leverage. Right, and it comes from the threshold. So you can take a raw state like that again, just understanding reading the tea leaves, the market's gonna pull back under the scenario like this. And it did. You just ride it down. So companies like Boeing, I wrote Boeing down. Again, y'all know my little story. Boeing down from 330s all the way down to basically the 90s. Watching and repeating along the way. I stayed in it the whole time, just kept averaging into my position. I took a little bit, averaged that the next day at the peak, short more into it, kept my average nice and fat and high and safe, and rode it all the way down. I did the same with Tesla too. I got short on Tesla around 967, 960, somewhere around right now, somewhere around there. Rode it down, all the way down, all the way to basically, it was down there, 360, somewhere around there. A couple days ago, somewhere around there. So a lot of these stocks like that, those highly inflated assets that were just up too high, that we know that was being asset inflated again by the idea of the Fed pumping money to the market, which obviously gave company fund managers pump money into it through the algo that was set to buy these little stocks up just left and right. And obviously Tesla did not earn that value, that level of valuation just by producing the 3,000 extra little cars. Like seriously, seriously. 3,000 some plus stock, right? That's how they do it, right? That's how they do it over here, though. I'm not arguing with the idea that I know that they convey it. I'm just trying to capture what I can out of it that they're already getting for everybody else too, the same way. As a trader, now not necessarily an investor, but as a trader, which is a difference. So again, there's nothing that's barring us from the opportunity. So just keep that in mind. Again, I know we said a whole lot tonight. It's been a long night. Started late, didn't necessarily want to, but again, I think for us, when we do come on, and I didn't get a chance to really get to the real chart stuff like that. I need to get in the habit of really going to charts and diagram and pivot points, all this stuff like that, and going over the terminology. Some of you guys are still trying to learn, just paying attention. I do appreciate you guys hanging out late. But that's what it's for, right? Technical now is 100%. Brother T, definitely building in the back chat. Him and Brother Evans. I see you, Brother Chaos. Good to see you, fam. I don't know if you're still on. Hey, peace, power, Brother Chaos Rain. Thank you for holding it down again. Support for the brother the other day too. Get to have all you guys in the building. Again, late on this, Wednesday night. Well, yeah, Wednesday night on Thursday at this point, holding it down. Again, some of y'all ain't got no jobs. That ain't no swipe at you, but some of y'all ain't got no jobs based on the government. The government shut you down. So you got no choice anyway.
Y'all have a job unwillingly, but yeah.
Right. Friday the next, you ain't got no job to get y'all high tonight. Get high on these stocks. We can get high on this stock and this data. Right? And but the overall goal is to walk away with something, right? To walk away with something that will give you a little bit of reflective thought when you think about economics in a way where you being in the capitalist society, you should have no qualms, none about going into these markets and getting your fair share out of it. None. And you want to endeavor to want to learn more about it. and that's what it can really do for you, given the right proper stance of due diligence and discipline to set yourself apart from feeling like you are stuck in a position where you can only make money if you work with somebody else. It's the most heinous thing you can tell yourself, prevent yourself as a free will human being, that's your secret to success, is how well you can perform for somebody else to get a pat on your back. That makes no sense to me. It would never make sense to me. You do all the work, they get the bulk of the credit. Right?
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. When you can do it yourself, when I say you can do it yourself, find a way to reverse engineer that reality. If you don't do the same, find a way to take your money through this moment and work with somebody else, and then turn around and put that money to work elsewhere. That's how you see success in an aspect of the life where you don't feel like you have to work hard for it your entire life. You reverse engineer their saying, what they're saying, mentality. If not their mentality, their product or their service. Right? How did you become successful? You hear these people speak, and these people come in and speak at, these philanthropists and all these people who made it. What was it? What was your secret sauce? What did it for you? What was your turning point? What was that great pivot for you? When the wheel actually met the road, when ideals and and innovation met, at the crossroads together. What was that? When was that moment for you? Right? Okay, boom. All right. Take a little bit of that, go steal somebody else, take a little bit from that, then you go out there and implement it. Right. So again, we got a lot out of it, guys. Again, I know it's late. I can't say that. I can't keep saying that and not like, okay, yeah, it's late. So either gonna barbecue or mildew. But in this case, again, I do, we respect the fact that you guys are hanging out late. Whether you are in the market or you're not, and you still learning, you tuning in to get a little bit of this. It's a process, though. Again, this is more so about building the mentality that you actually feel like you can just go in and just trade the market. Get your mind right first, right? That's the secret sauce. Right? I'm gonna be the first one to tell you that, right? Unequivocally, get your mind right first. That's the secret sauce to being able to be a good investor. Indifference, strength, stability, unwavering nerves, whatever. Winner's mentality. Understand that you are in a position where, again, you got other people who are thinking just like you. And the prize is, again, obviously, at the rate that it can turn over from what we know as investor traders, it's a heck of a lot more pliable than, again, feeling like you got to watch paint dry for 7, 8, 10 hours a day. When you really start getting into money and investing and trading, and you start saying, okay, well, dang, that ain't really taking a whole lot to get to 3, 5, 7, 8%. Based upon, okay, if I'm coming in light, just, walking my way through this opportunity and learning as I go, obviously, but I'm still being very cautious. And I turned 3%, on some decent, reconnaissance about this company, the stock, and they had news reel, and the market might be moving good in that sector too. And all you look, the stars align, basically, when we say the stars align in the stock. That's basically when that happens. And you turn a quick little 3, 4, 5, 7%, like, man, that ain't bad. Right? Even 3% on $30 is, you're like, okay, that ain't bad. Right? So you start learning how to, again, increase that opportunity by finding those assets that can keep you, on a constant profit case basis. Again, the game is base hits, not always looking for the home run. So if 3% comes to you every day, that's a good win ratio to keep your mentality safe. Y'all know this, like when you have those persistent trades back to back and you profit every single time. I don't care if it's, again, the notional value is not so much the value of the I would say the energy that comes behind getting the trade right, as opposed to just saying, okay, well, you seeking to get a certain dollar amount. Now, you never trade for a dollar amount. That's the worst thing you can do, trade for a dollar amount. You ain't actually supposed to be looking at your P&L while you trade. Technically, you're supposed to make sure you be doing all the proper things that you're trained to do in terms of price action indicators and all that, and leverage out that trade to the maximum potential until that trade obviously runs out or becomes fatigue, and then you get out, and then you go check the P&L. Because you did all the right things properly. Because the money gonna be there, basically. Money's gonna be there. You hit that sell button. When it's over, that money gonna be there. No matter what it is, no matter how you came in, the ideal is understanding how to do it right. You do that properly and you do that consistently, then again, it ain't letting, you go through entire fiscal year of trading, or it's 252 days, a lot of trading days in the year on a fiscal level, somewhere around there, and you do that every single day consistently, right? You start with $1,000 and you hit your minimum of 3, 4, 5% a day. Well, you do the math on that, in that amount of time span. You look back at that P&L, you're like, oh, wow.
Yep.
Then only thing separating you from big money is the fact that now you get to what? Add more shares. You get to leverage into that thing a little bit now.
Right.
You get to take those Ross Cameron type positions. Oh, I'm finna come in. Oh, bro, I'm coming out the gate with 1,000. Then I'm finna add 2, 3 more thousand to it. You like, God, oh, bro, slow down, bro. No, bro. Not today.
Yes.
I found this honey hole. The stock is moving. The liquidity is there. All the signs are a go. You don't slam on brakes when all signs are a go. I'm sorry. That's just not wise. Right? You trade it within the confines of what you're capable of doing, granted. But when those moments come around to maximize, then you take advantage of it. But you're doing it with a place of discipline at least, and not just there instead of feeling like you're chasing and gambling and being caught up in FOMO. There's a science to this in a way that a lot of people don't really speak about in a lot of ways that they should, right? Because they tell you it's not exact science, which is not, but there's a psychology science. There's a discipline science, right? And that's based upon what you know in your technical analysis and also your fundamental analysis research. That's the science. Sticking true to those, those things that keep you safe and your money protected. That's the science. So again, as long as you don't lose sight of that, you'll be all right. So we're gonna build more. Again, I'm gonna get off here, but we're gonna build more.
I'll see you later today.
Right. You already getting it in. I know you trade too. Right. But we're gonna build more. I'm gonna continuously delve deep into a lot of the stuff. Again, the charts. That's really heavy. Get on the charts. Right. I'm always gonna speak psychology because I know how important it is. But that teaches you how to be a little bit more what? Discipline. Right. That's how you make money in the market. You got to be disciplined. Right? The more disciplined you are, the more dollars you're going to make. I guarantee you. But you're going to follow all the basic rules. And when it's time to audible, you're going to do it in a way where it's very precision-like. It's not going to be just you rushing into something and just chancing it when you don't have to chance it, right? You can chance it and get lucky, right? It ain't hard to do in the market when stock is up 200-300%. And the price action is still surging. You just come in, don't know what's going on. All you know, somebody gave you a tip on the stock. You might have been coming in at the point where the stock is still what? Surging. Right? Because all this FOMO kicking in. You come in and start run up a quick little 6-7%. And you came in again with your little $1,000, right? Don't gambling basically. Don't know what's going on, and you done made 70% on that 1,000 real quick. So that means you picked about $700 out the blue. And then I say, hey man, sell it right here, man. Sell it right here. You sell it. You say, how much you made? I made $700, man. Man, this is crazy. Right? That's how you that first feeling. This is crazy. Are you for real, man? This is all mine? Yeah, man, that's all yours, bro. You can't be kidding me, man. Let me tell you, I just make $700 like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, that wasn't more like 70, about 5 or 10 minutes, man. Yeah, that's what we do. Man, shut the front door. You gotta be kidding me. Are you looking outside thinking people gonna knock on your door like IRS or somebody? Come get it. Come take it away from you. Man, this is not real, man. Yeah,
that's literally how it feels.
Yeah, I'm being honest. We all had that feeling. I'm not lying. Then after that, you get confident, you get comfortable, you get knowledgeable. Then it becomes like, okay, yep, still $700. On to the next. On to the next. Oh, it's 1,000 here. You get indifferent. You start to become more indifferent about money because you realize for what it is. It's a resource. It's a tool. Put it to work. Stop trying to hoard it. that it ain't gaining no value. Money that gains no value sitting down in your wallet. True story. Matter of fact, you're losing value every day through the what? Now you're learning that now by what? Looking at the USD in terms of inflation and deflation. Right? Now
That
you know it.
QE, that
Right,
QE.
that QE. You know that dollar ain't worth a ham sandwich mentally. It's sitting in your pocket. You think you got some. And no. Put it to work. Put it to work. If not, you're going to blow it at McDonald's, take a fried chicken anyway. Buy a little full up box. You're going to be indigestion, heartburn. You have to buy Tom's. You're going to spend a little extra more money. This small. You went under, matter of fact. So I say, them same little $5, I just showed you how to put it to work in what? ASTC, excuse me, and MFA. We stock ran over 200% today. Over 200% today. So even if you came in at the very trough and you do 200% of $5, well, how much is that? So 100% of $5 is what? $10, right?
You're making $10 total, like profit.
Right. So if you came in, if you made 200%, right? So 100% of $5 is what?
$5.
No, 100% of $5. What's 100% of $5? When you 100% $5, that means you doubled it, right?
Yeah. Like you got $5 profit. Sorry. So like
right.
you'll have to.
Yeah. So you're right. So you make $10, right?
Yeah.
If you 200%, that means what?
You're making 15.
Right. You get what I'm saying? So 5 turns into what? 15.
Mm-hmm. And then that just builds. It's compounding.
Right. Compounding value. 100% right, bro. That's the word. So now you can buy you 3 $5 fill up boxes at Kentucky Fried Chicken the next day. You can go splurge and get a cookie. Right.
I'll give my girl something.
Right.
Get her
you
a
can
box
take the
too.
Wi-Fi.
Get her on something. Don't have to share anymore.
Exactly. You utilize free market.
No, that's literally what I told my girlfriend. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna learn something about stocks right now, so I'm gonna just not talk for a while.
Right, but people do that. They literally, you know.
Well, I mean, she should agree because in the future it benefits both of us.
Exactly. But right now, people only see it in the learning stages as you what? You trying something. How's the stock market stuff working? Are you gambling? Y'all heard all the talking points.
Oh yeah,
that comes natural because that's a value of simple ignorance. They don't know, but they see it as a way that you can lose money based upon the idea that there's no guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no guarantee in life with anything. There's more security-based values than others based upon the value that you get a job. Well, if you go through the process of getting hired, well, at least you don't get fired the next day unless you just do something crazy, right?
Unless you were waiting until like last week and then.
Right, exactly. So I just said the people that got hired literally last week or a week, it's about a week and a half, and they started on their new job when they bought the uniform, they started, and they went right back to the couch.
You're going right back to that unemployment line.
Right. I be damned.
And they gotta wait 3 weeks. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get paid next week." Nah, you got 3 more weeks, chief.
And then you got to turn around and wait 3 weeks for them to cut the check. So you say, "Man, dang it." You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
This is crazy. But
I completely agree. I'm honestly grateful for the things you were saying today because there's not really things I get too political about but like when it comes to like helping others instead of like a few people, that's what like irritates me. So when people are out here saying that he's actually like they're like bragging about how good this stimulus bill is, but like realistically, why are we bragging about that? We should be concerned that we need such a big bill and it's not even enough for the working people.
It ain't nowhere near.
Like the fact that they're coming up here and like bragging about this thing is just so ironic to me, but it's very representative of like the political state
of who they are
in this country. Yeah,
100% right. And as long as you stay grounded in knowing that, you guard your own castle. You get my point?
No, I fully agree. I mean,
you guard your own castle when you understand the people in the political landscape you're dealing with. You don't play that whole, again, for God and country crap.
Yeah.
Meaning you pull yourself up by the bootstrap and suffer while rich people do what?
They just make money off the back of the hard
Right.
The working class.
Because somebody making money off this suffering right now. Don't get it twisted.
It's just so like I just think it's so funny how people really consider the 1% like the hardworking class. Like
Right.
it just doesn't like they're like, oh, they earn that money. But realistically, like the person working on the field or on like in the manufacturing plant is the one who's genuinely working harder.
Depending on just set up the structure, the logistics.
Exactly.
Got the loans, he utilizing the value of what? Equity market.
Mm-hmm.
The finance is what? His operation.
No, it's
Okay?
completely like, even as like we talked about, I'm a pre-med, but even I know like one of the most needed jobs, one of the most important jobs in society, you can't make even a fraction of the money that people in these kind of scenarios are making.
It's crazy. But you're gonna go into debt to try to find a way to try to find a way to get out of debt to only end up in what?
More debt.
More debt. That's the hustle.
It's a cycle. I mean, that's the thing. That's why you can't be going into this field like without a passion to actually help others, because it's brutal, and you just put yourself in such a like a bad scenario at first. And realistically, like, yeah, you'll end up living a pretty good life, but you could like if money's where you really want to be, it's not necessarily the best field.
Right. Well, it's separation from what we consider to be capitalist reality as opposed to ethical reality. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The capital
I completely agree.
is the portion where it says, okay, well, again, it's a very simple, again, in my opinion, it's a very simple thesis, right? Least half of resistance.
Agreed.
You ask yourself every day when you wake up in the morning, you look yourself in that mirror, right? You're getting the coal out your eyes, you're getting ready to brush your teeth. You gaze into that mirror and look into that man in the mirror or that woman in the mirror, right? And whatever people do in their little rituals, right? I got my own. I'm always gonna look myself in the eyes, because you can't lie to yourself, right? You can lie to everybody, but you can never lie to yourself, right? And you say, okay, well, what's my least path of this to make my life better today? Pause. Think about that. Then you say, okay, go execute. You know what to do. Go execute. If you don't know what to do, slow down. Go acquire the knowledge through also the least path of resistance, right? Don't go on the exorbitant debt just even to get the game. Figure out how to what? Shake and move and hustle your way into the game. It ain't hard to get information these days. You have a treasure trove on the internet that's giving you all the know-how, literally for what? Time dollars. Just sit down and time dollars.
Put some effort.
And then take off. Slowly but surely, hang around other people who are also in that same what? Paradigm. Soak the game up, deal with each other, and then what? Take off. Least path of resistance. So our tuition comes in the form of what? Any loss we may have in the market.
Putting like effort, knowledge.
Right. And any little, if we too get in the market too, premature, we take that L, right?
I took that L.
Right.
I took that L. I learned, but I'm happy it was now.
Right.
And that's what everyone says, but I completely agree. You really do need to fail. Like, I mean, that's how you're gonna get good. Not good necessarily, but that's how you learn to like monitor your risk reward and stuff like that people always tell you about, but you don't really understand until you've fucked up, basically.
So what does it really build? It builds what?
Characters, understanding.
No, what does it really build?
Patience.
The two words I use more than anything are do crazy. Due diligence and what? Discipline. It builds discipline.
Okay.
You make money through your what? Right. You make money through your discipline. Entrepreneur has to be disciplined to keep those lights on, to keep those employees employed, to keep that business running. He can't, get in the game, get going as a business owner, turn his first profit, bank a little bit, take the company money and go to Vegas and get hookers of cocaine and no. You see what I'm saying? Because he got livelihoods, he got to what? Look after now. He got a future he's trying to build so he can have what? Longevity. You see what I'm saying? So for us as an investor, well, again, we break this stuff down. What is our overhead?
A laptop. some
What is your
Wi-Fi.
overhead as a trader? You don't have
Nothing.
any overhead.
It's nothing compared to what the majority of people have in a real company.
Right. So just the idea that you on the internet right now, that means you got enough money to pay for your internet broadband connection. Number
Exactly.
one, the fact that you got a computer, tablet, cell phone that you even operate that through says that you got enough money to have a platform that you can trade through these different trading brokerage platforms.
Yep,
Number
and all the
three,
commissions are like a lot of the brokers are offering free commission now too. So
right,
that's not even an excuse anymore.
right. The fact that you're hanging out with us this late right now, we building all together through this workshop and getting soaking up some of this game, right, to a degree, that's already showing that you establishing what? The knowledge, which is going to obviously cause you to seek a little bit more, right, in your free time, but now you got what? Free time, obviously.
Yeah, plenty of it.
Plenty of it.
That's why I've been waiting. I've been ready for these seminars.
Yeah, we're gonna get it in. Again, because I take you guys' time serious, man. I tell y'all that with a straight face, man. I'm not lying. Y'all, some of you guys know me, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Outside of these channels, I don't change. I'm the same brother. I stay consistent in that because I realize one thing about life. Had I had people to show me this when I was at a point when I really, really good to maximize, I had one guy came in. Y'all know my story. I had a colonel, a lieutenant colonel actually. Same rank my wife is, matter of fact, right? Now she is obviously. But at a point where I had somebody come to me at a point where they saw something. You always tell people that when you're young, like, man, I see something, you're gonna be right because the way you think different than people that's your age. I was that kind of that person. I was always like, man, no, right now I'm conscious about what's happening around me.
Yeah, I could
right?
tell for
I
sure.
wasn't gonna be the person that's gonna be getting drunk and passed out in public. You're not gonna find me in that position. I was not that guy, right? Nah. Right.
No.
So you got to take your time and realize, what you have ahead of you, right? The more you got other people that you living for too, whether you think you're living for them or not. You got parents, you don't want to disrespect. Y'all know the whole bunch with that. But beyond that, again, he's like, hey, look, this is how you're gonna take care of yourself, right? You seem to be squared away. Take a lot allotment out your paycheck. You get paid twice a month, right? First and 15th. Take at least a minimum of 100 out, right? Send it to a brokerage account. You're gonna thank me later, right? Don't blow all your money, buying, doing what these other soldiers do. Trust me. And had I heeded that man advice, bro. So all I'm saying is, even in that moment, because I would have learned through trial and error at that moment. Okay, well, if I'm sending it to a brokerage, obviously I had to be in contact with the brokerage, right? At that point, you're talking about, these people were very vital, right? You call TD Ameritrade, and like, okay, well, hey, you got a broker already assigned to your account, whether you use them or not. Most of us don't at this point. When last time you call your broker at TD Ameritrade, right? Hey, this Dan, man, I ain't talking to you forever. Like, yeah, I know, man, I don't need you. Yeah, yeah, I just want to let you know, we're here to show you at the platform how to use it, and how to, that's what they're there for, right? You're just paying certain fee value for that service, right? Especially the commission at that point. Now there's no commission at all, right? Now I don't know how well that value of the customer service is now. I hope it ain't crappy because of that now. But
I don't think they correlate very well, but yeah.
Right, but that's what they're there for. So they're supposed to help walk you through this, teach you more about nothing else about how to use their platform, right? How to maximize that platform, right? The knowledge comes from you doing your own research to a degree, learning how to trade the equity stocks and this, that, and the third, right? These derivatives, commodities, whatever. But again, case in point, moving on. Long story short, for me, it was just that kind of mentality. So we all say in hindsight now, going back, hey, what's going on, brother? Akbar, my bad. Again, I barely be looking at the chat. I just scrolled up and seen my bad. Hey, see, I want to get paid monthly from stocks. What should I first time invest in? I would say this here, and this is with the utmost honesty and respect for your money and your opportunity to learn this. Invest in yourself. And so when I say invest in yourself, meaning invest in the knowledge of it first, right? Before you get indebted into the market. When I say indebted, meaning get excited about wanting to just invest in stocks outright, which the market ain't going nowhere ever, right? So it's going to outlive all of us. So there's not a time restraint on you being able to learn how to do this properly. It's kind of keep hanging out with us when you can. You see us on live, right? Stay on YouTube, searching different aspects of learning how to trade. Stay on Google, looking for certain PDF books that are literally free, right? You can get like penny stocks for dummies for free. Download PDF. You can get Trading the Zone, Mark Douglas for free if you learn how to use Google right on the PDFs. How to trade for a living. Andrew, the PhD Andrew Aziz, literally for free. If you go to the PDFs right now and look here, I'm gonna demonstrate. Y'all know me, I don't like this talk. I'm gonna do this real quick. Let me demonstrate. Right? Let me demonstrate and not conversate. Right? When people see this here, y'all gonna see what I'm saying. Right? So let's do how to trade. Oh, excuse me. How to trade for a living, right? God, dog, I got that thing tonight. Right? So you got see how this, it's already populating. How to trade options, how to trade stocks, right? Options for Robinhood, for all this stuff. How to trade after hours, how to trade forex, futures, penny stocks, right? Right? For what? A living, right? You see, it's already starting to populate, right? Y'all can see my screen, right? Right?
Yeah, we see it.
But that's it. That thing right there say what? Andrew Aziz, remember to say that guy, the PDF book, right? Boom. Let's see if somebody got it out there for what? $3, $3.99. Right? Obviously, make sure you ain't going to no spam site. You still gotta make sure you got that what up there, whether it's secured or not secured, or if the PDF pull up or not. Kind of know how to check all that. All right. So this is how to trade what? How to trade for a living, tools, tactics, money management, discipline, and what? Psychology, right? Ross Burst or whatever, .com, whatever it is. But this one here is slow. Okay. So this is a PDF of this Andrew Aziz value. So it's slow because it's what? A very, very what? Low bandwidth site that's pulling from. Right, so I'm gonna back out of it and see if I can find it faster. If I can't, I'll go back to it. So let's say PL, I guess it's gonna be yes, that one there, then take it off. But again, these people come back and try to make sure they find these stuff, man. But people, this is how we do it. This is how we hustle, right? In the investment world, right? So here, go to here. Okay, this one you have to download it. You don't see that little thing there, right? So it gives you the ISBN number, or this one is just a ebook, the ESPN file number, right? So if you don't want to, deal with that, at least it's secure up there. If you don't want to deal with that download, even if it does try to download it, I think I have so many. It just don't take you to a gate, yeah. Don't take you to another gateway. All right, so you don't even want to deal with that, right? So again, I'm just showing you how to hustle. This is how I hustle the internet every day, right? Right. So let's go right back to how to day trade for a living again, right? Right. And so let's see. PDF, right? Let's make sure we put that PDF back on there. Right. So let's go back. Let's see if we can find. I think we just did that. That was the word. So let's do the EDPEF. Is that the one? Oh, that's the one for wireless. That's a different one. So this is Day Trilling by Alexander Elder, which is also a good book too. Right? See how these PDFs are just stock trader, trading for dummies. See how that one PDF put up all you want, trading for a living, psychology trading, right? One of my obviously my biggest forte value, get your mind right. Trading options for dummies. All right, see all these different little PDF. Some of y'all know how to shake and move with this stuff. Y'all ain't showing y'all none that y'all haven't seen the done before. I think these are Alexander Elder, some of his books, right? So let's say you click on one, right? Let's see, download this stuff. Cause that's it's saying it's a 2 meg file for that one. I don't know if that's from rest converter. Okay, so let's see. All right, so the concept I use. Yeah. So that one ain't pulling up. Let me see more. So they want you to probably download that converter, right? You download the converter, then they'll probably let you download it, right? So again, if you don't want to deal with all that, you just keep hustling, right? Just keep backing out till you find one of the ones to take you straight to the what? To the download, right? So let's try this one. That might be what they need to work. All right, so that file not found. I'm gonna find one real big boy. I'm show you how I built a massive archive just doing just like this. I just spent, oh, that's what to go. I just spent, going through and make sure, obviously, at that point, I make sure I use my, my proxy.
Antivirus or
And my proxy too.
oh,
But I mean, even this moment, it still wouldn't matter because again, it's on there like that. You don't have to opt in.
wait, is it by Alexander Elder?
Right, Alexander Elder got one, but Andrews and Aziz also have
Oh,
one
okay.
too.
Never
So
mind.
I got all these already in my own little,
Yeah,
I
because
give
I
this stuff away to
found
y'all.
the Elder Alexander PDF, but I didn't know if that's the one we were talking about.
Yeah, I got all these books. So I can give you all these books away for free. I already got them archive, but I'm just showing you just from if you hustling online, this is how you hustle, right? This is how you hustle, get these free PDFs, right? So you say you go to find the one, the PDF, and you just keep, y'all know how this stuff go when you query.
Actually, the first link you used, I just opened it. The first one you used that was opening slow, it has it. It has
That's
the
the
red
route.
book.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Rasa burst one or whatever.
Yeah.
It works. It was just really slow, but it has the
slow.
full thing right there as soon as you open it.
Yeah, and I figured it was. I've seen that one before too.
Yeah,
It's just slow.
let me
Like I
just-
say, because it's it's
I'll put it in there for you.
a slow
For-
quarter coming out of there. This is the that's not the 404.
Oh, it has the links to them.
Let's see, come back. It's somewhere over. Yeah, this there it is. Just slow. See, it started right back where I left off at. Y'all Google it these days. It keep you locked in. There it is. Bam. How many pages? 244.
Yeah.
244. Right at the top of it, you just see that instantly. So you guys see that. Now this the internet now. I ain't doing nothing that the internet ain't showing putting out there, bro. Straight internet. Download that thing right there. Send it right to your what? Your hard drive, right? Or your little jump drive, whatever. Put on your jump drive, keep it pushing. Right? No worries, no stress. You want to print the whole book? Print it. Right? So guess what? This is a bestseller too. Andrew Aziz, actually friends of him on Instagram. Actually communicate with him too. Right? They've got to living his life now. You know what I'm saying? Skiing everywhere, doing all kind of crazy stuff. But he learned valuable lessons when he began, day trading. And all this was obviously, his quantitative experiences wrapped into a book, which obviously details at the end of the day about how to be more disciplined and use proper due diligence, because that's the best experience, right? In learning how to invest in the markets. You have to go through that regimen. You need to have a big loss, all right, and you need to experience a big win. And then between that, that's where the middle ground is. Right? The biggest loss and your biggest win, that's your middle, the secret sauce in the middle between both of those. Find that balance, you'll be profitable, right? The goal is base hits, not home runs. Seek base hits if you're a day trader, what I'm saying. You're just swing trading and utilize the ability to take advantage of the market in certain spurts. That's what you do. You learn how to be disciplined and use proper due diligence. Don't be lazy, because it's not a lazy man's game. Right? You can and still be lucky, but you don't want to be lucky. You want to be knowledgeable, right? Knowledgeable people always more consistent at making money, right? So all we're doing is following the tea leaves, right? We read certain data points, we follow certain assets, this, that, the third. We utilize the value of indicators, oscillators, all those things kind of give us certain signs and signals as well. You bake that entire pie or put it all together, then you got a recipe for success, right? But this book here, 100% free. 100% free. As you see here, I just downloaded, right? So you guys follow me, still hang out with me online. I know it's late, right? But, hey, this book free. $3, right? $3.
The best type of dollars.
Right. You know what I'm saying? He's giving away the game free. Now let's go to Amazon and see how much it costs on Amazon. Right? Now you get the Kindle, right? Or the audiobook, right? Say right there, it's the number one what? Number one bestseller. Number one bestseller, right? I was like, I purchased it already. See, I was about to show you the actual price. So my Kindle audiobook for free. I already had it. Right? Now, before that, I already had it for free anyway, but I went in person because I wanted the audiobook, right? And so, how much I paid for that thing? I think I only paid like $1.99 for the audiobook aspect of it. I pull up my order. I ain't. Oh, I gotta do all that. Yeah. Anyway, the paperback, as you can see, a paperback what? $10. Used, got something for $11.75, right? Again, 5 new ones at $9.99. So again, not even that much in terms of that. For the knowledge, it's worth it, right? Kindle $4.99, Kindle list $2.99, right? But then the audiobook comes with it too for free, So this is the game. So what? Tools, tactics, money management, discipline, trading, psychology. Are those not some of the same things I've been describing this entire live stream I've been on tonight?
Basically the whole thing.
The whole thing. We touched on all that. Tools, tactics, money management, discipline, and trading psychology. How to what? How to day trade for a living. Bill Ackman, how to day trade for a living. He turned 27 million into 2.7 billion in a month.
I read this book.
Right. Really good book. That's Andrew. We friends on Instagram. Like I said, average dude. You think? I mean, really is. This ain't even something that he was born into. He just got in like anybody at some point started learning.
He's an average dude. I'm silly.
Pull him up on Instagram. Y'all be surprised. Pull him up on Instagram. And he what? A PhD. He had a PhD in stock trading. He didn't get his PhD in stock trading. You know what I'm saying? He got to doing other things in life.
Are you gonna go live tomorrow? Like during the market?
I hope I may get a chance tomorrow. I may get a chance to go out because I finally got my, like I said, y'all know I was down for about 4 days.
Yeah.
This ratchet behind, Zoom, whatever. But it's funny thing, like I said, as soon as I started demanding the refund, that's when it started working all of a sudden. But more importantly, what I also did to make sure I don't have this problem, because I still have to wait another 4 or 5 days on the StreamYard because I use up all the time there. I started another email account through StreamYard and just ran my YouTube channel through it, which I didn't know you could do that, but apparently you can. So I just got another little StreamYard account. Now I got unlimited until that quarter runs out from month to month. And so I should be ready to rock and roll.
Perfect.
So yeah. But yeah, that's it, guys. I'm gonna get off here. I know it's late too for some of you guys. It's late, man. We out here burning the midnight oil for real. But that's how I came in the game doing this. We used to be up like literally from like 8 o'clock. We go live on the Brother Sal show, and we'll be on. We'll come back to our Discord room, and we just be going over charts and live stream and pretty much just going over screen shares all night long. 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. You'll still be in the room. We get up. Some of us take a quick power nap, come back. They still in the room going in, breaking down charts, breaking down, trades, and
repetition.
Yeah, that's it. Repetition becomes repertoire, and they go right into the market. Tired, fatigued, go find a little penny stock, bang it out. First 5, 10, 20 minutes in the market, and then go to sleep.
Exactly. Hey, that's the real way to do it.
Yeah, with a nice little bag. We come in, make quick little $200, $300, $400, $500, some else $1,000, whatever.
You better sleep a little better for sure.
Right, you sleep a lot better when you got that bag, right? In that perspective, yeah, brother Brandon, you remember the game, right? Back in the old Discord room, right? And we be up getting it in, you know what I'm saying? And bang out all night long. People from all walks, like you got people who Apple engineer. We had one dude that remember Mag, brother Brandon. Mag was an Apple engineer, that worked at Apple. Some people like, man, that dude, man, what he doing hanging out? Yeah, okay. Yeah, get in line. And nobody care about your profession title over here. We all trying to learn how to get this money, right? Because that's why people who are quantum physics and mathematical geniuses, they suck in the stock market because it's not in the what? It's not an exact science, right? Their mind can't fluctuate or wrap itself around the gravity of something that's not an exact science. So they struggle in nuances and volatility and things that are malleable and you have to bend to its value, right? They can't do well in those environments.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would think with all the education, they'll be easy for them to figure out the stock market, right? Wrong. They suck at it, right? And so In moments like this, you take a brother or sister or someone that works in a place like a McDonald's who's hungry, not necessarily damaged hungry, but hungry mentally. You got an open mind, could be taught and taught, and taught something, right? Teach them the ropes in the game. That's the person you want to look for. That person,
Mhm.
because they are in a position where they don't have that tied up mindset. Obviously working at McDonald's, so apparently they're trying to grind. You know, a lot of people look at that like, man, that's Denise. I would never. But reality is that all you need is to have an open mind. That's the cure, right?
I agree. I agree with that with all forms
Exactly.
of life, not just stocks, but I fully agree.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So after that, if you have the interest, the information comes like running water, right? Because you learn how to seek it properly. You won't, convince yourself that, there's something that will hold you back or bar you from that opportunity.
And once you
So,
start getting interested, you just like find more interest as soon as you learn more. Like you really start to, when you start to really get it, that's when it gets like even more fun.
right. Because it's like you dissect, you breaking down a code, right? You deciphering this calligraphy, this hieroglyphic, so to speak, right? It's better
It's like
than
a
just
different language. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's like its own hieroglyphics.
yes. And so that's how you learn how to open up our so-called repository of knowledge, or build into that repository of knowledge by understanding how to unlock those gates, right? Where you are kind of confined and kind of like push back and just kind of stand off about everything. Like people like that just like they don't want to. They just really want to stay in their comfort level, and so it's hard for them to really garner the ideal of something new, right?
Yep.
Because it's like they kind of run from challenges, so to speak. Whether it be indirectly or just directly outright. It's like, no, I don't want to. They're comfortable where they're at, but they know they need more, right? But they don't know how to go about, accepting the ideal of the role of being able to submit themselves. Right?
Exactly.
So the
Yep.
process of this is not necessarily as complicated as a person would think. It really isn't. It's just about, again, investing your time to turn that into investing your dime, literally. Your time becomes just, okay, a YouTube video clip, an audio book here, a PDF book in passing, right? Like in your free time, 20, 30 minutes a day, hanging around in Discord with other traders who are doing the same thing, right? It becomes intoxicated at a certain point, because the more you hang around people doing it, when you start learning, and then the first thing they do, they start posting what? Their
Good
gains, right?
games.
You start seeing them posting their gains, you're like, whoa, bro, you mean tell me you just made that in, yeah, I was just in the market like 30 minutes, man. You made like $200? Yeah. Man, stop kidding. Bro, here it is. Right? Well, what'd you trade? I traded this. What'd you get in? I got in here. What'd you get out? I got out here. What made you trade it? But that's the question people normally ask. What made you get in? Well, this was the catalyst, right? Or this was, I saw a normal volume of, I saw it came up on my scanner. And I was like, okay, it looked pretty decent in the volume. So everything worked out and boom, you know. And so that becomes, again, intriguing. You dig a little deeper.
Mhm.
You find another book. You find another, ask another question.
I like
That's
this.
the village mentality. That's how you learning it. You can't call it Lee Cooperman and ask him how he got rich. You can't call Mark Cuban because he busy, running a basketball company and everything else. Hey, Mark, man, what was that trade? Good luck with that. Right? Good luck with that. Right? So again, you depend on your peers, right? Your peers become those are your intellectuals. Not that Mark Cuban's smarter than you. Is that again, they had a position where at their moment they capitalized on their moment. Again, he did produce a company that he sold for a lot of money, but
Yeah.
ultimately, what I'm saying in terms when it comes to the market, though, when it comes to the market, which made him benefit, his billions came on the back of the idea of putting it into the market. That's how he got billions, right? He utilized the value of that. Then he went out and purchased, basketball companies and all this stuff. Same thing, buddy, doing that. I forgot his name. That owned the Houston Rockets, right? He's a big restaurateur, big real estate guy. Now, again, utilizing markets too, that kind of stuff really helped fund their other endeavors. But what they know, one thing they do know of all things, the market is unlimited tap potential, unlimited untapped potential. Because it ain't nothing coming to the market, and ain't 100 grand, right? It ain't nothing to do that. And people like, man, you see, that sounds like it's just like a walk in the park. It is a certain opportunity when you are properly aligned in the right place at the right time, and you have the proper capital leverage. Right? Again, I've been around my peers who I've literally helped. I'm not saying my watered down. I said help them make a quick $100,000. And got the receipts to prove it. Like, dude, right here, right here. He just had more capital than me at that moment, right? When he did it. So of course he was in a position. We capitalized the trade together. We utilized the power of each other. Right? And boom. Van Winkle, because of that, matter of fact, speaking about him in my black box Discord room together, we both utilized that scanner, but sat there and watched that dude make 116, 17,000 in about it was every bit. That trade every bit was about like not even 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Oof. It's life changing.
Life changing. TD Ameritrade trade. We killed the biotech stock that got sold off on some bad. It was a bad. FDA news. They had a death on one of their medicines. Y'all know that's like that's the sell off for a biotech company. Yep. It hit them, and I was on top of it. I caught it. Boom. She's like, where is she? I was like, right here. Here's where you want to get. And when it bounced, we're going to play that bounce and back to the upside for a little bit because it's going to recoil because it dropped so much. It dropped like over 20, 30 bucks. We caught it on that drop. It was like somewhere around 20, 30, 40 bucks. Could have been around there. I got the share to pull them up. But anyway, and we turned around and played the small bounce, because at some point it's going to bounce when it dropped that hard.
Yeah.
It bounced about a quick little, I think, 7, 8, 10 bucks. And we got in on a little ride up too for the top. And then we sold again. And then done with it. It was like about $116,000, $117,000 in like 20 minutes.
That's crazy.
So that's the opportunity. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and fight that opportunity.
Nope.
Why would I want to fight that?
It's like because actually working to make that money is way worse.
Right.
And you're gonna get exploited in the way or during that time as well. So it's just
I'm not gonna fight
else
that
all around.
Right. So again, you go to any people who are in the markets who understand again the reality of that opportunity. They're not sitting there convincing themselves at this point in the game that they're gonna fight to prove that they're gonna do it any other way than the opportunity that's given in terms of the value that you can. If you put forth the proper initiative to learn, then the opportunity is always going to be there because, again, there's nothing for stocks to jump up and run 70, 80%, 200% in a day. Mm-hmm. Again, with the proper leverage, you're not going to sit and push back against that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again,
proper strategy and everything.
Right. So you hear that voice there? You already know what it is.
Oh, it's time.
Right. What's up, everyone? Right, you come right on in, already coming in. This joker must have made a killing today, right? You hear the inflection in his voice. So again, these are people. I mean, I had conversations with Ross, on private sessions. He's a really good dude. Again, his style ain't probably for everybody because it requires a lot of, again, you got to have a real good, strong mentality. I mean, I say strong mentality, you got to be able to deal with the markets in fluctuation, like in real, rush hour traffic.
Yeah, right. I've seen some of his videos, and it definitely, you're completely right. It's definitely a discipline. It's definitely a psychology.
Right.
You can maintain that in this kind of field. It's generational. It changes everything.
Right. So again, 3,000. I think we went 3.7. 3.7 thousand $3,700 base today. After giving back some of his profits, right? So again, he probably made every bit about the way he trades, because he always trades the first first candle make a new high. He gets in on that first pullback, and the volume comes in, he rides that. That's the same little strategy. He just plays it methodically. He knows like a science now. And he maximizes skills into his trade, and then it gets extended away from the moving average at that point, gets fatigued, then he starts scaling out. Okay. Right, but he'll ride it up as long as he continues to make new highs, and it ain't pulling the volume ain't receding at that point, and going to that point where people are going to start taking profit. You start seeing that fatigue or separation from the VWAP, not the VWAP, but the moving average away from the peak of the stock at that point, it starts scaling out. Right, we was trading this strategy way back in 2017. So a lot of us, we kind of already know how you get down. but he's barely living out of it. And he makes up promises about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be having a bad life. So
right, doing really good now. He moved out of he was up there, I think Michigan before. Now he moved somewhere out there on the other side, New Jersey, New York, somewhere around there. Whatever, but that ain't nothing that everybody can't, do the proper training and understand it. You just want that life. But again,
agreed.
It's plenty of people, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, so that's it again.
Thank you.
Been gone for a couple hours. Get out here. But you're 100% right, brother. Oxford, yeah. Humbled by that, man. As well, brother Brandon. Yeah, 100% right, bro. Yeah, Mr. Lord, Bat Science, and yeah, Mag. Bat Science was actually scientists. And then people from all walks like that just hang out with us. But we all, our profession mattered not when we came in that discord room. That stuff got put on the shelf outside the door, literally. And we all came in there humbled and hungry. As if, we were just, fresh off the block and wanted some knowledge about, how to utilize this opportunity. And so we use that to help one another in the business mentality. Again, we look at where we all at today, all of us got respect, right? Some of the guys that have been in the game, 7-8 years before us, So, we just soaking up the game. So my motto is very simple. Again, even in that, find your own niche or your own niche in this, but still from everybody, right? Because you got to learn how to put your own flavor on this thing, right? The way I trade, you may not can trade it 100% to the same, exact, T to how I do it, right? Because everybody has a different perspective, but the ultimate goal is to walk away from the battlefield profitable. But the nuances are very much the same, right? Because it still goes back to due diligence and discipline, right? And if I'm saying the same thing and you saying the same thing and we end up at the same place, apparently we're doing the right thing, right? In that same aspect. So the only difference is where you get in and where I got in at, and then where you got out and where I got out at. Obviously, if the trade respected the ideal of due diligence that later there, that's it. So again, that's we study to be approved through the value of the validation of what our P&L says when we're done with the trade. Not so much what your peers think, right? Because it's not a competition with anyone else. It's a competition with you and that trade, right? The discipline you put forward to get money out of it, that's the catalyst, right? That's literally the catalyst. So again, with that being said, again, I am definitely, man, the market's gonna open up in about 20 minutes.
Yes. Sorry for keeping you up so late.
That's cool, man. I know I've been on a while. I kind of been utilizing that this downtime too. I was just, doing what I normally do.
Yeah, I just have so much free time now, especially since it was my last quarter of college, so I made it the easiest, and now it's all online. So I just have so much free time, and I wanted to dive more into this. So this is great for me. I love it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Use it.
Thank you.
Use it in a way where, again, you transform, what you have into something greater than what you already, were. Meaning you build on that knowledge thing.
Exactly. I'd rather do this than get a job.
Right. And then I will say this here. Don't hesitate to take notes. Journal. Here's what I always say. Again, one of my own little ways. Never go out your way to never focus on your weaknesses. Always try to focus on your strength above your weaknesses. Because if you can do that, right? Number one, it keeps you from being able to kind of stew in your own misery, which also affects your psychology and your indifference. Know how to trade the market. You have to be indifferent if you're gonna be a trader. All right. But more importantly, if you focus on your strengths, they'll over time cancel out your weaknesses, right? Because you'll get good at doing what you know how to do really good, or I say consistent enough where those weaknesses are slowly start to phase themselves out. Because you're trying to obviously find a way to capture the market, right? Yeah. Now here's where it becomes somewhat like if you already conceded, right? Your goal is try to beat the dealer. Well, you can't beat the dealer. You're trying to beat the cards, right? The dealer ain't got no control of what the cards look like, right? That's why he got backed on, right? Unless they got Mark Dix and all that, then that's cheating. But outside that, he can't see them cards underneath them more than you think you're trying to compete against the dealer. You compete against the cards and chance, right? So in aspect to what we do in the markets, you're trying to compete, with the idea of again, price action and volatility, right? Whether it's a market maker that's manipulating and dropping the price based upon stop losses to kind of stop those people out, whether it be a bank that's sitting around waiting to see how many people are going to come in before he come in, with a whale investment and spike the stock going short so that they finna, got the stock under control and strike it down, and they come in and what, million share order, 50,000 share order, and boom, run those jokes that right. So you're just trying to be comfortable knowing, I'm just speaking, this is a day trader's perspective, where those sweet spots are, right? And how to stay disciplined in terms of what you came in that market to do. If you didn't have a goal when you went into that trade, then chances are you're not going to have an adequate goal of what to do getting out of that trade, right? And so what I mean by that, meaning, so if you tell yourself, okay, well, I'm coming in, looking for, 3, 4, 5%, right? I'll settle for 3. So that means you set your parameters around that 3%. Now you mean the stock already producing enough to where you can see that potentially happen, if all the metrics align, then that's your what?
That's the
your
main
stopping point to a degree.
Yeah.
So everything above that is gravy, because at that point that becomes what? Your new stop loss.
Yeah.
Right? The stop loss becomes 3%, right? Well, you go up and hit 5, right? Okay, well, you set your stop loss at what? 5%.
Yeah.
Right? And then you just kind of keep incrementally building up. Well, and then you come back and get stopped out. Well, you stopped out with what? 5%.
Profit.
2% more than when your goal of 3%.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, that's a person with about 10 grand. Well, what's 3, 4, 5% of 10 grand?
Couple hundred here and there.
See what I'm saying? So you're building that kind of strength, in the market where you can capture that kind of money, given the kind of equity that you can put behind it, but the equity is based upon what you can provide, be it through leverage margin, or just provide yourself outright. And you can just do that consistently. You know how to do that consistently. Small gains basis, you'll learn to get disciplined, better and better. Sharper and sharper. The rest will take care of itself.
Yep.
I guarantee you 300%. I should say this to you: $300 a day, $500 the next day, $200 the next day, $400 the following day, then another $300, that Friday, or you add all that up together. And I'm saying that's obviously outside of PDT. There's accounts you can do that through, obviously, leverage accounts, CFD accounts, so there's no PDT trading. But even beyond that, you add all that up on a weekly basis. You're talking well over, $12, $13, $14, $1,600 a week.
That without the hard work outside of it,
right?
Like the manual labor rather than the intellectual or mental labor.
Right, and that stuff ain't really coming at an all-day, 8-hour time span.
Exactly.
You're doing that in an hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes.
And again, it's different when you start liking it too, because then you find an interest in it. Then it's like not even like a job; it's more of like an interest.
Right, make money.
I mean, yeah. How are you not interested in this? I mean, you're making money.
Right, but that would tell you something. Then the worst thing you can do in that moment is overtrade. That's how you give it all back.
Yeah.
So you got to convince yourself.
I fully agree.
If that's your goal for the day, you got to learn how to walk away. That's the hardest thing to do as a trader. When you made a big bag, to walk away. Something simple, just walk away. You gotta know when to hold, know when to fold, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money, right? So you get to count your money. You still sitting at the table. You still sitting in front of your computer. That means you still what?
It's profitable.
Counting your you looking at you counting your money at the table, right? And the market looking at you like, yeah, come on back in here. Come on right back in here, right? And if you ain't properly, positioned, you finna give some of it right back, right? So the goal is again learning how to stay disciplined, right? Yep. $300, I'm straight. I mean, in fact, and get to the point where y'all know me, y'all see my list. I got notes all around. The home we have now, we moved from our previously ever down in Richmond because my wife was stationed at the Pentagon, but my old trading station, man, I had like sticky notes everywhere. Like people tell you go back and look at my old video, sticky notes all around my screens, everywhere. All those sticky notes there was what? to keep me in check. Like the only one I got now actually on this one is the cash out one. And I got, well, that's the bird. Let me see. See if I can pull this up. Y'all can see exactly this one. This is the only one I got up here now. And that's because all the other ones since I moved, I just ain't put them up. But if you look at this one, let me see what this one here. Right? What did that say?
Cash out. A bird in hand is better than a bird in the bush.
That's the only one I need right now.
That's facts.
All the things I've gone through in my little trading little aspect of career, whatever you want to call it, you know, hey, that's it. So I'm saying, so, you know, that's the hardest thing for a lot of people to do.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I mean, I've been a victim of that as well, so I'm not surprised. And that you're right. That's how you learn. You need to get disciplined.
What's going on over Peace Power Profit over David? I see you up burning midnight oil. Or see us out here burning midnight oil late. We're out getting it late. But
again, man, I appreciate it as always.
Yeah, no worries, guys. So but that's it. So again, 12 minutes from now, y'all market is gonna be open.
Yeah,
whether y'all trade that point or you don't, but just in closing here, SP 500 obviously down 300 points going into the open. The Dow is, the SP is down 1.86%. Nasdaq down 121, $120 at this point, 1.56%. Obviously, a lot more down in the Dow, which is odd because the Nasdaq, the only thing that's really not been dropping since the market sell off. They're still holding the market up because we know the Nasdaq is weighted towards the tech sector. Right, these tech stocks are still hard to sell out. And obviously, mainly weighted by Apple. Right, they refuse to let Apple drop. So, but yeah, either way, we will open up possibly in the red today at this point, based upon that that stimulus package being on delay due to the whole idea of the Bernie Sanders put. And if you look down in my description box here again in closing, I always like to try to leave some kind of valuable information, down in the description box as an indicator of kind of the stuff that kind of want to discuss in the bill. You will see that particular piece that really broke the camel's the back today when the market pulled back basically around about 347, 342. The market started selling off. It was based on the fact that article came out concerning Bernie Sanders fighting those Republicans. I think that was Lindsey Graham, Rick Scott of Florida, and the other guy. Right, those guys who pushing back this $600 extra in terms of unemployment insurance for workers, and that 4 month extended value of unemployment insurance. Basically, what it was, and so Bernie Sanders said, "Okay, y'all gonna play that game? After y'all can get all this money to Boeing and place in dirty companies like that, then I'll hold the bill up." And so, yeah, the market said, "Oh, we're out of here," and it definitely just turned around and just kind of gave those gains back. Well, not all of them, but it did turn around and sell off at a point where it could just finish very, 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 very strong on the day. So that energy and momentum going into today, if the market's already up, well over 2,600 points in the last 2 days, was already a sign or a excuse for them to sell off, take profit, right? But that's what big money does. They up a ton right now. Right? That's a lot of points to them. That's a lot of money to them. The average retail trader, again, depending on your account size, if you maximize the profit, you can get, really benefited from that upside move too. Right? So we are still in a recession. We're still in the bear market. We're still in a value of uncertainty with this coronavirus. Again, first and foremost, stay safe out there, guys. Stay safe. Stay safe. Don't chance unless you have to. Meaning, be protected or be conscious about what you're doing, basically, if you are out and about. Right? Don't bank on everybody else. Being conscious of your safety, or your health. Do what's right for you, what makes you comfortable. So again, but with that being said, we're gonna make sure we keep monitoring this stuff, the markets, and also this coronavirus, and then we'll try to make sense of it when we do come on and go live. Hoping it brings some clarity and also some insight on some of you guys who may be new to this and want to learn this, how to be able to do it right in a way where you can benefit from it. And it's all about the long term, right? I'm always going to advocate long term over short term. right? Marathon, not a sprint, right? But I do realize that, once all this stuff blows over and, we get back to a place where we can get, the recession aspect under control, because we are in both. You fail to realize that we are in a recession now, and we're dealing with the coronavirus, right? And it's an election cycle year. Okay? So again, obviously Trump has more of a desperate incentive to, save the markets going into the election, because he made his whole, presidency under the ideal of the stock market values and gains, that he needs to stay in the rebound. So he can turn around and say, I told you so. And so in case the stocks are down now 20, 30, 40%, some of them down 70%, some down 67%, whatever, 80%, some of them at the peak around that point. But these going to be some good opportunities at some point when the market does stabilize and you get the books somewhat kind of in play. Because now you're still under the, well, I'm not saying necessarily unfortunate, but you're still under the banner of QE, because they just don't stop, because QE goes on unlimited till the Fed say they had enough. So even when the market can rebound, or at some point when the coronavirus opportunity obviously hits this curve and start, peaking and start coming down, and most people get back to going back to normal life, right? But they're still going to be what? Doing quantitative easing. We're still going to be really injecting the markets, with all these large swaths of cash, which obviously still is going to, kind of inflate assets at a point where, investors feel more comfortable anyway. And so these stocks that are beat up the most, they're going to be the first ones that people are going to run to get into, for even an investment perspective. And I say investment, meaning you're going to hold that stock at least more than, a week, right? At least a minimum of a week. Because the returns of them, getting back a lot of those gains they lost, obviously where you tell that they have to wait more than a week anyway, even if you're not holding for the longer term aspect of it being a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, right? But either way, you just want to make sure that you're properly prepared and you're ready, and when the opportunity presents itself, get in on that gravy train too, right? Get in on those gravy trains as well. Again, but always look for best in breed quality stocks, not necessarily stocks just because it seems to sound good to you and you only, because that's not how investing works, right? But what works for you may not be something that a lot of people may be gravitating to. Now, this doesn't mean it might not be a good company, but it's not getting the traction and the volume that it needs to give you that kind of level of growth, right, over a long term projection, so to speak. So again, you still want to find those stocks that are somewhat what they call best in breed, means the best thing in the sector, or second best or third best at least, right? And so that way at least you can be in a place where that there's a value of volume coming in, some interest in the stock coming in, and the stock actually produces a good product or service at a point where it is a natural competitor to people already in that space. So that way you don't have what you call those one-off events where they just got lucky, got a good pop, and that stock just went to the graveyard for the next 2-3 years, went nowhere. Right? That's just not how life works. In terms of an investment perspective, right? I need stuff that's going to give me consistent, track record that they actually really doing hard, by my money as an investor. Again, you're doing them a favor. They ain't really doing you one. So make sure they earn your money. Right? Make sure they are doing what they need to earn your investment. All right, guys. So again, I'm gonna get out of here. Peace, power, and profit, everyone. Uncle Jostling. Again, I wish you guys the best. Hopefully, I get a chance to again mark it over about 4 minutes. I'm gonna do a little quick power sleep. Good thing I got a little sleeping quarters down here in my office, which is great with my house setup. Which that's the great thing about this property.
Genius.
As opposed to my lab property, y'all niggas don't mind sharing a little bit of my little reality, but I be up late studying. I roll right on over there. Right on over there.
That is perfect.
I don't know if it's show. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I roll right on over there and call it like I ain't gonna disturb nobody. I ain't gotta be going upstairs, flights and stairs and all this stuff. And get right on to work. So so no harm, no foul. Right? No harm,
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds
all right,
good.
guys. So
all right. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. But thank you again for everything, and have a good rest of your night. Good luck tomorrow.
Same to you, Brother Raul, and everybody else in the back chat. Again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with Brother late tonight. Again, I see you guys on the battlefield, and again, I do wish you guys the best as well. So until then, I will again see y'all in a few hours. I guess I can see
Later.
y'all. All right, guys.
Good
Later.
night.
Yeah, have a good night.